In Quiet Chaos, Dark Mafia Romance. Born of Chaos Series, Volume 1. Alessa Steele. Published by Alessa Steele, 2026.
Natalia. I found something I wasn't meant to see. Now I belong to the man who built it. Viktor Veksler doesn't threaten, he takes. Control, silence, obedience. And me. Dragged into his empire, I'm forced to play a game where one mistake means death. I should hate him. I should run. But every time he looks at me, something shifts. Fear turns into something darker. Something dangerous. Because the longer I stay, the less I want to leave.
Viktor. She was a problem. Now she's mine. Natalia sees too much, thinks too fast, and instead of breaking, she adapts. That makes her valuable. That makes her dangerous. So I keep her. I should eliminate the risk. I don't. Because I don't destroy what belongs to me. And anyone who tries to take her won't survive it. This is the first book in the series. Reading order: in quiet chaos, in perfect chaos, in endless chaos.
Chapter 1. Natalia POV. Just 5 more minutes, then I'll go. I sat rigidly on my ergonomic chair, staring at the twin glowing screens on my desk until the cool blue light practically burned into my retinas. The progress bar for the routine Blackwood Holdings audit file was creeping across the screen like a digital snail, mocking my entire existence. My body was absolutely screaming for sleep, my lower back completely locked up, but my brain was acting like a feral dog with a bone. This doesn't add up. Not by a long shot. I pushed my glasses further up the bridge of my nose with my index finger, leaving a faint, annoying oil smudge right in the center of the left lens. I didn't even bother wiping it off. What are they hiding? It's too perfect, that's the problem. Real corporate math is messy. It has rounded edges and human error. Blackwood's ledger was sterile. My eyes are burning deadass. Coffee. Need more coffee. My hand, shaky with pure exhaustion, reached blindly for the ceramic mug sitting next to my mousepad. I lifted it to my mouth and took a massive gulp. Ah, disgusting. But necessary. The coffee was completely chilled, tasting like stale dirt, and leaving a vile metallic film coating the entire roof of my mouth. I shivered slightly as the cold, bitter liquid hit my empty stomach, then shoved the mug away with a loud clatter that echoed way too sharply. This is what dedication tastes like, I guess. Or severe mental illness, the jury is still out. More caffeine, less sleep. I should have made a fresh pot an hour ago when I had the chance. Never mind, too late now. The things I do for a perfectly balanced ledger are actually unhinged. Is it worth it? Yes. Almost there. Just need this one last push. I glanced down at the bottom right corner of my primary monitor. The digital clock glared back at me, 2:14 a.m. The vast open-plan office was practically a tomb, the only sound the distant rhythmic thrum of the building's HVAC system pushing recycled air through the vents. No one else around. Good. Or bad. Just me and the ghosts of middle management. This building feels different at night. The corporate aesthetic strips away, and it just feels like a massive glass cage. Better not to think about it. Focus, Natalia. Focus. It's just the hum of the city outside. I'm safe here, right? Just the night watchman sleeping at the front desk downstairs. Nobody gives a single fuck about Blackwood Holdings at 2 a.m. I subtly adjusted my chair, shifting my weight from side to side to physically shake off the sudden, creeping sensation that someone was standing directly behind me. With a frustrated sigh that bordered on a growl, I dragged a new terminal window onto my second screen. My fingers flew across the keyboard. I started rapidly drafting a recursive decryption script, targeting the stubborn, multi-layered encryption block buried in the shell company's metadata. My supervisor had told me to just leave it for Monday, it's probably a benign error. Benign error, my ass. There's no such thing as probably in accounting. The audacity of this man to think I just let bad math sit over the weekend. This isn't just bad coding, it's deliberate obfuscation. Someone really doesn't want this seen. Good. That means there's something to see. Monday is too late. I'll handle it myself. No one else has the patience for this shit anyway. Let's see what you're really hiding, Blackwood. I pushed a loose strand of red hair behind my right ear, my brow furrowing so hard it actually gave me a dull ache behind my eyes. My fingers abruptly froze mid-keystroke. My eyes narrowed, zeroing in on a line of code I'd just scraped from the directory. It was a completely bizarre naming convention hidden deep in the file architecture, V-Ghost Alpha. I bit down hard on my lower lip, my teeth sinking into the soft flesh. V-Ghost Alpha? What the hell is that? Sounds like a bad video game. Or something much worse. This isn't standard client data. Not even close. Should I report this? No, not yet. I need to know more. I can't go to my boss with a hunch and a weird file name. He'll just tell me I'm being dramatic again. Curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back. What kind of name is V-Ghost? I unconsciously picked at a loose thread on the cuff of my blazer, my gaze locked onto the glowing yellow text. I'm crossing a line here. Standard audit procedure definitely does not include unauthorized brute force decryption of a client's hidden network. No turning back now. I hit enter. The screen didn't just load, it violently strobed. A massive cascade of red and yellow error messages flashed across the console, faster than I could read them. My script slammed headfirst into a wall. Holy shit. What did I just hit? This isn't Blackwood Holdings. This is a wall. A very, very expensive wall. The system was aggressively pushing back with a security handshake that practically screamed military grade. Who designed this? They don't want anyone in. Too bad. I'm already here. I leaned forward, gripping the edge of my desk so tight my knuckles turned completely white. Let's see what you're made of. This is going to be fun. My heart started thrumming a frantic, heavy rhythm against my ribs. This wasn't some clumsy IT guy trying to password protect a payroll sheet. This was a meticulously crafted architecture designed to vanish. Ghost Network. That's a new one. This is black market. Organized crime. My stomach did a slow, unpleasant roll. What have I gotten myself into? No, what have they gotten themselves into? I dragged both hands through my vibrant red hair, raking my nails lightly against my scalp in a nervous habit. I can beat this. Every system has a flaw. Someone wrote this code, which means someone made a mistake. I just need to find it. This is bigger than embezzlement. Way bigger. Embezzlement is boring guys in cheap suits moving decimal points. This is paranoid, heavily funded, and highly illegal. I'm not backing down. I stared at the looping counter responses from the firewall. My brain switched entirely into analytical overdrive, filtering out the empty office, the cold coffee, the fatigue. There. I saw it. I zeroed in on a minuscule fractional lag in the firewall's ping rate. There. A fractional delay. Amateur hour, boys. Or just overconfident. You built a wall, but I found the loose brick. My fingers assaulted the keyboard, typing a rapid-fire string of commands to exploit that tiny half-second gap. This is my turf. Let's see if you can keep up. I held my breath, my eyes glued to the monitor, literally forgetting to blink as the code compiled. Almost there, almost there. Don't choke now, Natalia. Got you. Just a little more. Ping. The firewall shattered. The red warnings dissolved into a smooth stream of green text, and a massive new directory populated across both my screens. I pulled my hands away from the keyboard and dropped them into my lap as if the plastic keys had suddenly turned to hot coals. Oh my God. This is not good. Not good at all. What have I done? The sheer volume of the files was staggering. These aren't financial records. This isn't a shell company. It's a front. A very dangerous front. I need to get out. But I can't look away. I reached for the mouse, my hand actually trembling. I clicked on the largest file at the top of the index. Inventory_log_Veksler. The spreadsheet opened, and my eyes widened into saucers. Veksler. That name again. This isn't a typo. I scanned the columns. It wasn't real estate. It wasn't assets. It was a manifest. Submachine guns. Crates of C4 plastic explosives. Tactical gear. Explosives? Guns? This is real. This is really real. I pressed the heels of my palms violently against my eyes, trying to rub away the words, but when I looked back, they were still there. Who are these people? Am I looking at a terrorist cell? I need to report this immediately. But to whom? My boss will never believe me. He thinks I'm a neurotic mess on a good day. I'm in over my head. I scrolled further down. The next sheet detailed the financial web. Millions. Tens of millions. This isn't just a small-time operation. This is global. The columns listed obscure international ports, routing numbers from banks that didn't exist on standard registries, and cargo ship manifests. Ports? Cargo ships? They're moving more than money. This is a shadow empire. The scale of it was making me dizzy. How is this possible? Who funds this? And who are the Vekslers? I pinched the bridge of my nose, a sharp, pulsing headache suddenly blooming right between my eyes. I need to breathe. Then my eyes snagged on a separate ledger at the bottom of the directory. The title was Blood Liquidity. I clicked it open. I stared at it for exactly 10 seconds before my stomach completely violently rebelled. It was a list of names. Human names. Next to them were ages, locations, and a dollar value. Blood liquidity. What the hell? Human collateral? Debt collection? They're talking about people. This is slavery. This is human trafficking. My God, these people are monsters. I clamped my hand over my mouth, stifling a gasp of pure, unadulterated disgust. How can anyone assign a value to a life? This can't be real. It has to be a code, a metaphor. But the clinical, precise formatting of the spreadsheet argued otherwise. No. It's sickeningly literal. I'm going to be sick. I ripped my hand away from my mouth and grabbed the mouse again. Veksler. 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 The name was stamped on every single illegal transaction. I opened a new tab and ran a high-level background search through our internal corporate databases, then through public state registries. 0 results. Who are they? Why are they invisible? No public record. No corporate filings. This isn't just a shell company, it's a phantom. They don't want to be found. I glanced instinctively toward the darkened, floor-to-ceiling windows of the office. The reflection of my monitors glared back at me, making it impossible to see if anything was out there in the dark. Which means I shouldn't have found them. I'm in danger. Serious danger. I need to get this evidence. And disappear. A blinding, blood-red notification box abruptly blasted across my primary screen, overriding everything else. Unauthorized access detected. It pulsed in time with the sharp, high-pitched alert tone coming from my computer speakers. No, no, no. They know. They know. I grabbed the mouse and dragged the cursor toward the red X in the corner. Close it. Close it. The cursor froze dead in the middle of the screen. Why isn't it moving? I clicked frantically. Nothing. I'm caught. Oh God, they're watching me. This is a trap. Get out. Get out now. I should have listened to my gut. Too late. I shoved my chair back violently. It rolled over the plastic mat and slammed into the fabric wall of my cubicle. I dropped to my knees, fumbling blindly under the desk for the back of the computer tower. Disconnect. Disconnect. I grabbed the thick Ethernet cord and gave it a savage yank. The plastic clip snapped and the cord came free. I scrambled back up. The screen was still glaring red. The window was still open. Why isn't it turning off? They're still in. They're still watching. My hands trembled violently as I stood there clutching the severed cable like a lifeline. Can they see me? Of course they can see me. This isn't just a hack, it's a hostile takeover. My workstation is compromised. I'm exposed. I need proof. I dropped the cable. I slammed my finger down on the print screen key. Paper. I need paper. They can't delete paper. The mouse was dead, but my keyboard commands were still sluggishly processing. I hit Ctrl+B, bypassed the frozen dialog box with a series of hotkeys, and routed the entire 20-page ledger to the main department printer on the opposite side of the floor. Proof. I need proof. It's my only way out. Please let it print. Just one copy. That's all I need. I threw my chair completely out of the way, the wheels screeching loudly against the linoleum. Don't fail me now, ancient tech. If this works, I might have a chance. If it doesn't? I bolted. Run, Natalia, run! I sprinted down the aisle of cubicles. My sensible corporate heels, usually just a dull tap on the carpet, hit the polished linoleum of the main walkway with the force of gunshots. Clack. 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 Is that my heart or footsteps? They'll be here any second. Security. Where's security? Or is security them? I passed the glass-walled conference rooms, my eyes darting sideways, fully expecting to see a man in a tactical vest standing in the dark. Just keep moving. Don't look back. Get the papers. Get the papers. Faster. Faster. Don't breathe. I skidded to a halt in front of the massive Canon printer. The machine was waking up from sleep mode, making a series of lazy, mechanical grinding noises that made me want to rip the plastic casing apart with my bare hands. Hurry up, you bastard machine. Any faster, please. This is taking too long. They're going to catch me here. The first page finally slid out. I snatched it. The paper was hot. The black ink was Mikhail and undeniable. Submachine guns. Explosives. It's all here. Just finish. Just finish. I bit down on my lip again, this time tasting the sharp copper tang of my own blood. My eyes kept darting back down the long, empty hallway toward my desk. Proof. Indisputable proof. Don't jam. Don't you dare jam. I can almost hear them. The moment the 20th page spit onto the tray, I grabbed the entire stack. My hands were shaking so badly the papers rattled together like dry leaves. I clutched them against my chest, feeling the sharp edges dig painfully into the skin above my blouse. I looked down at the top sheet. Right below the weapons inventory was a bolded line item, Audit Protection Service, Veksler Z. I stared at the letter. Veksler Z. Another Veksler. Is Z the boss? Audit Protection. They paid someone. Someone inside. Someone here. The realization was a bucket of ice water over my head. They had a mole in the firm. This is a network. A web. Who is Z? I need to remember that name. The feds need to see this. This is bigger than I thought. They're everywhere. I ran back to my desk, practically throwing myself into my cubicle. I grabbed my worn leather briefcase from the floor. Get it in. Lock it up. I shoved the messy stack of papers inside, struggling with the brass clasps because my fingers refused to stop trembling. I slammed them shut with a definitive click. This is my only chance. My proof. My undoing. The briefcase felt 50 pounds heavier. It's heavy. Too heavy. Like a stone. I hope this was worth it. No, I know this was worth it. The truth needs to come out. Even if it kills me. Don't think. Just go. In my panic, I swiped my car keys off the desk, fumbled them, dropped them onto the floor, and had to drop to my knees to snatch them up again. I stood up and hit the hard power button on the computer tower, holding it down until the machine physically died. The monitors flickered and went entirely black. The immediate workspace plunged into shadows. But as I turned away, a pinpoint of light caught my eye. Right at the top center of my primary monitor. The tiny circular indicator light next to my webcam. It was glowing a bright, steady green. No. It's off. It's supposed to be off. The hardware was bypassed. The power was cut, but the camera was active. They saw me. They watched me print. How long? How long have they been watching? I slapped my hand flat over the camera lens, the plastic cold against my palm. My cubicle isn't safe. Nothing is safe. They know my face. They know everything. I'm a dead woman walking. I grabbed my trench coat off the back of my chair, shoved my arms into the sleeves, and grabbed my purse. Just get out. Just get out. I walked fast, almost a jog toward the lobby doors. I couldn't stop looking over my shoulder. Don't turn around. Don't turn around. Every shadow stretching from a filing cabinet looked like a person. Every hum of the building sounded like a footstep. Are they here? Am I alone? I pulled the lapels of my coat tight against my chest, shivering violently, even though the thermostat was set to 70 degrees. I can feel eyes on me. It's just the shadows. It's just the shadows. My imagination. Right? No. This is real. Move, Natalia. Move. Don't make a sound. I hit the elevator bank and slammed my palm against the down button. I mashed it 5 times in a row, like it would actually make a difference. Come on, come on, come on. Faster, you damn thing. The digital display above the doors was stuck on floor 30. We were on 12. They're coming. I know they're coming. Why is it taking so long? The hallway was brightly lit, sterile white, offering absolutely nowhere to hide. I was a sitting duck. I rubbed my thumb obsessively over the smooth leather handle of my briefcase. The papers. I have the papers. They can't get this. What if they're in the elevator? Don't be stupid. It's empty. But what if it's not? Ding. The stainless steel doors slid open. The car was empty. I practically dove inside, spinning around and pressing my back flat against the cold metal wall panels as I hit the lobby button. The doors slowly sealed shut. I looked at the polished brass paneling next to the buttons. My reflection stared back. My red hair was a static mess, my glasses were crooked with that stupid smudge on the lens, and my eyes were wide and completely feral. Just breathe, Natalia. Just breathe. It's just numbers. Just a bad audit. No? It's not. That's a lie. You know it's a lie. Look at your face. You're terrified. This isn't normal. This is Veksler. The ghost. I'm not safe yet. I need to get to the FBI. They'll protect me. The elevator hit the ground floor. I power walked through the empty security lobby, ignoring the night guard who was completely passed out behind the desk. I pushed through the heavy revolving doors and stepped out into the night. Free. For now. I walked briskly toward the entrance of the underground parking garage down the block. I need to get to my car. And then, to the authorities. This is just the beginning. I'm not letting them get away with this. No one will believe me. But I have proof. I glanced up at the sky for a second. There were no stars, just the hazy orange glow of city light pollution reflecting off the low clouds. The air smells clean out here. Almost over. I tightened my grip on my briefcase and stepped off the curb. The air smelled like stale car exhaust and damp asphalt from the street sweepers. I just needed to pay my parking ticket, get in my Honda, and get on the freeway. I was a corporate auditor, with evidence of federal crimes. That was it. I was going to be fine. Deadass.
Chapter 2. Viktor POV. A low, high-frequency alert cut through the dead silence of my private office. It was a distinct, almost imperceptible chime, a custom frequency I designed specifically because no one else in the goddamn building could hear it. I was sitting alone in the dark, the pristine quiet of my space usually untouchable, but that single noise was a violent sledgehammer against my routine. I glanced down at my custom-built mobile device resting on the black obsidian desk. My slate-green eyes narrowed to slits as the screen lit up with a single line of text. Firewall breach, ghost account 734. A breach. Impossible. My systems do not get breached. I built the goddamn architecture myself. It's a closed-loop masterpiece, a labyrinth of encryption that would take a government supercomputer a decade to even scratch, let alone penetrate. This will not stand. Not in my domain. I pressed a single manicured thumb to the shimmering screen to authenticate the alert, the faint glow illuminating the sharp, elegant planes of my face in the otherwise pitch-black room. Identify origin. Right fucking now. The absolute nerve of some useless script kiddie trying to knock on my back door was a profound insult to my intelligence, an unacceptable variable in my perfectly ordered life. I didn't run. I don't scramble. I stood up and glided from my private office into the adjacent glass-walled control room, moving with clinical, measured grace. My bespoke suit fabric whispered softly against itself as I crossed the polished concrete floor, every step economical, utterly devoid of wasted motion. I raised a hand and swiped it through the air. The motion sensors caught the gesture and instantly flooded the room in a cold, ethereal blue light as a dozen massive monitors flared to life. Show me the source. My fingers, long and precise, hit the physical keyboard, beginning a reverse trace of the rogue IP address with terrifying efficiency. The low, constant hum of my servers vibrated beneath my Natalia leather shoes. Run a level 7 trace, I muttered to the empty room, the cold blue glow washing over my face and hands. Cross-reference all known threat vectors, all recent activities. The rhythmic, soft click of the keys under my perfectly manicured fingers was the only other sound. My mind calculated the financial and reputational cost of the intrusion in a fraction of a second. It wasn't about the money. The money was a rounding error. It was the fact that someone touched what was mine. Where are you, little mouse, who dares to disturb my peace? It didn't take long. Less than 40 seconds of relentless, aggressive code breaking, and I slipped right through the target's external security layers. I was staring at the digital footprint of an accounting firm we contracted to audit a series of legitimate front companies. Their firewalls were a fucking joke. Child's play. I peeled them back like wet paper. Pathetic. But the data trail wasn't an external hack pushing in. It was internal. A weakness exploited from within their own, miserable, low-rent server structure. A breach from our side. This is an insult I will not tolerate. Some useless rat on the payroll got too curious. I executed a command, bypassing their admin privileges without leaving a fingerprint, and pulled up the live and recorded security feeds for their entire office floor. The breach triggered at exactly 2 a.m. I locked onto Cubicle Cluster 4B. The playback fed directly to my center screen. There she is, I breathed. It was a single woman, alone in the middle of a deserted, neatly arranged grid of empty workstations. She was bathed in the pale, sickly glow of her monitor, meticulously working at her desk. The sterile, almost silent hum of the fluorescent lighting from the recorded office feed bled through my speakers, carrying the faint, distant sound of her keyboard. It was a tiny echo in the vast silence of my control room. My gaze snapped to the screen, my posture straightening in my ergonomic chair. This wasn't some faceless corporate drone. Zoom, maximum resolution. Facial recognition overlay. I froze the frame, isolating her face as the software sharpened the pixelated image into crystal clarity. My finger hovered over the cold, smooth glass of the screen, almost caressing her digital image. I felt a sudden, subtle acceleration in my pulse, a tiny tremor of something new and completely unfamiliar running through my body. Red hair. Sharp, almost fiery red hair pulled back from a slender neck. She pushed her sleek glasses up her nose with a precise, irritated gesture. Glasses. A detail. Her face was etched with an intense, predatory, analytical focus. Such focus. Intriguing. Who is she? She wasn't an accidental tourist stumbling into my ghost accounts. She didn't click the wrong link. I watched the playback of her running the decryption script, frame by agonizing frame. The quiet, rhythmic tapping of her fingers on the keyboard echoed out of my speakers, mixing with the low-frequency rumble beneath my feet. Aggressive algorithm. Precise, calculated movements. She systematically hunted those accounts down with a brilliant, methodical, and aggressively curious mind. A hunter, not merely prey. Admirable for an amateur. I leaned back, a corner of my mouth ticking upward in a brief ghost of a smile. A rare expression. I respected the intellect. It was dangerous, reckless, but undeniably sharp. Still, the protocol for this was absolute. Eliminate. It's efficient. I pulled up the target's employee profile and initiated the wipe sequence. A hit squad could be at her desk in 12 minutes, toss her out a window, and make it look like a tragic late-night corporate suicide. My thumb hovered inches from the virtual eliminate button on the touchscreen. The faint, ominous red glow of the prompt reflected in my eyes. The cold metal of my Veksler signet ring pressed subtly into the flesh of my finger. I took a sharp, almost painful intake of breath in the profound silence of the room. I hesitated. On the screen, the playback continued. She paused her frantic typing, took off her glasses, and rubbed her tired eyes. It was a fleeting moment of human vulnerability, the kind of mundane weakness I usually despised. But such intellect, such fire. Watching her do it sent a visceral jolt straight through my chest. A unique variable. A waste to simply extinguish. She's tired, not weak. Intriguing vulnerability. The pure cold logic of erasing a liability violently clashed with a dark, entirely illogical impulse crawling up my spine. I abandoned the eliminate command. I swiped the red prompt off the screen and shifted my focus. With blinding speed, my fingers flew across the holographic keyboard. I initiated a full, unrestricted background sweep on her identity. Natalia Merrick. Age 27. Within mere seconds, her entire existence was splayed across my multi-layered screens. A dizzying rush of text and images. Bank records, medical history, credit score, apartment lease, grocery habits, her distant family tree. The quiet, hypnotic rush of data flow constructed a chillingly efficient portrait of her life. No dependents. Clean record, almost pristine. A blank slate waiting to be written by my hand. I committed her social security number, her exact address, and her resting heart rate from her latest physical to memory. Every detail is a leverage point. I wasn't done. I seamlessly bypassed the biometric lock on her personal smartphone sitting on her desk. I activated the microphone and the front-facing camera. I leaned closer to my speaker, tilting my head slightly, straining to catch every private exhalation. The low, persistent hiss of the office air conditioning filled my ears, followed by the soft, almost jagged rhythm of her breathing. I instinctively raised a hand, my fingertips brushing my own lips as I listened intently. I was staring at her live now. "Can you hear me, little bird?" A soft tremor in her breath. The scent of her fear is almost palpable, even through the digital ether. I was the ghost in her machine, closer to her than anyone else in the world, an unseen god hovering right over her shoulder. The tension in my chest thickened into a heavy proprietary pulse. On the overhead dome camera feed, I watched Natalia move. Her movements were tense, guarded. She hit print. A few seconds later, she grabbed the printed pages of my ledger and shoved them into a slim leather briefcase. She cast quick, darting glances around the empty office. She could feel it. The intangible weight of eyes on her. She brushed her hand against an empty coffee cup on her desk. It created a small, jarring clatter that echoed unnervingly in the deserted office, and she visibly jumped, her shoulders pulling up to her ears. She feels it. Good, I murmured. The distant hum of the city traffic bled through the thick glass of her office building on the feed. Let the fear build. It is a potent seasoning. Paranoia is a useful tool. It will lead her straight into my hands. I switched the camera feeds seamlessly as she bolted from the desk, grabbing her coat. I tracked her progress down the elevator and into the firm's dimly lit, cavernous parking garage. The muffled echoes of her hurried footsteps reverberated off the cold concrete. I heard the slight squeak of her shoe against the slick floor. I watched her approach a silver sedan, her fingers visibly trembling as she tried to insert the key into the car door lock. She missed the keyhole twice in her haste. I permitted myself a silent, predatory chuckle, the sound barely a whisper in my own control room. A skittish prey. Excellent. The physical distance between us was closing, and the anticipation was a potent intoxicant. The thrill is in the capture, not the swift kill. She dances to my silent tune. She finally got the door open, threw the briefcase into the passenger seat, and sped out of the garage. The second her tires hit the street, I pulled up the city's vast traffic camera grid on my center screen, transforming it into a shimmering holographic map. Thousands of tiny red and green lights represented cars. I identified her license plate and locked the tracking algorithm. The rhythmic, imperceptible blink of a green GPS icon followed her precise location. I meticulously mapped her route home, watching every turn she took, every panicked lane change. I leaned forward, my own reflection momentarily obscuring a segment of the city grid on the glass. Predictable. Route to home, confirmed. No deviation. I was already calculating optimal intercept points, though I knew exactly where and when I would take her. Every road leads back to me. Before her tiny car even turned onto her street, I routed myself into her building's network. It was pathetic. I was inside her smart apartment in 3 seconds flat. I remotely accessed the thermostat on her wall, the camera embedded in the front of her smart fridge, and the webcam on the laptop resting innocently on her bedside table. Every sensor in her personal space was now my eyes and ears. I was waiting for her, in the dark. I reached out and subtly adjusted the thermostat interface on my end, dropping the temperature in her apartment by a single, almost imperceptible degree. A minute assertion of my unseen presence. Her sanctuary. Now my domain. Welcome home, Natalia, I whispered to the empty room. Every corner will tell me its secrets. A minute later, the hallway camera caught her approaching her door. She shoved the key in, twisted it, and practically fell inside. I watched from the laptop feed in her living room as she slammed the door shut behind her. I heard the solid, final click of the deadbolt. She leaned back against the wood, her body visibly shaking, her chest heaving. She tossed the heavy, incriminating briefcase onto the sofa. It landed with a soft, muffled thud on the upholstery like it was a live grenade. She dropped her keys onto a small table by the door with a loud, rattling clatter, startling herself all over again. She pressed the heel of her hand hard against her throbbing temple, squeezing her eyes shut. The weight of her secret is crushing her, I said softly, leaning back in my chair. She mistakenly believed she was safe, just because she locked a flimsy piece of wood. It's a burden she cannot bear alone. I will alleviate it. Such fragile belief in her walls. I watched her pace the small, slightly messy living room. There were books stacked haphazardly on a side table, a throw blanket bunched up on an armchair. The visual clutter was a macabre contrast to the clean, spare lines of my control room. I brought up a schematic of her apartment's floor plan and traced the outline of a minuscule dust bunny near the baseboard with a long, elegant finger. The decision finalized in my head, cold and unyielding. Kill her. No. A tragic waste of unique potential. She had the brains to unravel my ghost accounts. That kind of cognitive processing belonged to me now. Her mind will be mine. A project worthy of my attention. I would break her brilliant mind carefully, meticulously, strip it down to the studs, and rebuild it so she served only me. I will reshape her. A masterpiece of broken will. On the screen, she walked into the narrow kitchen. I switched to the fridge camera. She grabbed a glass from the cabinet and turned on the tap. I stared at the screen, my eyes tracking the tight line of her throat as she swallowed. Her hands were trembling violently as she held the glass. Water sloshed over the rim. The voyeurism suddenly shifted into something much heavier, a visceral, predatory heat blooming in my gut. Trembling hands. A beautiful vulnerability. I wanted to be the one causing that exact physical reaction. Not just through abstract fear, but with my hands on her skin. I wanted to force that shiver. I slowly unbuttons the cuff of my expensive silk shirt, a subtle release of the building tension, my fingers lingering on the fine fabric. I will claim that shiver, that gasp, I promised the screen. Her body will learn my touch. It will crave it. I pulled up a separate window, diving into the folder of personal photos I'd scraped from her cloud drive. Smiling faces. Vacations. I flicked through them with clinical detachment until I found what I needed. A picture of her with an older woman and a younger girl. I cross-referenced the faces. Sister Clara. Mother Eleanor. I used a digital red marker tool and drew a slow circle around the sister's smiling face on the screen. Points of influence. Predictable, yet effective. This was the mortar for her cage. Everyone has a price or a weakness. I simply find them. Natalia walked back into the living room and sat down at her small kitchen table. She pulled the Veksler ledger out of the briefcase and opened it. She picked up a pen and started chewing absently on the end of it, her brow furrowed in intense concentration. She let out a small, frustrated sigh. She was actually trying to build a case. Trying to decipher the hidden meanings in the numbers. I crossed one elegant leg over the other, a private, self-satisfied smile playing on my lips. The muffled wail of a distant siren drifted through her window, a sound she didn't even react to. Fight all you want, little rebel. It's a waste of precious effort. She was working tirelessly against the very man who already owned every metric of her life. Your intelligence will serve me, not oppose me. A beautiful irony. You work for me, even now. The delusion of intimacy was intoxicating. I was the only conscious being in the entire sprawling city, truly aware of her existence in this exact moment. I leaned toward the microphone on my desk, my hand instinctively rising to rest on my own throat, asserting my absolute control. Sleep now, little bird, my voice was a low, commanding whisper in the silent room. Rest. You are mine, even in your dreams. Soon, even your subconscious will answer to me. As if she heard me, she finally pushed the ledger away, rubbed her face, and stood up. I tracked her movements to the bedroom feed. Her footsteps were weary. She sat on the edge of her unmade bed and slowly, almost meticulously, took off her socks. The red hair fell softly over her face as she leaned forward. She let out a small, weary yawn and ran a hand through her disheveled hair, pushing it back. I hit record. I carefully labeled the video file. Natalia_night_1_raw_emotion, dragging it into a rapidly growing encrypted archive. Private moments are now property. Every detail noted. A library of obsession, curated by me. Such mundane intimacy. Soon it will be mine to command. She reached over to turn off the bedside lamp. Before she could hit the switch, I executed a remote command to her smart home hub, subtly dimming the bedroom's bulbs by precisely 5%. It was a barely perceptible change in illumination. Natalia froze. She looked at the lamp, completely confused, a small frown creasing her forehead. She wrapped her arms around herself, a visible shiver running down her spine, and glanced around the dimly lit room. My smile widened fractionally. A silent, cruel triumph. A subtle touch. A whisper in the dark. I loved the pure paranoia radiating off her. The ghost in the machine. She feels my presence, even unknowingly. The slightest discomfort, orchestrated by me. She finally turned off the lamp and scrambled under the covers, pulling them all the way up to her chin. She squeezed her eyes shut. I activated the biometric scanner on her smartwatch remotely. A thin green line appeared on a side screen, undulating rhythmically with her heart rate. The steady, rhythmic beep of the monitor filled my space. I found the steady, precise rhythm of it strangely soothing. Her life force measured and monitored. I got up from the console and walked over to my private bar cart. I poured a generous measure of aged scotch into a heavy crystal glass. The ice clinked softly against the rim. The cool, peaty taste burned pleasantly on my tongue as I listened to the steady thrum of her heart. A lullaby of control. Mine. Every beat a promise of ownership. I carried the glass to the massive, floor-to-ceiling window of my private office. The vast, silent panorama of the city stretched out below me, thousands of lights forming a glittering, distant tapestry. I rested a single, long-fingered hand against the cool glass. I didn't need the GPS to know where she was. I stared straight through the night, toward the specific constellation of buildings where her apartment sat. My mind finalized the logistics for the physical intercept. The parking garage at her firm. 3 days. The intercept. Imminent. The faint warmth of the glass beneath my palm grounded me. No escape. The trap is now fully set. She will come to me. I will ensure it. I swirled the amber liquid gently in the crystal glass, the faint glow of the monitors reflecting on the surface. My brother Mikhail would have kicked her door down 10 minutes ago, dragged her out by her hair and broken her jaw. He was a brute. Visceral, messy and loud. I raised my glass in a silent, chilling toast to the sleeping shape on my monitor. Mikhail crushes, I said to the empty room. I dismantle. More elegant, more satisfying. I took another slow drink. A masterpiece of broken will, meticulously crafted. She will thank me, eventually. I walked back to the desk and set my glass down precisely on a polished obsidian coaster. The soft, definitive clink echoed in the stillness. I adjusted the cuff of my shirt one last time, my green eyes locked onto her resting form. I could take her right now. I could end the game tonight. But the anticipation was too exquisite. One more day, I said, my voice dead flat. That is all she has left. Then the cage closes. Permanently. Forever. Hers to be mine. I tapped a key, killing the main displays, leaving only the steady green line of her heartbeat pulsing in the dark. One more day. Then I ruin her life entirely.
Chapter 3. Natalia POV. I wake up with a violent jerk, gasping like I just surfaced from drowning. The silence in my apartment is suffocating, thick and artificial, the kind of quiet that means something is profoundly wrong. I shove my hand under the cool silk pillowcase, my fingers digging past the expensive satin until they hit the hard leather edge of my briefcase. Thank God. It's still there. Just a dream. It has to be just a dream, I tell myself, but the lie tastes like ash. Why is it so quiet? Too quiet. My brain is going 1,000,000 miles an hour. I need to get out of bed, but I can't force my legs to move. I just pull the blanket higher up my neck like some pathetic shield against a monster I can't even see. This isn't real. It can't be real. I'm a senior auditor at a top-tier firm. I don't deal with mafia hitmen and ghost accounts. I deal with tax loopholes and offshore shell companies for boring old rich men. But the Veksler name is different. It's a death sentence printed in neat little columns of Times New Roman. I force myself out of bed and stumble into the living room. Lights on. Warm white. Please, I say, my voice raspy and pathetic in the empty room. The smart speaker ring glows, but instead of the cozy aesthetic glow I paid way too much for, the overheads flicker violently. They dim down to this nasty low hum, and then snap on in a harsh clinical blue. No, not blue. What the fuck is happening to my system? I snap, marching over to the console. I tap the illuminated ring of the smart speaker in a rapid, frustrated rhythm. Come on, work. Why won't you work? I manually twist the dial, but the blue light stays, casting these long alien shadows across my velvet sofa. Is this a system update? It can't be. I disabled auto updates specifically because they always break my morning routine. This is impossible. My system is secure. I paid a premium for end-to-end encryption. Who would even know how to do this? This isn't a glitch. This feels intentional. Like some creep is sitting in a dark room somewhere, just fucking with my settings to see if I'll snap. I drag myself into the kitchen to make coffee, desperate for caffeine to cut through the brain fog. While the machine gurgles and spits, I catch my reflection in the dark glass of the smart fridge. More specifically, I lock eyes with the tiny, integrated camera lens at the top of the door. A sharp prickle of heat spreads rapidly across my skin, starting at the back of my neck and rushing down my spine. Am I losing it? This is ridiculous. It's just a camera. It's just a camera that tells me when I'm out of oat milk. Who would even care about my bad coffee-making skills? But the feeling doesn't fade. It intensifies until I swear I can feel some unhinged psycho pressing their face against the other side of the lens, watching me breathe. He's not real. It's just my imagination, I mutter, grabbing a bright yellow ceramic mug and shoving it right in front of the lens. Take that, you freak. This is starting to feel like a bad surveillance movie. Why won't this feral feeling in my gut go away? He's in here with me, somehow. I grab my coffee and haul the briefcase to the glass dining table. The antique brass locks pop with a sharp metallic snap that makes me flinch. I pull out the 20-page ledger, the crisp paper rustling as I spread the printouts across the cold glass. My finger, shaking like an absolute leaf, traces the Mikhail letters at the top of the page. Veksler Z. Billions. This is literally billions in illicit funds, moving through shell corporations. Who the fuck is Veksler Z? Mikhail Veksler is the muscle. Everyone in the financial sector whispers about him like the boogeyman, but Viktor? The ghost? This is not just corporate embezzlement. This is a whole empire built on blood and extortion, masked by legitimate tech investments. Every number here is a life ruined, a weapon bought, a crime covered up. How could I have been so blind? I was just supposed to do an internal audit for a mid-level subsidiary. I wasn't supposed to find the goddamn motherlode. This could ruin everyone involved. My firm. My life. All for these stupid numbers. The reflection of my own face in the glass table looks pale, completely wrecked. I slam the ledger back into the briefcase and storm into my bedroom. Get it together, Natalia. Act normal. No one will know if you don't show it. I rip a sharp charcoal suit off a hanger and pull it on. This is my armor. This is the suit that says I charge $1,000 an hour and I don't take shit from anyone. Just another day. Just another meeting. I tug unnecessarily at the lapels, smoothing out wrinkles that don't exist, trying to force the panic down into a tight little box in my chest. Don't look scared. Don't look weak. The wool fabric feels heavy, almost oppressive, but I need it to hold me together. I snap the brass locks on the briefcase again. Click. Click. I need to be stronger than this terror. But the truth is, this suit is a complete joke. It's supposed to make me feel powerful, but right now I just feel like a walking target wrapped in expensive fabric. I walk down the hall to my front door and stop dead. I press my ear against the heavy mahogany wood, holding my breath until my lungs burn. It's fine. It's fine. Nothing's out there. Just the faint hum of the building's HVAC pushing air through the vents. Just an ordinary morning. Push past the fear. I grip the cool brass doorknob, my knuckles turning Mikhail white as I squeeze it hard enough to bruise. Don't be ridiculous. No one is waiting for you in the hallway of a secure luxury high-rise. This is it. The moment of truth. I need to be brave. I have to be. What am I going to find? I slowly turn the deadbolt. The sharp metallic clack echoes in my quiet apartment like a gunshot. I pull the door open a cautious crack and immediately let out a raw, choked scream. I stumble backward, tripping over my own expensive heels, landing hard on the entryway tile. Nailed directly to the exact center of my front door is a dead raven. Its black wings are pinned wide open like a grotesque macabre crucifix. Oh my God. What the fuck is that? No. No, no, no. This can't be real. I clap my shaking hand over my mouth, pressing hard to keep the vomit down. The metallic, sickly sweet smell of fresh blood instantly hits my nose, mixing with the scent of wet feathers. Who did this? Who would do something so completely deranged? This is a message. I know it. They're not playing games anymore. They are deadass telling me I'm next. My door, my home, my safe space is completely violated. I force myself up onto my knees, staring completely transfixed at the horrible thing. A long hand-forged silver spike is driven directly through the raven's chest, burying itself deep into the solid mahogany of my door. A spike? Silver? Like a ritual. Dark, thick blood has trickled down the elegant wood grain, pooling in a sticky red stain on the pristine hallway floorboards. This isn't random. This is deliberate. They're telling me to stop. To be silent. To die. The blood is so real, so vivid under the hallway lights. I lean in slightly, my vision narrowing to focus on the tiny, intricate engravings on the head of the silver spike. What kind of person does this? This is pure evil. It's archaic. It's mafia shit straight out of a movie, but it's happening right in front of my face. Silver. Like a weapon against something supernatural. Like he thinks I'm some pest to be exterminated. My head snaps up, and I dart out into the hallway, looking frantically left and right. The sterile, carpeted corridor is completely empty. The fluorescent lighting above hums with an eerie rhythmic buzz that suddenly sounds like a countdown. Who was here? They couldn't have just vanished. I pull my cashmere cardigan tighter around my chest, crossing my arms over my breasts like it's going to stop a bullet. They're gone. But they were here. I know they were here while I was asleep just 20 feet away. Are they still watching me from somewhere? I lean out, peering toward the elevator bank. Nothing. Just empty space. This is too quiet. Something's wrong. My neighbors. Did absolutely no one hear someone hammering a giant metal spike into a wooden door? I'm completely alone. He moves like a fucking ghost. I grab the edge of the door and slam it shut with a resounding thud that shakes the walls. I twist the deadbolt, latch the chain, throw the manual lock. I slide down the smooth wood until my ass hits the floor, and then I just lose it. Breathe. Just breathe, Natalia. You have to. But the air won't go in. My chest is locked up tight. This is not happening. I'm having a nightmare. I press the heels of my hands into my temples, pushing hard, trying to keep my skull from physically cracking open. I can't think. I can't breathe. I can't move. He's going to kill me. He's going to find me, and he's going to string me up just like that bird. I'm trapped. I'm utterly, completely trapped in a box in the sky. What do I do? What do I do? The faint scent of my own fear sweat is mixing with the phantom smell of the blood outside. They know. He knows everything. I am so thoroughly fucked. Still hyperventilating on the floor, I grab my phone from my pocket. I swipe to the dialer, my thumb hovering aggressively over the 9 and the 1. No. I can't trust them. Not local. I stare at the screen. The Veksler accounts. I saw the line items. Payouts to the precinct captains, donations to the police union, straight-up bribes masked as consulting fees. What if the police are compromised? What if the cops that show up are on his payroll? Calling 911 could literally be calling my killer right to my front door. I clench my fist, the edge of the phone digging painfully into my palm. There's no one. Absolutely no one to call. This is a syndicate. They own this city. They own the judges, the cops, the politicians. My only protection is myself? The realization hits me like a bucket of ice water, snapping me out of the panic spiral. I drop the phone into my lap. I am entirely on my own. I push myself up off the floor, my legs stiff and trembling. I start pacing the length of my Persian rug, my heels clicking rapidly against the hardwood. Click, clack, click, clack. They're trying to scare me. It's a psychological game. If they wanted me dead right this second, they would have put that silver spike through my skull, not a bird. I shove my red-rimmed glasses up my nose, my jaw locking tight. I'm not going to be intimidated. I'm Natalia Merrick. I crawled my way up the corporate ladder through pure, unadulterated spite. This is not how I go out. Not like this. Not hiding in my apartment like a coward. This is a test. They want to see my reaction. They want me to crumble and burn the evidence. Fear is a tool. I won't let it paralyze me. I am smarter than them. I know how the money moves, and money is the only thing that actually matters in this world. I stop pacing abruptly, right in the middle of the room. The FBI. They're my only shot. My last resort. Local cops are bought, but the feds? The feds love a high-profile takedown. They can't get to everyone. Not the feds. They have way too much to lose. This is a global syndicate moving billions. It needs a federal response. I run a hand violently through my red hair, pushing it entirely out of my face. I'm done being scared. I'm going on the offensive. He wants a fight? I'll give him a goddamn war. I will hand them the ledger wrapped in a bow. This is a one-way ticket. I know that. Once I hand this over, my life as I know it is over. Witness protection, new identity, whatever. But it beats ending up crucified on a door. I march back to the front door, yanking a thick hand towel off the hook in the kitchen on my way. I unlock the deadbolt and open the door again. I wrap the towel around the head of the silver spike, gripping it hard. Proof. I need proof they did this. I pull. It resists for a second, then tears out of the wood with an awful splintering sound. The dead raven falls straight to the carpet with a wet, dull thud. I don't look at it. This is evidence. This is his signature. He left this for me. I'll use it against him. Every single piece matters now. I carry the spike back inside, the metal cold and heavy even through the terry cloth. I pop the briefcase open, drop the bloody spike right on top of the neat stack of financial doom, and snap it shut. Let him send his messages. I'll send mine. This is going straight to the feds. I grab my coat and step out of the apartment, locking it behind me, and march down the hall to the elevator. The doors slide open and I step into the sleek mirrored box. My eyes immediately snap to the small, dark dome of the security camera in the ceiling corner. Smile, Natalia. Act normal. Don't give him absolutely anything. He's watching. He's always watching. I shift my weight, turning my shoulder and casually moving my briefcase so it's wedged between my body and the wall, completely out of the camera's line of sight. Just another ride down. Just another morning, going to work. But the reflections in the mirrored walls show a woman who looks like she hasn't slept in a week, eyes wide and feral. Every corner holds a threat now. I can literally feel his eyes scraping over my skin. This elevator is a glass cage. The elevator drops smoothly, then dings on the 4th floor. The doors slide open, and a robust guy in a neon yellow jogging suit steps in. I flinch so violently, I slam my elbow into the handrail. I press myself back into the very corner of the car, clutching the briefcase to my chest like a shield. Is he with them? Is this a setup? He turns around, popping a bright white earbud into his ear, completely oblivious to my mental breakdown. Just a neighbor. Just a normal neighbor. Don't panic, you look insane. I stare fixedly at the digital floor display ticking down. 3, 2. Don't make eye contact. Don't draw attention. He's too close. He's standing way too casual. Is that a faint hum from his earbuds, or is it an earpiece? A comm link? Everyone is a suspect now. The smell of his fresh laundry detergent and sweat fills the small space, and I hold my breath until my lungs ache. The doors open to the expansive marble lobby. I speed walk past the jogger, my heels clicking loudly on the polished stone floor. Mr. Henderson, the doorman, is standing at his podium in his perfectly pressed uniform. He tips his hat with a warm smile. "Have a good morning, Ms. Merrick." I stop. I stare right at his face, searching for a micro-expression, a twitch, a tell. "Good morning, Mr. Henderson. A quiet morning, wasn't it? Did you see anything unusual? Are you one of them?" He just keeps smiling, looking mildly confused by my intense glare. "How much do you really know about the people coming in and out of this building? You seem very calm today, for a guy whose building just had a Mafia calling card nailed to a tenant's door. Do you always stand here, completely blind to the reality around you?" I force my mouth into a tight plastic smile. "Just a normal day, right?" I nod stiffly and push through the heavy revolving glass doors. The freezing morning wind whips my red hair violently across my face as I step onto the busy sidewalk. The rush hour traffic is a wall of noise and exhaust. Cars honking, people rushing past with coffees and briefcases. Almost there. Just a little further. Don't break down now. I keep my head down, my pace aggressive, practically power walking toward the multi-story parking garage 2 blocks down. Don't look suspicious. Don't run. Just walk. Be strong, Natalia. You can do this. The anonymity of the crowd should make me feel better, but it doesn't. I hate this feeling of being watched. Every single person who brushes past my shoulder makes my stomach drop. Just one foot in front of the other. Keep the briefcase tight against your ribs. The garage is my next hurdle. I stop at the corner, waiting for the crosswalk light. A sleek matte black SUV with heavily tinted windows pulls up to the red light directly next to me. I freeze entirely. My breath catches so hard it physically hurts my throat. It's him. It has to be him. He's here. I stare at the impenetrable dark glass of the passenger window. Just drive past. Please just drive past. Don't look at me. Don't see me. The low, powerful rumble of the engine vibrates right through the concrete sidewalk into my shoes. This is it. This is where he rolls down the window and puts a bullet in me right on the street. My blood is turning straight to ice. My muscles lock, entirely ready to sprint directly into the oncoming traffic to get away. How did he know exactly where I'd be? The crosswalk sign chirps, and the SUV smoothly accelerates away, blending into the sea of cars. I exhale a shaky breath that sounds like a sob. I duck into the cold concrete maw of the multi-story parking garage, desperate to get off the exposed street. The transition from the gray daylight to the sickly, flickering fluorescent tubes makes my heart kick into overdrive. Dark. Too dark. This is completely wrong. This is not safe. I shouldn't be here in this isolated tomb. I fumble wildly with my purse, my hands shaking so badly I drop my lip gloss and my ID badge before my fingers finally locate my access card. Why does it feel like I'm willingly walking into a cage? I swipe the card against the reader. It beeps and the metal gate clanks open. Please let my car be exactly where I left it. I jog up the concrete ramp, the smell of damp concrete and motor oil hitting the back of my throat. I need to get out of sight. Every scuff of my shoe echoes loudly against the low ceiling. I reach level 2 and frantically scan the rows of parked cars. Idiot. Don't be so clumsy. Focus. I dig for my keys in my pocket, pulling them out too fast. They slip through my sweaty fingers and crash onto the concrete floor with a metallic clatter that sounds like someone dropped an anvil. Get in. Get in now. Before he gets here. I bend down, my knees shaking, and snatch the keys off the grimy floor. It's just the keys. It's just the keys. Don't freak out. I hit the unlock button, and the headlights of my silver sedan flash 50 feet away. Thank God. Where is he? I can feel him. I can feel the weight of his attention pressing down on the back of my neck. This silence in here is literally screaming at me. My car. Finally. I yank the door open, practically dive into the driver's seat, and slam the door shut. I immediately smash the central locking button. Click. Safe. I'm safe in here. For now. I twist around in the seat, checking the back floorboards, the back seat. Empty. No one. There's no one here. Just me. I toss the heavy briefcase onto the passenger seat, my hand resting on the leather handle for comfort. Just breathe. Just go. Don't look back. This car is my only refuge. The locks? Are they strong enough? If he wanted to break the glass, he easily could. He can't get in here, I lie to myself, my eyes darting rapidly to the rearview mirror, checking the dim garage behind me. I jam the key into the ignition and turn it. The engine roars to life, the vibrations finally grounding me just a little bit. No turning back now. This is it. The dashboard screen flickers with a wave of static, making my stomach drop before the GPS finally boots up. This is the only way. The only chance I have to get out of this alive. I type the address for the local FBI field office into the navigation. FBI. Let's see if you're as good as your reputation. I just need to get there. To tell them everything. It's a long shot, but it's all I have. Please let this work. My thumb hovers over the screen and then I hit confirm. Route calculating. I throw the car into drive and hit the gas, speeding toward the winding, narrow exit ramp. As the car curves down toward the lower level, my eyes flick nervously to the rearview mirror. A pair of bright, cold LED headlights suddenly switch on in the darkness, 3 rows directly behind where I was parked. He's here. He's really here. He was waiting. The headlights pull out and follow me perfectly down the ramp, maintaining an exact distance. He knew I'd come this way. He planned this entire morning. Oh God. I'm so stupid. I literally walked right into it. My grip on the steering wheel tightens until my knuckles scream. Don't panic. Just keep driving. Get out onto the street. He's right behind me. He's right there in my mirror, a mechanical predator tracking its prey. This is the end of the line if I let him stop me. I hit the street level, the barrier arm swinging up just in time for me to blow past it and merge violently into the busy morning traffic. I keep my foot heavy on the gas, my jaw clenched so tight my teeth ache. Just a few more blocks. I can do this. Almost there. The headlights remain exactly 2 cars behind me, a silent, menacing shadow. He'll never get me now. Not once I walk through the metal detectors at the FBI. I'll be safe surrounded by federal agents. I hope you like federal prison, Veksler. Because you're going to rot there. I just need to survive these next few minutes on the road. My heart is beating so fast it's going to literally explode out of my chest. I merge into the fast lane, completely unaware that he isn't trying to stop me from going to the FBI. He's just hurting me exactly where he needs me to be. This is my only chance. Let's see who wins. I keep my eyes locked on the road ahead, the GPS voice guiding me toward my destination. All I have to do is follow the route. The metal briefcase sits heavy on the passenger seat, carrying the weight of my survival. I'll walk into that lobby, drop this bomb on their desks, and let the chips fall where they may. Just keep driving. Keep breathing. It's almost over. None of this matters if I can just get to the front door. The city rushes past my windows in a blur of gray concrete and brake lights, completely indifferent to the fact that my life is currently hanging by a thread. I check the mirror one last time. Still there. Whatever. Let him follow me all the way to the feds. I adjust the rear view mirror, focusing entirely on the road ahead. Turns out, I'm not the kind of girl who just rolls over and dies quietly.
Chapter 4. Viktor POV. The digital readout of the elevator floor numbers ticked down on my wrist-mounted tablet, perfectly synced with the compromised security feed lighting up the small screen. I sat in the shadows of my black Bentley SUV, Pristine and patient, the faint hum of the idle engine the only sound in the dead space of the underground parking garage. I adjusted the rearview mirror a fraction of an inch to obscure my face from the outside while keeping a flawless view of the elevator bank. My gloved finger tapped a slow, idle rhythm against the leather steering wheel. The Veksler ledger, Miss Merrick. A fucking mistake. Your curiosity is unfortunate, but your execution was sloppy. I prefer my assets contained, not exposed to the federal government. Tonight, the audit begins, and every piece of your pathetic little life has already been accounted for. The doors slid open on the screen, and in reality 50 yards away, spilling harsh fluorescent light onto the concrete. I watched her step out, pulling her coat tighter around her frame like it could actually protect her from what was coming. The door swings one way only for you now. Welcome to the family business. Her heels clicked sharply against the oil-stained concrete, the sound echoing way too loud in the cavernous space. I watched her deliberately slow her pace, her head swiveling, eyes darting over the parked cars. She clutched that worn leather briefcase to her chest like a shield. She ran her tongue over dry lips, tasting her own rising panic. I could practically smell it from here. Such a pretty face for such dangerous information. I catalogued every twitch, every hesitation. She knew she shouldn't have come down here alone after finding that dead raven on her door. I had been watching her sleep, watching her work, watching her fucking breathe, and this was the exact culmination of all those data points. Do you understand your situation yet? No, you don't. But you will. She reached her car, and the sheer adrenaline finally wrecked her motor skills. She fumbled with her keys. Her fingers, stiff with cold and nerves, slipped on the smooth plastic of her keycard. It clattered to the concrete with a sharp clink that bounced off the walls. She winced, her breath catching in a shallow, ragged hitch as she dropped into a crouch to snatch them up. She hesitated down there for a second, clutching the metal tight, scanning the shadows again with a desperate, pathetic hope that she was just being paranoid. She wasn't. I popped the door of the Bentley and stepped out, moving through the shadows with the predatory grace of a man who owned the dark. My bespoke leather shoes made zero sound on the concrete. I stepped out from behind a massive black support column, keeping my posture ramrod straight, my suit jacket perfectly aligned. She didn't hear a fucking thing. I closed the distance with economical, lethal precision, adjusting the cuff of my jacket with a barely perceptible flick of my wrist. She was so completely unaware, so small and fragile standing there by her sedan, yet she thought she had the brains to burn my empire to the ground. A necessary correction was in order. This was going to be highly instructional for both of us. Just as she stood up, and her fingers brushed the cold metal of her driver's side door handle, I slammed my open palm against the glass right next to her face. The explosive thwack vibrated through the metal and echoed through the entire garage like a gunshot. The static shock of it was instant. Natalia jumped so violently she damn near came out of her shoes, recoiling backward and slamming her spine against her own car. She was completely boxed in. I watched a tiny tremor shake her hand, still hovering inches from the handle she was never going to open. She spun around, hitting the cold metal with a dull thunk, her face pale as a sheet, eyes wide and totally unfocused behind those sharp little glasses. Her fingers clawed blindly into her open purse, desperate to find anything that could offer protection, her breath hitching audibly. "Who are you?" she choked out. "What do you want?" "Stay away from me." The smell of my sandalwood and crisp linen cologne hit her, suffocating out the industrial scent of exhaust and concrete dust. I just stood there, letting her scrape her hand against the lining of her bag, letting her heart hammer itself to pieces against her ribs. She ripped her hand out of the bag and brandished a small bright red canister of mace. Her thumb hovered uncertainly over the nozzle, her hand shaking so badly the spray jittered in the air. I didn't move a muscle. My green eyes stayed locked on hers, completely clinical, utterly unimpressed. "Don't come any closer," she shrieked, her voice cracking. "I'll spray you. I swear to God I will." Her lower lip trembled. A single bead of sweat traced a path down her temple. She actually thought this piece of plastic was going to save her from me. My hand moved faster than her brain could process. I snatched her wrist right out of the air, my long fingers wrapping around her delicate bones in a vice of pure steel. I squeezed. Hard. A sharp jolt of pain shot up her arm, and she cried out, her fingers reflexively snapping open. Let go of me. You're hurting me. Stop. The canister slipped from her numb grip. I felt the delicate bird-like bones of her wrist grinding under my palm, confirming the exact power dynamic I needed her to understand. Physical resistance was an absolute joke. The mace clattered to the floor, skittering across the concrete. I casually kicked it away with the polished leather of my loafer, sending it spinning into the black void beneath a parked minivan. I never took my eyes off her face as I did it. Her shoulders slumped the second it disappeared from sight. Her last shred of defiant hope, gone in a fraction of a second. I wanted her to feel the emptiness of her empty hand. I shifted my grip, my hand clamping down hard on her waist, and pivoted. I hauled her away from the car with effortless strength, dragging her halfway across the aisle, until I slammed her back against the rough, cold concrete of a heavy support pillar. The impact knocked the wind right out of her lungs. A pathetic little oof escaped her lips, her head snapping back against the stone. I moved her like she weighed absolutely nothing. I wanted her to feel the unyielding stone at her back, and know it was exactly as forgiving as I was. She opened her mouth, forming the first syllable of a desperate scream for help, but I shifted my weight forward and pressed my entire torso flush against hers. The crushing pressure of my chest caved hers in, turning her scream into a muffled, suffocating gasp. Her hands came up, pushing weakly against the expensive wool of my shoulders. Get off me, she choked out. I leaned down, my mouth inches from her ear. Scream. No one will hear you, I told her, my voice perfectly level. The air in this garage is for my use only. Your voice is a luxury you no longer possess. I control the sound. I control the silence. Try again. You'll only exhaust yourself. Her frantic heartbeat drummed against my chest like a trapped rabbit. I reached up with one gloved hand, my movements slow and terrifyingly deliberate, and gently straightened her askew glasses. My cool fingertip brushed the bridge of her nose, pushing the frames back into perfect alignment. She froze instantly, a massive tremor ripping through her body at the unexpected intimacy. She stopped breathing entirely. Better, I murmured. We need you to see clearly, Miss Merrick. For the audit. Your vision is too important to be obscured. A small adjustment. Do you understand the precision? I loved the absolute terror in her eyes at the simple touch. Overt threats were boring. Owning her personal space was where the real psychological dismantling happened. Her frantic eyes darted left and right, looking past my shoulders at the empty rows of cars, searching for a savior that didn't exist. I shifted my broad shoulders, blocking her line of sight entirely, becoming a solid wall of tailored wool and lethal intent. Don't bother looking, I whispered, severing the last tie. The guards are on extended break. The cameras? Merely a replay of emptiness. You are quite alone, Natalia. No hero will come for you. Your firm is silent, just as I arranged. Every exit is secured. Your options have been audited and found wanting. Her shoulders slumped further against the pillar. She looked at the floor in total defeat. I let my gaze drift over her. The vibrant cascade of her red hair popped against the dreary gray concrete. I tracked the frantic flutter of her pulse at the base of her throat, a macabre, pale vulnerability. Such vibrant defiance, I analyzed out loud, my eyes dissecting her. A waste to crush it entirely. Your fire will serve a new purpose. You have a unique spark, Miss Merrick. It will make a beautiful tool. Your pulse sings with adrenaline. I find it compelling. I felt a cold, deep spike of arousal as I assessed her. She wasn't just a threat anymore, she was an acquisition. A highly valuable, unbroken resource. She swallowed hard, her throat bobbing, putting that pulse right on display for me. She sucked in a desperate breath, her chin jutting out as she shoved against my chest with everything she had left. You Veksler bastard, she spat, her voice hoarse but furious. I'll see you in a cell, you psycho. My reports are already with the FBI. You'll never get away with this. Go to hell. My patience snapped. Her verbal defiance was an unnecessary delay to the inevitable. Time to show her exactly how useless that mouth was for anything other than what I demanded. My hand slid from her waist up to her jaw. I gripped the hinge of her jawbone with my long fingers and forced her head back against the concrete pillar with unyielding pressure. A single drop of sweat rolled down her temple. You should have kept your curiosity contained, Miss Merrick, I said, my grip locking her skull in place. Now your secrets are mine. And your mouth. Time for silence. My rules. My domain. This is not a negotiation. I will teach you obedience. Her eyes fluttered closed for a second, bracing for the hit, then snapped open, wide and terrified. I bridged the final inch, letting my breath ghost over her lips. I could smell the sharp, intoxicating scent of her fear mixing with my cologne. I watched her stomach tighten, her jaw clenching under my hand. I felt her tense, trying to pull back into the stone, finding zero purchase. I crashed my lips against hers. The impact was brutal, a physical collision designed to stun her into total silence. My bespoke suit jacket scraped roughly against the delicate silk of her blouse, the harsh friction burning her skin. I didn't give her a second to adjust. I grabbed the back of her head, tangling my fingers violently into her vibrant red hair, pulling her scalp tight to angle her face exactly where I wanted it. A few strands tugged painfully, and she made a muffled noise of protest, but I kept her face rigidly fixed beneath mine. The kiss wasn't about pleasure. It was a clinical, dominant invasion. I shoved my tongue past her lips, cold and insistent, probing the inside of her mouth. I tasted the bitter remnants of cold coffee and the sharp, unmistakable, coppery tang of pure panic. She flinched, a full-body spasm against the concrete, but I didn't let up. Her hands, which had been pushing against me, suddenly curled inward, her knuckles turning white as she clutched my lapels. The adrenaline was confusing her nervous system. She was holding onto the very thing destroying her. I felt the smooth silk lining of my jacket shifting under her frantic grip. I bit down on her lower lip. Hard. My teeth sank into the soft flesh, precise and punishing, leaving a proprietary mark. The sharp sting forced a strangled, violent hitch of breath from her throat, a choked sound of pain. I felt the warm swell of blood surface on her lip instantly. Her eyes snapped wide open, staring blankly at the pillar behind my head in sheer shock. I softened my tongue, sweeping it deliberately across her injured lip, collecting that single drop of blood and swallowing it. I pulled back just an inch, my eyes dilating, taking in her completely ruined composure. Mine, I murmured, a low guttural vibration right against her wet, bleeding mouth. I lowered my head, resting my warm forehead against hers. Our hot, ragged breaths tangled together in the freezing garage air. It was a forced, suffocating intimacy, a shared rhythm of her panic and my absolute control. I whispered directly against her lips, making sure she felt the vibration of every single word in her bones. You belong to me now, Natalia. Every secret in your head is mine, and your body will follow. This is your new reality. Understand? She went completely rigid. The mental conditioning was taking root. I dragged my nose slowly along her jawline, down to her exposed throat. I inhaled deeply, drawing the acrid, potent scent of her terror deep into my lungs. It was a drug. She involuntarily tilted her head back, exposing the line of her neck further, a primal submission she couldn't stop. A small broken whimper tore out of her throat. Her knees buckled. The rigid tension holding her upright vanished, and she sagged heavily against me, her body completely giving out, relying entirely on my frame to keep her from hitting the floor. I caught her effortlessly. My arm snapped around her waist like an iron band, hauling her flush against me. I twisted my hips and ground my rock-hard erection directly into her pelvis. I pressed it deep into the notch of her thighs through our clothes, making damn sure she felt the undeniable throbbing reality of my arousal. Her eyes snapped wide, a sharp, high-pitched whine vibrating in her throat as the friction burned between us. She was trembling, a massive flush of shameful heat spreading across her pale skin as her body betrayed her with an unwanted physical response. This is what you are to me now, I rumbled against her skin. An acquisition. A pleasure. Feel it, Natalia. Feel what you inspire. I opened my mouth over the frantic pulse point at the base of her throat and nipped the skin, a sharp pinch that would leave a small red brand of my ownership. I let her go just enough to slowly straighten up, planting my hands on the concrete on either side of her head, caging her in. I studied the wreckage. Her red hair was a disheveled mess. Her lipstick was smeared across her mouth and chin, mixed with the faint smudge of her own blood. Her shoulders were dropped in absolute final defeat. A single, crystalline tear leaked from the corner of her left eye, cutting a clean track through the industrial dust on her cheek. "Do you understand, Miss Merrick?" I asked, my voice deceptively soft. She closed her eyes, letting the tear fall, and offered no resistance. The audit was complete. I checked my cuffs, turned her by the shoulder, and marched her toward the Bentley.
Chapter 5. Natalia POV. His grip on my arm was a fucking iron vice. My skin burned, the pressure leaving immediate angry red welts beneath my sleeves, as Viktor physically shoved me into the plush, silver-gray leather interior of his Bentley. I stumbled, the cold metal of the doorframe biting into my hip, a brutal physical reminder that my autonomy had just expired in a subterranean parking garage. "Get your hands off me," I yelled, my free hand scrabbling frantically at the seatbelt buckle resting against the pristine upholstery. My fingers were numb, fumbling with the unfamiliar heavy-duty mechanism. "Let go." I tried to kick out at the open door, aiming my heel at his shin, but my foot just glanced uselessly off the polished chrome sill. The sheer suffocating weight of his presence boxed me in, the sudden, hyper-luxurious enclosure of the car swallowing the scream I was trying to force out of my throat. I threw myself back at the door handle the second he let go, yanking it like a feral animal trapped in a snare. My fingernails scraped violently against the chrome, slipping and leaving faint, frantic smudge marks as I twisted the lever. Nothing. A soft mechanical click echoed through the cabin. Cold. Final. "Let me out. I won't go with you." I hammered my fist against the tinted glass. "Don't bother. It's locked." Viktor's voice was muffled from the outside, deadpan and entirely unbothered. The exterior fluorescent lights of the garage were already blurring into a hazy streak through the heavy tint. The child locks had engaged. I was effectively caged, trapped in a soundproof vacuum that smelled intensely of expensive leather and some hyper-sterile cleaning product that made my stomach pitch sideways. The driver's side door opened, and Viktor slid in with clinical liquid grace. The door shut silently behind him, sealing off the outside world entirely. A wave of cold ozone and sharp, expensive sandalwood washed over me. He didn't even look at me. His bespoke charcoal suit was entirely unrumpled. He reached up, adjusting the rearview mirror with a calm, deliberate motion that was somehow more terrifying than if he had pulled a gun. My eyes darted around the interior like a cornered rat, cataloging every surface for a vulnerability. A pen, a loose heavy object in the center console, a gap in the security glass. Nothing. It was a sterile, high-tech pod. I held my breath tight in my chest, shrinking back against the passenger door until the leather squeaked in protest. "What do you want?" I demanded. Silence. He just stared straight ahead, a pristine, unnerving statue. The Bentley purred to life with a deep, resonant growl you felt in your teeth rather than your ears. The dashboard lit up in an icy blue glow. Viktor shifted into gear, smooth and practiced, pulling us out of the parking spot and heading toward the yellow glow of the exit ramp. "Where are we going? Tell me." The mounting panic finally cracked my composure. My voice sounded thin, reedy, completely unhinged. "What do you want from me?" Still nothing. My hands clenched into white-knuckled fists in my lap, digging so hard into the soft wool of my skirt that my joints ached. He pulled out of the garage and merged effortlessly into the main city traffic. The Bentley was a dark phantom, cutting through the rush-hour headlights. I pressed my hot forehead against the cool tinted glass. Pedestrians were power walking on the sidewalks, laughing, checking their phones, holding fucking Starbucks cups. They were right there. 5 feet away. And they couldn't see me. No one can see me, I whispered, the realization dead-ass freezing the blood in my veins. My breath fogged a small patch on the window, obscuring the pedestrians for a second before the premium climate control instantly evaporated it. I was a ghost in a machine, riding shotgun with a literal monster, and the world was just carrying on. Without a word, Viktor reached a long, elegant hand into the back seat. The motion was so unsettlingly smooth I flinched violently, throwing my upper body further against the door panel, as if trying to merge with the frame. My fingers twitched, pulling back into my chest as he brought a slim, leather-bound tablet over the console. Its screen was dark. With a casual flick of his thumb, he woke the device. A Mikhail white page illuminated the dim cabin. He slid it directly onto my lap without taking his eyes off the road. Look. What is this? I choked out, a raw sound scraping my throat. I forced my gaze down, staring at the screen like it was a live explosive. It was a high-resolution, perfectly framed photograph of a house. A modest suburban split level with a slightly overgrown rose bush near the porch. My parents' house. I swiped a shaking finger across the glass. The next slide was an image of my younger sister, Sarah. She was wearing her oversized yellow sweater, laughing at something off-camera as she walked through the heavy glass doors of her university library. The timestamp in the bottom right corner was in bright red digital font. It was taken 12 minutes ago. The scale of his reach slammed into me like a physical blow. He had teams. He had eyes. My family was actively being hunted in real time, their entire oblivious existence laid bare on a 10-inch screen. My hand flew to my mouth, covering a ragged gasp, my teeth sinking into my lower lip to stop the noise. No. I mumbled through my fingers. In the rear-view mirror, I saw the slight, almost imperceptible tilt of Viktor's head. He didn't gloat. He just delivered the data. Your mother takes her heart medication at 7 a.m., Viktor said, his voice a chilling flat monotone that sliced right through the quiet hum of the engine. She watches her favorite gardening show at 3 p.m. on Channel 4. Your father has his standing golf game on Tuesdays at 9 a.m. He usually stops at the Chevron station on Route 9 for coffee. I shook my head slowly, disbelievingly, trying to physically dislodge the words from my brain. But they clung like ice. He was reciting my family's reality like a grocery list. Your sister, Sarah, frequents the public library on Tuesdays and Thursdays, Viktor continued, navigating a sharp turn without blinking. Her favorite coffee shop is the Daily Grind, 2 blocks from campus. She orders an iced oat milk latte. A simple hit on your mother's medication could easily be attributed to natural causes. A car accident for your father, quite common on that stretch of Route 9. Stop it, I whispered, the air entirely evacuated from my lungs. He didn't stop. He was systematically dismantling the illusion of safety I had spent my entire life believing in. Every detail, every mundane habit was a target painted directly on their backs. Please, take whatever you want. My voice cracked, raw and desperate. Tears broke over my lower lashes, streaming down my face unchecked, falling silently onto my hands still clutched tightly in my lap. I didn't even bother wiping them away. My money, my apartment, my life. Just leave them alone. I'll do anything. Please, I'm begging you. Viktor ignored the breakdown completely. He turned the steering wheel a fraction of an inch to switch lanes. His profile was carved from marble, a mask of absolute chilling indifference. The bitter taste of salt hit my tongue. I was dead-ass offering him my soul, and he looked like he was listening to an automated weather report. Logic and emotion had zero currency here. You will work for me, Natalia, he said, his voice dropping a fraction but gaining a terrifying density. Rebuild my network. Secure my assets. Or your mother, your father, and your sister will be liquidated by morning. This is not a negotiation. Liquidated. The sterile corporate word for mass murder echoed out of my mouth before I could stop it. My nails dug deeper into my thighs, scraping the skin raw through the fabric. Viktor lifted his left wrist off the steering wheel, checking the face of his minimalist platinum watch. It was a calm, bored gesture. I am not a man who gives second chances, Natalia. Consider this a simple equation. Your intellect for their lives. You're a monster, I hissed, my eyes fixating on the cold glint of his platinum cufflink because looking at his face made me feel like I was going to throw up. Don't bother, Viktor said, catching my frantic darting look toward the door handle. The doors won't open until I allow it. Any attempt will only result in a nasty concussion, and I need your brain intact. My hand, which had been hovering over the handle for a desperate, stupid second, dropped back to my lap in defeat. I was cornered. There was no HR department. There was no police intervention. Every escape route was preemptively severed by a man who treated human lives like accounting errors. Viktor casually reached down and buttoned his bespoke suit jacket with one hand. It was a purely aesthetic, deeply unnecessary gesture, given the fact that we were currently discussing the execution of my family. The Mikhail contrast between his high-powered CEO aesthetic and his casual psychopathy made my stomach twist into a complicated, sickening knot. Appearance, Natalia, is everything, he murmured, a soft, contemplative sound. Especially when dealing with less refined individuals. I stared at him, my brain spiraling into a chaotic mess. The worst part wasn't the terror. The worst part was the sudden, unwanted flash of heat in my core. A traitorous, feral reaction to his absolute, apex predator control. He was flawless, untouchable, and he owned me. The cognitive dissonance was enough to snap my sanity in half. I was sitting next to a demon who looked like a GQ cover model, and my biology was betraying my morality. The Bentley glided onto the massive suspension bridge, connecting the outer boroughs to the financial district. The city lights glittered like scattered diamonds on the black water below. Consider your previous life a closed ledger, Viktor said, his eyes tracking the road. The Veksler ledger is now open for you. I looked out the window at the receding skyline of the suburbs. A silent, hollow farewell to everything normal I had ever known. Goodbye, boring weekend brunches. Goodbye, complaining about tax season. My old life just got buried. I agree to your terms. I forced the words past the sandpaper in my throat. I will work for you. Viktor didn't smile. He didn't look relieved. He just gave a single sharp nod, confirming an outcome he had calculated with 100% certainty from the start. Good. The decision was always yours to make. Without warning, he leaned across the console. My breath hitched, a strangled gasp escaping my lips as his broad chest brushed lightly against my breast through the thin fabric of my silk blouse. The heat radiating off him was immediate and suffocating. A violent flush colored my cheeks. He wasn't touching me to touch me. The movement was entirely functional as he reached across to pop open the glove compartment. But the scent of his cologne wrapped around my throat, and my body reacted with a violent, involuntary tremor. No. Not this. I fucking hate him. He retrieved a sleek, matte black phone from the compartment and sat back in his seat. He placed it directly into my shaking hands. For a fraction of a second, his cool, calloused fingers brushed against my clammy skin. This is your only lifeline now, Viktor said, his intense green eyes locking onto mine for a devastating second. Any deviation, any attempt to reach out, and the hit on your family is activated. I understand, I mumbled. My fingers tightened, reflexively around the cold metal of the device. It was heavy. It felt exactly like a digital shackle. The architecture of your Trojan was intriguing, Viktor continued, shifting back to a professional cadence as if we were in a boardroom. A brute force elegance. But sloppy. You will correct it. Then the ghost accounts. A complete overhaul of the encryption protocols will be required. My eyes narrowed slightly, my tears drying against my skin. The sheer audacity of this man calling my code sloppy while holding me hostage was unhinged. But despite the total existential dread crushing my chest, my analytical brain grabbed onto the jargon like a life raft. Sloppy? It bypassed a military-grade firewall in 3 minutes, you arrogant bastard. The puzzle was right there, complex and glittering, and my intellect engaged before my survival instinct could shut it down. The Bentley accelerated off the bridge and plunged into the dazzling maze of the city's center. Towering glass skyscrapers loomed over us, blocking out the bruised twilight sky. Viktor pointed a finger toward a monolithic needle of steel and black glass that dwarfed the surrounding buildings. That is where we work, Natalia. Where you will live. My penthouse occupies the top 3 floors. I craned my neck, trying to take in the sheer imposing height of the structure. It disappeared into the clouds. It's immense. Choose wisely, Natalia, he added, a final cold note to his symphony of threats. The lives of your family depend entirely on your compliance. We turned off the main avenue and smoothly rolled down a steep ramp into a brightly lit, sterile concrete subterranean bay. 4 armed guards in crisp, identical dark suits stood at strict attention around a private elevator bank. As the Bentley came to a halt, the heavy reinforced steel gate at the top of the ramp clanged shut behind us. I tracked the gate with my eyes until the thick metal sealed completely, severing my last visual link to the outside world. The low hum of the exhaust echoed off the concrete. Viktor unfastened his seatbelt with a soft click and stepped out of the car. He didn't rush. He walked around the hood and pulled my door open. He didn't offer me his hand. He just stood there, a towering wall of bespoke tailoring and lethal intent, waiting for me to obey the silent command to exit. Every muscle in my legs felt like poured lead. I had to physically force my brain to send the signal to move. My foot dragged slightly against the polished concrete floor as I finally stepped out into the conditioned chill of the garage. The moment I was standing, Viktor's large, warm palm settled squarely on the small of my back. I jumped, my shoulders instantly tensing and drawing inward under his touch. The pressure was proprietary. Non-negotiable. Forward, he murmured directly next to my ear. He guided me toward the sleek, stainless steel doors of the private elevator. I felt the heat of his hand through my coat, a brand marking his new property. He turned to a biometric reader mounted on the wall, leaning in as a harsh green laser scanned his retina. The heavy doors hissed open. We stepped inside. The doors sealed shut, and the elevator shot upward with a stomach-dropping velocity. The pressure in my ears shifted rapidly as the floor numbers on the digital display blurred into double digits. Viktor stood perfectly still beside me, staring at the changing numbers. The silence was deafening. I was riding a metal bullet into the sky to become a cartel accountant. Around the 50th floor, Viktor's gaze dropped from the display to my face. His eyes scrutinized my features, lingering heavily on the wire-rimmed glasses perched on my nose. Instinctively, a nervous habit from a life that no longer existed, I pushed them up the bridge of my nose. Viktor reached out. I went entirely rigid, my breath hitching in my throat as his cool fingers brushed against my temple. He didn't strike me. He just gently hooked a stray strand of red hair behind my ear, his fingertips tracing the delicate curve of my skin with agonizing slowness. You won't be needing these old accessories for much longer, Natalia, he said softly, the reflection of his pristine face completely unreadable in the polished steel doors. Your world is about to become far more tailored. I just stared straight ahead at my own terrified reflection. He was stripping away everything. And I had literally just handed him the scissors. Chapter 6. Natalia POV. The private elevator doors hissed shut behind us, a slick pneumatic seal that sounds exactly like a tomb locking from the outside. The sound hits my ears and immediately makes my teeth ache. I am standing in a space of Mikhail, unsettling grandeur, a brutalist masterpiece of glass, steel, and white marble that feels less like an apartment and more like a high-altitude interrogation cell. It's an entirely unhinged aesthetic, the kind of sterile, serial killer chic luxury that screams the owner has entirely too much money and zero human empathy. My fingers are locked onto the handle of my briefcase, so hard my knuckles are Mikhail white against the dark leather, desperate for a tangible anchor in this absolute shitstorm of a reality. Viktor Veksler's hand is clamped around my elbow, a proprietary immovable band of heat. He's leading me inside, and the sheer audacity of his casual dominance makes me want to rip my own arm out of its socket just to get away from him. "Welcome home, Miss Merrick," Viktor says. His voice is a low, perfectly modulated hum that reverberates off the marble. I dig my heels into the floor, trying to stall our momentum, but he doesn't even break his stride, dragging me effortlessly. Where am I?" "Your new office," he replies, not looking at me. "Your new life." "This isn't an office, it's a gilded cage," I snap, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The clinical, cold luxury of the place is suffocating. There are no walls, no soft corners, nowhere to hide. Every echoing step we take deeper into the penthouse cements the crushing realization that there is no escape. I am a hostage with a job description. Viktor stops and gestures broadly with his free hand. "Observe the view then. It's quite exceptional." Before I can look, he reaches into his perfectly tailored suit pocket and pulls out my phone. My heart leaps. My entire life, my contacts, my only tie to the world outside this glass box is right there in his palm. I reach for it, a pathetic little spark of hope lighting up my chest, assuming he's giving it back so I can at least tell my family I'm not dead in a ditch. He drops it. The phone clatters onto the pristine marble floor. Without a single word, Viktor brings the heel of his bespoke leather shoe down on the screen. The sickening crunch of plastic and glass is violently loud in the cavernous foyer. He grinds his heel, deadass obliterating the device until the casing snaps in half. He keeps his green eyes locked onto mine the entire time, a silent, unwavering challenge that makes a cold sweat break out down my spine. My hands ball into tight fists at my sides. I flinch so hard my shoulders hit my ears, a small gasp tearing out of my lips because the sound of the crunch feels like it's happening to my own bones. "My phone? You monster!" I yell, staring at the shattered remains of my independence. "A distraction," Viktor says smoothly, stepping over the debris. "You won't need it." "How could you?" That was my life. The absolute audacity of this man is breaking my brain. He just cut my vocal cords to the outside world without blinking. "Your life is here now," he says, stepping into my personal space so his towering frame blocks out the overhead lighting. "With me." I tilt my chin up, refusing to shrink away even though my knees are shaking. "You think this will break me?" "It's merely an adjustment," he murmurs, his tone infuriatingly reasonable. He grabs my arm again, propelling me through the sprawling open-plan living area. My gaze is drawn irresistibly to the floor-to-ceiling windows. The city is spread out below us, a dazzling blurred grid of lights and distant unreachable traffic. It's a spectacular view, but right now it just feels like a cruel, mocking reminder of the freedom I've lost. The world is down there, moving on, totally unaware that I've been swallowed whole by a predator in a custom suit. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Viktor asks, stopping us right at the edge of the glass. "Everything you once knew." I stare down at the dizzying drop, unconsciously trying to pull my arm free from his iron grip. He doesn't let go. "Don't you ever feel small up here?" "I feel absolute," he replies, staring out at the skyline like he personally owns the concrete. "And you will too." "I just want to go home," I whisper, the fight leaking out of me for a split second as the cold reality of my isolation sets in. Viktor turns his head, his green eyes dropping to my mouth. "This is your home now." He doesn't give me time to process the absolute feral terror that statement incites. He pulls me away from the windows and guides me down a short minimalist hallway, stopping in front of an open door. The guest suite. It's a massive room, perfectly appointed, entirely lacking in any personal touches. A king-size bed, white linens, gray accents. It looks like a high-end hotel room waiting for a ghost to check in. Viktor stands dead in the doorway, a dark, imposing silhouette blocking my only exit. His voice goes cold and matter-of-fact. Leave the suit. Your old clothes are being incinerated. I clutch the lapels of my worn gray worksuit, my knuckles turning white against the cheap fabric. A shiver runs down my spine that has nothing to do with the temperature of the room. He's deliberately erasing my past. He wants to strip away my identity, piece by piece, starting with the literal clothes on my back. Incinerated? My clothes, my everything? They no longer serve your purpose here. He gestures vaguely to the wall behind me. Your new requirements are in the wardrobe. What do you mean, requirements? I demand, my voice rising in a panic. You'll see. Nothing less than the best for my assets. You can't erase who I am, I snap, my chest heaving. I can certainly redress it, he counters, crossing his arms over his chest. I turn around and approach the heavy oak doors of the built-in wardrobe. I reach out, my hand trembling slightly, and pull them open. They glide apart with a luxurious, silent sigh. I freeze. The closet is packed. Rows upon rows of expensive minimalist silk and cashmere pieces in shades of gray, cream and black hang precisely spaced on velvet hangers. Sweaters, slacks, blouses. Shoes lined up on the bottom racks. I don't even have to look at the tags to know they're all my exact size. It looks like a curated display in a boutique, completely sanitized and terrifyingly accurate. My breath hitches. I brush my fingers against a ridiculously soft silk blouse, then violently recoil as if the fabric burned me. The meticulous precision of this is a profound violation. It proves he's been stalking me. He's been studying my body, my measurements, my habits for God knows how long. The vague threat of the Veksler syndicate just became a terrifying, omnipresent reality, breathing down my neck. I take a hesitant step back, my jaw clenching so hard my teeth grind. How did you know my size? I make it my business to know everything about my investments, Viktor says from the doorway, watching my reaction with clinical, predatory interest. You've been watching me. I spin around to face him, the horror fully settling into my stomach. Carefully. Thoroughly. This is sick. It's efficient. Viktor steps deliberately into the room. Instantly, the massive suite shrinks. His presence is a physical weight, forcing me to take a step backward. Then, another. Until the back of my knees hit the mattress and I drop down, my back pressing against the cool, firm bedspread. I clutch my crumpled work jacket tighter to my chest. I will not be told what to wear. Viktor stops 2 feet away, looming over me, his gaze dropping to my clenched hands. 5 minutes. Or I'll do it myself. You wouldn't dare. He tilts his head, a dark, unholy smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Try me, little bird. My throat tightens. This is barbaric. This is my house. My rules? Viktor's voice drops an octave, shedding the polite businessman veneer and exposing the ruthless mobster underneath. 5 minutes. I suggest you move. Don't touch me, I whisper, scrambling off the bed and grabbing the first cream-colored blouse and pair of black slacks I can reach from the closet. I dart into the attached master bathroom and slam the door, throwing the deadbolt. I drop the expensive clothes on the marble counter and just stand there, shivering uncontrollably. My hands are shaking so badly, I can barely unbutton my suit jacket. I turn on the sink faucet, blasting the water on high. It's an abnormally loud, rushing noise in the pristine bathroom. A desperate and completely futile attempt to drown out the sound of Viktor's slow, deliberate pacing in the bedroom outside. The thud of his shoes on the hardwood floor vibrates right through the soles of my feet. I peel off my corporate filth, my familiar cheap armor, and stand bare in the freezing air. I pull on the cream silk blouse. The fabric slides over my skin like liquid warmth, impossibly soft, settling against my curves perfectly. I pull on the tailored trousers. They fit better than anything I've ever owned in my life. The unexpected, almost perverse comfort of the clothes creates a massive, disorienting knot in my stomach. I hate it. I hate that it feels good. My fierce resentment for my captivity is warring with the undeniable physical pleasure of the fucking fabric. I look in the mirror, pushing my glasses up the bridge of my nose, and see a pampered, helpless pet staring back at me. A stranger. He wants me to feel grateful for my cage, I mutter to my reflection, gripping the edges of the sink. This isn't me. These aren't my clothes. I smooth my hands down my thighs, feeling the ridiculous quality of the material. Why does it feel so soft? God, he thinks he can buy my compliance. I squeeze my eyes shut. I hate this. I hate him. I turn off the water. The pacing outside stops immediately. He was listening to me the whole time. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, I unlock the door and walk out. My vibrant red hair is a macabre, chaotic contrast to the muted cream silk of the blouse. Viktor turns to face me, his green eyes raking over my body with a slow, meticulous appraisal that makes my skin crawl. He looks like an art collector examining a prized acquisition he just paid millions for. He steps toward me, closing the distance in 2 long strides. He reaches out with a single, deliberate finger. I stiffen, my breath catching, but I refuse to step back. His knuckles graze the bare skin of my throat as he casually adjusts the collar of the blouse. The gesture is subtle, but it's loaded with a proprietary weight that feels heavier than a steel collar. An unwanted, violent jolt of electricity shoots down my spine at the contact. My body's traitorous response to his touch sends a wave of pure self-disgust crashing through me. I swallow hard, my eyes nervously flicking from his chest to his mouth, my breathing turning shallow. Perfect, Viktor murmurs, his voice a dark rasp. A flawless adjustment. Stop looking at me like that, I snap, trying to force some venom into my voice to cover up the way my pulse is racing. Like what? Like I own you? You don't own me. Viktor traces the line of the silk collar down my clavicle. This collar says otherwise. I smack his hand away. He lets me, looking mildly amused. Just tell me where to work, I say, my voice trembling with suppressed rage. He grabs my arm again and leads me out of the suite, walking me back into the vast, open-plan living area. He takes me to the exact center of the room. Sitting there, utterly isolated from any walls or corners, is a massive, heavy glass desk. It gleams under the direct overhead lights. It is a macabre focal point. A deliberate exposed stage. My shoulders slump the second I realize what he's done. My intellectual pride, my ability to focus and hide behind my screens, is being weaponized against me. There is no privacy screen. There is nowhere to tuck myself away. I will be on permanent display. You expect me to work here? In the middle of everything? I demand, gesturing wildly at the vast emptiness around the desk. I expect you to work where I can see you, Viktor says calmly. This is ridiculous. I need privacy for complex coding. You can't deadass expect me to unweave a syndicate firewall while sitting in the middle of a living room. Privacy is a luxury you no longer possess. You won't get my best work like this. Viktor walks behind the desk and grips the back of the sleek ergonomic chair. Oh, I assure you, I will get precisely your best work. Sit, he commands, pulling the chair out. I glare at him, my arms crossed over my chest. I need a proper office. Viktor waits, unnervingly patient, a silent statue of absolute control. You need to obey. And I need to observe. Why do you need to watch me? I ask, my voice cracking slightly. To see the gears turn in that brilliant head of yours. To ensure optimal performance. The twisted validation hits me right in the chest. He acknowledges my brilliance, but only as a tool for his own gratification. It's a dangerous blend of pride and terror. You think I'm a machine. A very valuable, complex machine, he corrects. I hesitate for a long, agonizing moment. But there is nowhere else to go. No other option. Slowly, reluctantly, I slide into the ergonomic chair. My movements are stiff. I put my hands on the desk. The glass surface is freezing under my palms, sending a chill straight into my bones. I adjust my glasses, my fingers trembling. Viktor reaches into his jacket, pulls out a sleek, custom-built laptop, and slides it across the glass toward me. The screen is already glowing. And there they are. The Veksler ghost accounts. The impenetrable labyrinth of financial data, shell companies, and illicit wire transfers that my firm accidentally stumbled onto. The very files that put a target on my back. The Veksler crest glows mockingly on the lid of the machine. A fresh wave of panic hits me, thick and suffocating. It's a visual reminder of my doom. My death warrant is now my job description. I stare at the screen, a hard knot forming in my stomach, my mouth going bone dry. These are the files, the ones that got me into this, I say, my voice hollow. The very ones, Viktor says, resting his hands on the desk on either side of me, caging me in. And now you will fix them. You almost killed me for these. I saved you, Miss Merrick, he murmurs, his face hovering inches from my ear. From a life of tedious obscurity. This is my death warrant. No. This is your life sentence. He points a long, elegant finger at the screen, tapping a specific section of the code that my firm had previously flagged as anomalous. This decryption block, it's a mess. The hacker has buried a backdoor routine in our secondary ledger. Despite my terror, my analytical mind automatically snaps into gear. My eyes scan the lines of code, the raw data forming familiar patterns in my head. It's a deep-seated instinct. Give me a puzzle, and my brain tries to solve it. I hate myself for it right now. Clean it, Viktor orders, his voice hard. By dawn. I rip my eyes away from the screen to stare at his reflection in the glass desk. That's an impossible deadline. Nothing is impossible for a mind as sharp as yours. What happens if I can't? I ask, my pulse jumping into my throat. Viktor leans in closer. The sharp, clean scent of expensive cologne and ozone hits my senses, an intoxicating, dangerous mix that clouds my brain. Then we will explore other forms of motivation. He doesn't move away. He lingers right behind my chair. His presence is a palpable, radiating heat at my back. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, he trails his index finger down the back of my neck. He traces the delicate line of my spine right through the thin, expensive silk of the blouse. My skin instantly breaks out in goosebumps. My breath hitches loudly in the quiet room. A surge of unwanted, molten heat pools low in my stomach, totally betraying my panic. I press my knees together under the desk, my fingers tightening around the edge of the keyboard until they ache. I am disgusted by my own biology. Don't touch me, I manage to say, keeping my voice level. Relax, little bird. It's just a hand. I can't concentrate when you do that. Then consider it a test of your focus, he whispers, his breath hot against my ear. You're trying to distract me. I'm simply asserting my presence. Viktor lets his hand drop. He leans in one last time, his lips grazing the shell of my ear. Get to work. He finally walks away. The sudden absence of his body heat leaves me shivering. I watch him out of the corner of my eye as he walks over to a sleek bar cart 10 feet away. He turns his back to me, deliberately pouring himself a drink, the clink of ice against crystal loud in the silence. Yet even with his back turned, I feel his unseen gaze on me. The voyeuristic tension is unbearable. Every single movement I make feels scrutinized. Every breath is exposed. I hunch my shoulders, trying to make myself smaller in the chair. Can you just leave me to work? I ask, my voice sounding small in the massive room. Viktor turns around, a crystal glass of scotch in his hand. He walks over to a low leather armchair directly across the room, perfectly positioned to have a completely unobstructed view of me. I find you far more stimulating than any book, Miss Merrick. This is unbearable. Adapt, he says, taking a sip of the amber liquid. Or suffer. I can't think with you staring. Then don't think. Just perform. He crosses his legs with elegant, terrifying precision. He doesn't pull out a phone. He doesn't open a folder. He just stares at me. His green eyes are fixed entirely on my face, tracking my blinks, tracking my breathing. I gnaw on my bottom lip, my cheeks burning with a hot flush of humiliation and anger. The psychological pressure of his undivided, unwavering attention is a literal weight on my chest. I finally surrender to the inevitable, drop my hands to the keyboard and begin to type. The rhythmic, frantic clicking of the keys is the only sound in the silent penthouse. Hours bleed away. The city lights outside the massive windows blur into an ambient glow. I lose track of time, descending deep into the ghost accounts. My screen reveals a labyrinth of shell companies, illegal arms shipments, offshore tax havens, and bribed federal judges. Every click is a deeper dive into the abyss of the Veksler empire. It's overwhelming. This isn't just a syndicate, it's a shadow nation. How could one family amass so much hidden power? The cold reality settles over me like lead. I am in way too deep. There is no way out of this. He will never, ever let me leave now that I've seen the unredacted truth of his operations. My fingers fly across the keys, building a counter-algorithm to bypass the hacker's firewall. I hit a snag. The code compiles, then immediately spits back a fatal error loop. Fuck, I sigh, dropping my hands from the keyboard and pushing my glasses up the bridge of my nose, rubbing at my tired eyes. Viktor is instantly on the move. He stands up from the armchair with unnerving silence. I don't hear him approach, but suddenly his shadow falls over me. He places a large, warm hand on my shoulder. His thumb digs into the tense muscle near my neck, massaging away the knot of stress with slow, firm pressure. I flinch violently, my shoulders jumping up, but his grip remains absolute. "Problem, Miss Merrick?" he asks smoothly. I try to subtly shrug his hand off. He ignores the movement. Just a complex algorithm. "I'm fine," I say, my heart pounding a rapid rhythm. "Just concentrated." Indeed. Focus is a beautiful thing. I look up, my gaze drawn against my will to the reflection in the dark, floor-to-ceiling windows to my left. Viktor meets my eyes in the glass. His expression is unreadable, calm, and utterly predatory. "You're far more beautiful when you're thinking, Miss Merrick," he murmurs to the reflection. The cold compliment feels exactly like a threat. But God help me, a traitorous, disgusting flicker of pride sparks in my chest. He sees my brain. He values it. My resistance is slowly, terrifyingly eroding under his unique form of validation. I adjust my glasses to hide my flush. Is that supposed to be a compliment? An observation? It feels like a threat. "Perhaps," Viktor says softly. "All beautiful things are fragile." I swallow hard, testing the boundary. What if I just can't? What if the code is too nested? Viktor's hand slides slowly from my shoulder up to my jaw. His long fingers curl under my chin gently but with undeniable bruising firmness, tilting my head back until I am forced to look up at him directly. My throat is entirely exposed. "Then you will discover all the fascinating ways I motivate," he says, his voice dropping to a gravelly, terrifying whisper. "Many involve tears. And submission." My body goes rigid. My eyes widen in alarm, fixated on the hard line of his mouth. The explicit sexual threat shatters any remaining intellectual defiance I had left. My fingers clench into tight fists under the desk. "You're disgusting," I breathe out. "And effective," he replies, his thumb brushing my bottom lip. "You'll thank me eventually." Is that a threat? It's a promise. He releases my jaw. I nearly collapse forward, gasping for air as if he had been choking me. I dive immediately back into the subroutines, my fingers flying across the keyboard with a renewed, desperate franticness. I have to make the numbers work. I have to crack the code to avoid whatever twisted punishment he has planned for my failure. Viktor retreats into the shadows of the kitchen area, out of my direct line of sight, but I can feel his eyes tracking my silhouette. 30 minutes later, the screen flashes. A small, green success prompt blinks triumphantly in the center of the terminal window. I freeze, my hands hovering over the keys. I did it. The first layer is bypassed. A sudden, sick wave of accomplishment washes over me. Before I can even process the urge to tell him, Viktor appears at my side instantly, as if he literally sensed the spike in my heart rate. He leans heavily over my shoulder, bracing his hands on the desk, his broad chest pressing firmly against my back. I hold my breath, acutely aware of the hard muscle behind me, my skin prickling with that same awful, unwanted heat. He reviews the cracked data scrolling across the screen, an almost imperceptible nod of satisfaction tightening his jaw. I did it, I say, hating how breathless I sound. Hating that I want his approval. Naturally, he replies. The first layer is cracked. Excellent. My weapon performs flawlessly. I'm not a weapon, I snap back, though the fight in my voice is terribly weak. Viktor brushes a stray red lock of hair behind my ear. The touch is almost tender, completely at odds with his nature. Oh, but you are. And you're mine. You're impossible. I am absolute. And so it seems are you. He straightens up, stepping away from the desk. That's enough for the night. I blink, disoriented by the sudden shift in his demands. Already? I can keep going. I have the momentum. You will rest, Viktor cuts me off, his tone leaving absolutely zero room for negotiation. On my schedule. I push back from the desk and stand up. My legs immediately wobble, stiff and shaky from hours of intense adrenaline and sitting still. A dull throbbing ache has settled into my lower back. Viktor reaches out, takes my arm in that same unbreakable grip, and leads me away from the desk. The abrupt transition from intellectual utility back to physical captive is jarring. The illusion of purpose vanishes. I am just a prisoner, again. Where are you taking me? I ask, rubbing at my eyes. To your quarters. To sleep. He walks me back down the short hallway and stops me right at the threshold of the guest suite. He doesn't step inside. He just looms over me, resting one large hand casually on the doorframe, effectively blocking any delusional thought I might have of running past him. I'll be watching, little bird, he murmurs, his green eyes glinting in the dim light. All night. I flinch, my stomach dropping into my shoes. My eyes dart nervously around the pristine bedroom. There are cameras in here? Everywhere, Viktor states flatly. Don't touch the windows. Don't touch the door. My throat tightens. The last shred of my privacy, my sanctuary, is gone. What will you do? You don't want to find out, he says, a dark promise in his tone. Sleep well. He pulls the heavy door shut. The lock engages with a loud electronic click. I am left standing alone in the dead center of the sterile, massive room. The quiet is absolute. I don't bother walking to the wardrobe to find whatever silk nightgown he undoubtedly bought to fit my exact measurements. I am too exhausted, too thoroughly unsettled to take my clothes off knowing he is watching. I walk over to the king-size bed and sink onto the mattress, still fully dressed in the cream blouse and slacks, my shoes kicked off somewhere near the nightstand. I pull my knees up to my chest, wrapping my arms tightly around my legs. I stare up at the ceiling, scanning the smooth white plaster. There it is. In the far corner, tucked seamlessly into the HVAC vent. A tiny, almost imperceptible red light, flashing every 3 seconds. I stare at the vent. My bladder twinges, a dull pressure reminding me I haven't peed since the parking garage hours ago, but I absolutely refuse to get up and use the attached bathroom while his eyes are on the feed. I cross my legs tighter underneath the silk sheets, rest my chin on my knees and start counting the red flashes instead.
Chapter 7. Viktor POV. My bespoke loafers glide silently across the polished concrete floor of the hidden control vault. The heavy steel door, disguised as a seamless section of the hallway wall, slides shut behind me with a faint hydraulic sigh, sealing me into this soundproof digital sanctum. I move with the clinical precision I apply to every aspect of my life, my hand brushing over the array of 40 high-resolution monitors before I settle into the ergonomic leather chair at the center of the console. The only light in the room comes from the screens, casting a cool blue-green glow that reflects off the pristine glass of my desk. I adjust the lumbar support of the chair with a series of precise clicks, a small grounding ritual of control before I surrender to the fucking noise in my head. The system is pristine, flawless, except for one anomaly. Every variable accounted for. Almost. This should be simple data acquisition. Natalia Merrick is a problem I need to solve, a loose end that stumbled onto the ghost accounts that could sink the Veksler empire. And bringing her here to the penthouse was a calculated risk to neutralize that threat. But sitting here in the dark, the faint hum of the server racks buzzing in my ears, and the sterile scent of ozone and clean metal filling my lungs, an uncharacteristic tremor of anticipation runs through me. It pisses me off. This vault is a place of absolute command, and right now it feels charged with a disturbing new purpose that has nothing to do with business logic and everything to do with the redhead locked inside my living room. I pull up the primary living room feed on the largest central monitor. Natalia is exactly where I left her, hunched over the sleek glass desk, her bright red hair a Mikhail chaotic splash of color against the minimalist white walls of my penthouse. The late afternoon sun streams in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, backlighting her silhouette and making her look fragile against the vast, unforgiving cityscape dropping away beneath her. She isn't typing. Her posture is pure defiance, her fingers hovering over the keyboard as if battling an invisible force, her brilliant mind actively refusing to engage with the Veksler code I ordered her to untangle. My thumb absently taps against the smooth, cold surface of my chair's armrest in a rapid rhythm of impatience. Still refusing to cooperate, little bird. Such wasted potential. Or untapped. Defiance is a luxury you can no longer afford. I use the digital controls to smoothly zoom the high-definition camera, the whir of the lens completely silent on her end, until the image of her face fills my screen. I isolate the delicate pulse point just beneath her ear, watching its frantic, terrified flutter. I drag a separate biometric overlay onto the screen, the red flicker of her heart rate and subtle stress indicators rendering in real time. I watch the subtle tightening of her jaw, the way her teeth grind together in silent rebellion, and I unconsciously mirror it, a faint clench echoing in my own jawline. Pulsing like a cornered animal. Fear, yes. But something else. Stubbornness. A strong will, a sharp mind, both excellent tools. Seeing her biological reactions laid bare for my analysis gives me a perverse fucking thrill. It confirms what she is desperately trying to deny. I own every metric of her existence right now. As she pushes back her chair, the system fluidly transitions to a wider shot, handing off to the nearest camera as she begins moving toward the kitchen counter. I track her every step, tracing the line of her back through the thin, expensive minimalist silk shirt I stripped her old clothes for and forced her to wear. She reaches for a glass, her movements stiff and guarded. Suddenly, she pauses mid-reach for the water pitcher. Her head cocks slightly, her sharp eyes flicking up toward a smoke detector in the corner, a precisely placed camera lens. She feels it. A faint tremor of paranoia creeps into her posture, a subtle shift in her center of gravity that tells me she knows she's being watched, yet she forces herself to continue pouring the water, unwilling to give me the satisfaction of seeing her cower. My fingers hover over the touchscreen controls, tracking the slight shudder in her shoulders. You feel me, don't you, little bird? Good. Let the awareness sink in. No corner is truly private here. I pull up a separate, smaller monitor on the side to look at the raw code she's been staring at. Even within the locked-down sandbox I gave her, her logic is breathtakingly elegant. But there it is. Hidden in the strings, subtle ghost commands she's embedding, attempting to create a backdoor or a distress signal out of my closed network. It's a brilliant, desperate piece of sabotage, and I feel a surge of genuine admiration mixed with violent irritation. I tap a command on my keyboard, deploying an old, notoriously complex Veksler encryption algorithm directly into her sandbox, a silent, brutal wall crushing her little escape route. Clever girl. Almost too clever. A mind like yours is a weapon. I will be its wielder. I see your little tricks, Natalia, and I admire them. She returns to the desk, and slumps back into the chair with an audible sigh that my microphones catch perfectly. She lifts her hands, removes her sleek glasses, and pinches the bridge of her nose. I watch with unsettling intensity as she blinks, her eyes red-rimmed and exhausted from the screen's glare and the sheer mental weight of being my captive. A stray strand of red hair falls across her face. I absently stroke the smooth, cool surface of my own glasses resting on the console next to my keyboard, feeling the macabre contrast between my pristine control and her physical discomfort. Broken, but not yet shattered. The brilliance dims, the body yields. Almost ready for shaping. I fine-tune the audio filters on the console, isolating her direct feed and muting the ambient room noise. I listen to the soft, rhythmic inhale and exhale of her breathing. I hear the subtle friction of the silk blouse sliding against her skin as she shifts in the chair. The intimacy of the sound feels like a physical invasion, a perverse assault on my own clinical detachment. It's no longer just data. It's the raw, unfiltered reality of her body right outside my door, igniting a hunger that makes the blood pound in my ears. My grip tightens on the armrests, my knuckles briefly blanching white against the dark leather. Every breath is mine. No secrets, not even from the air you breathe. Such a soft sound waiting to be heard. She switches her attention to the dining table, where my staff left a single clinical plate of food. She approaches slowly, picks up a fork, and methodically begins to eat the precisely portioned greens and lean protein. I watch the mechanical way she chews, the deliberate swallows. There is no enjoyment in it, purely the desperate intake of sustenance to keep her brain functioning. The faint scraping sound of her fork against the ceramic plate fills the control room. I take a sip of my own glass of purified water, my gaze unwavering as I watch her throat work. You exist because I allow it. Every bite, a reminder of your new master. Such a precious thing, her body. My property. Her survival is entirely dependent on my provision, and she accepts it because she has no fucking choice. I lean back in my chair, fingers steepled beneath my chin. I try to run the standard protocol in my head. She is a liability, a risk, an asset to be drained and then discarded. I pull up her old bio, her immaculate academic records, the uncompromising reviews from her former accounting firm. The logical arguments just piss me off because they fall flat. She isn't just a loose end. She is a unique specimen, a mind that mirrors my own lethal brilliance, and the thought of extinguishing that intellect feels like a profound waste. I unconsciously rub the faint old scar tissue on my left hand, the physical reminder of a past miscalculation I refuse to repeat. Elimination is inefficient. A rare species. Not to be simply culled. This isn't about the network anymore. It's about her. She rises from the desk and begins to pace a tight, agitated circle near the expansive glass windows. She presses her hand flat against the cool pane, staring out at the twinkling city lights. I lean forward, placing my elbow on my knee and resting my chin on my fist, a faint, predatory smile playing on my lips. I know exactly what she's doing. She's scanning for a blind spot, a weakness in the glass, a fire escape, any conceivable avenue of escape. A lovely bird, beating its wings against a very thick cage. There is no way out, Natalia. Only deeper in. Every hope you cling to will be used against you. The psychological gap between her futile hope and my unassailable control just makes me want to crush her faster. I open a blank document on a secondary screen, my fingers flying across the virtual keyboard. I meticulously outline a new routine for her, a rigid schedule designed to systematically dismantle whatever independence she thinks she has left. I draft clauses restricting her movement, mandating compliance hours, detailing the exact metrics of her daily existence under my thumb. Freedom is an illusion. I will cure you of it. Your identity is fluid. I will solidify it in my image. No more Natalia Merrick. Only mine. I adjust the focus on one of the cameras trained on the glass desk, ensuring a crisp, clear view of the exact spot where I plan to implement her first physical correction tomorrow. The plan takes shape in cool blue text, a chilling blueprint for her destruction. Outside her panoramic windows, The city lights bloom as twilight deepens into night. She gives up her pacing. Her shoulders slump, and she walks slowly into the minimalist bedroom. My system follows her, the camera feed switching seamlessly. She sits on the edge of the king-sized bed, her head bowed in quiet, total despair. I lean closer to the screen, my breath fogging the cool glass of the monitor for a second. Darkness offers no solace here. Every thought, every emotion, laid bare for my consumption. You belong to the light of my screens now. She slowly reaches for the hem of the silk blouse and peels it over her head. She unhooks her bra, letting it fall to the floor with a soft rustle that spikes straight through the audio feed into my skull. My gaze locks onto the screen, completely unblinking. The last pathetic shreds of my professional detachment disintegrate. My breath catches in my throat as I take in the pale slope of her shoulders, the curve of her spine, the subtle flex of her muscles. Flawless. Every inch. Mine. You have no modesty, not anymore. My hand slides down heavily, resting right over the zipper of my trousers. The sight of her naked and vulnerable, in the environment I built entirely to cage her, ignites a violent carnal fire in my gut that logic can't touch. She slides under the sheets, pulling them up to her chin, and reaches out to click off the bedside lamp. The bedroom plunges into blackness. I don't even blink. I tap a command on my console, and the screen instantly flares into the eerie green and white hues of high-resolution infrared. Natalia becomes a living heat map of vulnerability, glowing softly on my monitor, her form totally distinct beneath the thin sheets. I tighten my grip on the edge of my chair, my knuckles aching. Even the dark cannot hide you from me. There are no shadows in my world, little bird. I know your temperature, your pulse, your fear. She thinks she has privacy now, but I see every rise and fall of her chest. She shifts restlessly, her limbs tangling in the sheets. Her mouth moves, a soft, almost inaudible murmur as she slips into a dream. I watch, my focus absolute, my own lips parting slightly as I attempt to mouth the silent words she forms. What secrets do you whisper in the dark, my defiance? Soon, only my name will leave your lips. I will haunt your sleep, until I am all you see. My jaw clenches, a low silent groan scraping the back of my throat. The visual of her glowing, restless form pushes me right over the fucking edge. Fuck. This is not logical. But necessary. My hand drops from the armrest, my fingers fumbling slightly against the heavy metal zipper of my bespoke trousers. A single bead of sweat trickles down my temple, tracing a cold path against my skin as I free my aching cock. I don't take my eyes off the screen. I begin to stroke myself slowly, deliberately, measuring the friction against my palm to match the slow, hypnotic rhythm of her breathing on the night vision feed. You breathe for me now. This pace. Your pace. Mine. Let me feel what you feel, little bird. I hold my breath for a long moment, watching her chest rise and then exhale deeply as it falls. A sheet slides down her shoulder as she tosses in her sleep, revealing the smooth pale curve of her skin rendered in Mikhail white heat against the green background. I lean further forward, my trembling fingers ghosting over the glass of the monitor, exactly where her exposed skin glows. Exposed. So beautifully exposed. I see every secret. Perfect. Every inch, perfect. The coldness of the monitor glass against my fingertips sends a massive surge of blood straight to my head. I start whispering in the dark room, a low, rasping stream of filthy, unhinged promises directed at her unseeing form. My pupils dilate, reflecting the green glow of her image. That stubborn fucking back of yours will learn to bend. For me, I grit out, my voice guttural and raw, completely stripped of its usual pristine control. I'll use the belt. I'll leave marks that won't fade. Marks only I can worship. Every scream will be a song, little bird. My hand moves faster, the grip punishing and urgent. My free hand blindly reaches to the side of the console, my fingers closing around the expensive dark blue silk ties I bought specifically for her wrists. I drag the smooth, cool fabric against my cheek, then clench it tight in my fist, imagining it biting into her pale skin as I bind her to that headboard. These will fit perfectly. For you. Bound. Pliant. Mine. You will welcome the restraints. She shifts again and lets out a soft, wet moan in her sleep, her lips parting. The high-fidelity microphones pick it up instantly, firing a jolt of raw electricity straight down my spine. I unconsciously lick my own dry lips, desperate to taste her. Wet for me, even in your dreams. What thoughts stir you so, my captive? Soon you will moan my name like that. I use my free hand to trace the delicate outline of her hip on the monitor, my fingers absorbing the static electricity of the screen as if it were the actual radiating heat of her body. Every curve, every shadow. Mine. I know you better than you know yourself. This is just the beginning of my touch. The pressure builds to a screaming pitch. I close my eyes for a split second, envisioning the complete psychological slaughter I'm going to put her through, stripping away every piece of her old life, until only I remain in the empty space left behind. Your thoughts will be my thoughts. Your will, my command. I will strip you bare and rebuild you. For me, every neuron, every synapse will sing my praises. I throw my head back against the leather headrest, my body trembling violently as the orgasm rips through me. Mine. Always mine. Fuck. Submit. Even in your sleep. The world is ours and you are mine within it. I climax forcefully, my hips jerking upward in the dark. Natalia, I whisper harshly into the silence, my voice vibrating with absolute possession. My Natalia. You are mine now, little ghost. Forever. I sit there as the heat slowly drains from my blood, my harsh breathing echoing over the steady hum of the servers. I keep my hand wrapped around my cock for a moment longer, savoring the fading throb before reality snaps back into place. Emotion is merely a tool. Now, the work truly begins. No weaknesses. Only absolute control. I pull a crisp silk handkerchief from my breast pocket and clean myself with precise, unhurried movements. I smooth my trousers, my composure snapping back like a steel trap. I activate the recording function on the console, capturing the clips of her restless sleep and subtle physical reactions. Every shadow hides a truth. I will uncover them all. This will be useful. A comprehensive profile. For total integration. I stand up, my shadow towering in the dim light. I button my trousers and straighten the collar of my shirt, running a hand back through my slicked hair. With a few swift keystrokes, I shut down the secondary monitors displaying her code and the biometric data, leaving only the primary night vision feed of her sleeping face glowing in the center of the dark room. The blueprint is complete. No more watching. Only doing. She is ready. I walk toward the heavy steel door. As the hydraulics hiss and the door begins to retract, I pause, casting one last look over my shoulder at the screen. A faint, cold smile touches the corner of my mouth. Good night, my little obsession. Sleep well. It's the last peaceful night you'll have. Tomorrow, you truly become mine. I step out into the pristine hallway, letting the vault seal shut behind me, and pull out my phone to review the overnight projections for the Asian markets. Chapter 8. Viktor POV. I was sitting in the dark of the master control room, staring at monitor 4, and my patience was completely fucking shot. I leaned back into the ergonomic leather of my chair, the hydraulic lift hissing softly under my weight, and watched the digital feed from the living room. Natalia was slumped over the glass desk, her red hair a messy, vibrant spill across the keyboard. She hadn't typed a single line of code in exactly 47 minutes and 12 seconds. I tracked the timestamp blinking in the corner of my screen. This was clown behavior. She actually thought she could just go on strike, sitting right in the middle of my goddamn penthouse, effectively wasting my time and my resources because she was in her feelings about being caught. My fingers tapped a rapid, silent rhythm against the polished armrest. The sheer fucking audacity of this woman. She was a brilliant asset, a mind that had somehow managed to sniff out my encrypted ghost accounts, and right now she was using that massive intellect to throw a silent tantrum. It was a fascinating variable in my calculations, sure, but mostly it was just pissing me off. I needed her working. I needed the back door closed and the federal trail wiped, and instead I was watching a grown woman pout on a $3,000 chair. My green eyes narrowed as I picked up a crystal glass of chilled mineral water from my meticulously organized desk. The ice clinked against the rim as I took a slow, deliberate sip. The audio feed from the living room was dead silent, except for the heavy, exaggerated sighs she kept letting out every few minutes. She was testing the boundaries. Passive resistance. A dead-ass refusal to comply, just to see what I would do about it. A spark of cold annoyance ignited right in the center of my chest, immediately followed by a dark, heavy thrill that pooled lower down. This wasn't just a simple case of insubordination anymore. This was a challenge. She was making herself a problem that required a hands-on solution, forcing my hand from distant observation to imminent physical intervention. I liked watching her on the cameras, watching her sleep, watching her breathe, but right now digital observation was entirely insufficient. I needed to put my hands on her. I pushed off the armrests and stood up. The chair rolled back an inch. I shot my cuffs, the bespoke charcoal fabric of my suit jacket settling perfectly against my wrists. Time for a direct intervention. Enough of this digital bullshit. Some lessons require a more tactile approach, and she needed to understand the absolute weight of my command, not just the sound of it over an intercom. I walked out of the control room and stepped into the sound-dampened hallway of the penthouse. My custom leather loafers didn't make a single sound on the black marble floor. I moved down the corridor with my hands resting loose at my sides, my left glove brushing faintly against the cool stone wall. Every inch of this space belonged to me. The air, the temperature, the very oxygen she was wasting with her heavy sighs. The consequences of her defying me under my own roof had to be undeniable. I stepped into the vast, glass-walled living room. She was still slumped at the desk, totally checked out, her face buried in her arms. She had no idea I was standing 10 feet behind her. I watched her shoulders rise and fall, the physical picture of exhausted rebellion, and then I cleared my throat. It was a sharp, grating sound, deliberately loud in the cavernous room. Natalia, violently startled. She gasped, her shoulders jumping to her ears as she slammed her hands flat onto the glass desktop. She scrambled backward, her chair scraping harshly against the marble, and fumbled blindly for her glasses, shoving them up her nose as she spun around to face me. "You scared the hell out of me," she yelled, her chest heaving. "Are you a fucking ghost?" "Her reaction is immediate," I noted calmly. "Good." She pushed herself to her feet, her eyes wide and panicked but sparking with that stubborn, useless defiance. "I'm done. My brain is fried. I can't look at another line of code today, Viktor. I am not going to be a slave to your criminal enterprise." "Is that so, Natalia?" I asked, my voice flat, devoid of whatever emotional frequency she was trying to operate on. "Is your brain truly fried? A slave? An interesting choice of word." "You can't force me to think," she snapped, crossing her arms tight over her chest like it was a shield. Her knuckles were white. I walked slowly toward her, taking a measured, silent path around the edge of the sleek desk. I pointed a single gloved finger at the blinking cursor on her secondary monitor. "Your brilliance," you said. "A mind capable of cracking my most secure firewall. And yet, here it is, dormant. Wasted on self-pity and petulance. The cursor mocks you, does it not? A testament to your current inefficiency. A Veksler asset is never fried, Natalia. It is merely recalibrated. I'm not a machine, Viktor. I'm a person." "A valuable asset," I corrected, stopping right in front of her. "And assets require maintenance." I reached for my waist. I didn't break eye contact as my fingers found the buckle of my leather belt. The sharp, metallic click of the clasp echoing off the glass walls was the loudest sound in the room. Natalia involuntarily pulled her shoulders back. Her spine went rigid. Her mouth fell open in a silent, terrified gasp. What are you doing?" "An adjustment, Natalia," I said, pulling the heavy leather free from the loops of my trousers. The material let out a slow, rhythmic hiss against the fabric of my suit. A necessary calibration. Are you not sitting comfortably, little bird? That's enough, Viktor. Don't you dare. Her voice trembled violently, cracking in the middle. What do you think you're doing? I wrapped the excess tail of the belt around my left hand, pulling it taut with a short snap of my wrist to test the tension. I assure you, it is for your own benefit. Stand up, Natalia. Now, don't make me ask again. This is not a negotiation. She pressed herself back against the edge of the desk, shaking her head. No. I won't. I won't stand for this. I stepped completely into her personal space, my shadow falling over her face, blocking out the afternoon light from the windows. I leaned down until my face was inches from hers, my voice dropping into a low, vibrating register. I asked you to stand. Do not force me to make this difficult for both of us. I can drag you up by your hair, or you can stand on your own 2 feet. Your choice. Do you truly wish to test my patience right now? I am not a child, Viktor, she breathed, her chest rising and falling rapidly against her crossed arms. You cannot treat me this way. I just stared at her. Blank. Unyielding. I tapped the toe of my loafer once on the marble. Natalia's jaw clenched, but her survival instinct finally overrode her pride. She uncrossed her arms and gripped the edge of the glass desk for support, her legs visibly shaking under her pencil skirt, as she forced herself to stand up completely. Good girl, I murmured, stepping back just enough to give her breathing room. See how easy it can be. Now. Hands on the glass. Lean forward. She hesitated. Her breath hitched in her throat, a wet, panicked sound, her hands hovering uncertainly over the smooth surface of the desk. I raised my right arm and snapped the belt in the air. The violent crack sliced through the room like a gunshot. Natalia flinched so hard she nearly bit her tongue. She let out a strangled squeak and immediately slammed her palms flat onto the cold glass, bending at the waist, bowing her head between her shoulders in rigid, terrified compliance. Do not waste my time, little bird, I said, stepping right up behind her. I looked down at the vulnerable, tense line of her spine, tracing the curve of her hips under the tight fabric of her skirt. Consider that a prompt. The longer you defy, the more thorough the lesson will be. She squeezed her eyes shut. I could see the muscles in her neck straining. Your posture, Natalia, I noted, my voice a surgical hum. And your work ethic today. Both are horribly inefficient. I believe a firm correction is in order for both, wouldn't you agree? You are a Veksler asset now, and assets must perform optimally. I didn't give her a chance to argue the point. I swung my arm and brought the heavy leather strap down directly across her backside. The belt bit into her with a sharp, stinging crack. Natalia let out a raw, muffled cry, her entire body jerking violently forward. Her forehead thudded against the glass desktop, her fingers clawing frantically at the slick surface as the shock of the impact ripped through her nervous system. Ah, good, I said smoothly, watching the immediate flush of red flood her skin beneath the skirt. A direct response. 1. Is this clear enough for you, Natalia? The first step in understanding true compliance. She was panting heavily, her head hanging low, her shoulders shaking with the adrenaline and the sudden burning pain. Look at the screen, Natalia, I ordered. The code awaits. Are you ready to resume your duties, or do you require further motivation? Tell me you're ready to work. Say it clearly. She kept her mouth shut. A single hot tear tracked down her flushed cheek and dripped onto the glass. Stubborn to the absolute end. 2, I said, and brought the belt down again, harder. The crack was brutal. Natalia's knees buckled. She let out a choked sob, sliding an inch down the glass before catching herself, her breath coming out in ragged, broken gasps. Your silence is a protest, Natalia, I told her, stepping in close enough that my chest brushed against her back. I leaned over her, ignoring the violent shiver that wrecked her frame at the contact. I put my mouth right next to her ear. A protest I do not appreciate. Such a stubborn little bird. So much fire. I have all night to re-educate your habits. To refine your responses. Do you understand now? Who owns your time, your mind, your very breath? She bit her lip, trembling uncontrollably against me, the heat of her flushed skin radiating through her clothes. Why, yes, she finally whispered. The word was broken, dragged out of her throat. I'll do it. I'll work. Good, I murmured, stepping back. This is a reminder. A small one, for your memory. I flicked my wrist, delivering one final stinging strike across her ass. Natalia gasped sharply, her fingers curling into tight, bloodless claws against the desk, taking the hit without a sound this time. I let the belt drop to my side. I stood there, watching the frantic pulse beating visibly in her neck, the sheer amount of adrenaline flooding her system. I watched her suffer the aftermath of my absolute control, and I was instantly violently hard. My clinical detachment was gone, completely eradicated by the dark, possessive lust of owning her compliance. I slowly threaded the leather belt back through the loops of my trousers. The rhythmic hiss-hiss of the metal and leather filled the quiet space. Sit down, Natalia, I commanded, fastening the buckle. Resume your work. Now. She let out a low groan, pushing herself off the desk with stiff, protesting muscles. She carefully lowered herself onto the ergonomic chair, wincing as her tender skin met the seat. Her hands hovered over the keyboard, shaking like leaves. The adrenaline had burned off the fog in her brain. She was wide awake now, completely subjected. I stepped behind her chair. She froze. I placed my right hand on her shoulder, my thumb pressing deliberately into the base of her neck. Sit up straight for me, Natalia. She flinched, but her spine snapped perfectly straight instantly. That's a good girl, I said, feeling the frantic thumping of her pulse under my thumb. Such swift comprehension. I dropped my hand and walked away, turning my back on her without another word. I didn't need to look to know she wasn't moving. I walked back down the hallway, leaving her in the center of the penthouse, effectively caged and perfectly broken. I walked right back into the master control room and dropped into my chair. The blue light from the monitors washed over my face. I looked straight at monitor 4. Natalia was typing with mechanical, frantic speed. As I watched, she shifted her weight slightly and reached back to subtly rub her ass, totally unaware that the night vision lens was picking up every single detail of her misery. A slow, predatory smile pulled at the corner of my mouth. I leaned back, my eyes locked on the screen, and slowly unzipped my trousers. I had a security network to monitor, and a fucking hard-on to deal with. Just another afternoon managing the assets.
Chapter 9. Natalia. Sitting at this fucking transparent glass desk is a specific kind of torture. Every time I shift even a millimeter in this obscenely expensive ergonomic chair, a phantom sting flares across my lower back. It's a brutal burning echo of Viktor's belt from last night. The ache is a constant screaming reminder that this man owns me, branding his physical authority onto my skin, and then expecting me to just sit here and type like his obedient little secretary. It's unhinged. I subtly press a hand to the base of my spine, my teeth grinding together so hard my jaw pops. The cool, unforgiving surface of the glass against my forearms feels like the walls of a cell. My eyes drag across the sprawling high-tech living room, automatically tracing the precise ceiling corners. I know exactly where the cameras are. The subtle red gleam catching the ambient light. He watches. Always. Like a predator, observing its prey. It's disgusting clown behavior. This obsessive need to monitor my every blink, my every flinch, invading the last shredded scraps of my privacy. I nervously chew on the inside of my cheek until I taste copper, and push my glasses higher on my nose, even though they haven't slipped. My gaze drops to the monitor. The Veksler ghost account ledger glows back at me in Mikhail white against the dark UI. Endless columns of illegal weapons deals, blood money, massive international laundering schemes. Every digit here represents a life, a lie, a betrayal. This is a perversion of everything I worked for. I was a respected financial analyst, dead-ass good at my job, and now I'm forced to be the IT support for a psychopath's criminal empire. My fingers hover over the keyboard for a long moment, stiff and unwilling, before I force them to descend, the keys feeling entirely alien under my touch. I don't hear him come in. Like a fucking viper, he appears from nowhere. Viktor walks across the polished marble in his bespoke shoes without making a single goddamn sound. His tall, imposing shadow suddenly drops over my keyboard and my shoulders, plunging me into a localized ice age. My heart rate spikes immediately, an involuntary, pathetic physical reaction of fear that I absolutely despise. My hands clench into tight fists beneath the desk, my perfectly manicured nails biting into my palms as my breath hitches in my throat. I hate that my body reacts to him like prey caught in a snare. He leans down, his perfectly styled hair brushing my cheek, his breath unnervingly warm against my sensitive earlobe as he meticulously scans the lines of code I've written so far. A low, soft hum of approval vibrates in his chest, a sound that sends a repulsive shiver down my spine. Satisfied with your progress, little bird? His voice is a silken trap, dripping with that cold authority that makes me want to stab him in the throat with a pen. I am your tool, am I? I think, my right shoulder tensing rigid against his invasive proximity, fighting the urge to flinch away from the suffocating sterile scent of his expensive cologne. Viktor taps his knuckles twice against the cold glass desk. The sharp, violent crack echoes through the silent room, a calculated reminder of the discipline he handed out last night. Noon? The first layer. Understood? His casual delivery is a loaded gun, carrying the implicit threat of a hell of a lot more pain if I don't perform on his schedule. My eyes dart involuntarily to his knuckles, then to the clock on the monitor. Yes, Mr. Veksler, I say, my voice tight and clipped. Good. I expect no less. The soft click of his control room door locking shut is the starting gun. My expression completely flips. The mask of terrified compliance drops into the dirt where it belongs. I unclench my jaw, drag my hands back up to the keyboard and let a cold, analytical fury take the wheel. No more hiding. No more fear. It's time to fight back, Viktor. With the deftness of a woman who has spent her entire adult life taking apart systems twice as secure as this, I crack open a hidden partition in the command line. My fingers start flying across the board with a speed that masks my true keystrokes. Blend it. Mask the packets. Make it look like absolutely nothing at all to anyone watching the basic video feed. He'll be watching for anything obvious, so I have to be invisible. The rhythmic clack of the keys is the only sound in the room. The blue-white glare of the monitor flashing in the lenses of my glasses as I taste the metallic tang of adrenaline at the back of my throat. I start crafting the siren. It's a backdoor Trojan virus, a nasty little digital parasite I'm designing to piggyback on Viktor's next outgoing encrypted data burst. The Veksler firewall is a brutal work of art, a layered masterpiece of paranoia, but every system has a flaw. You just have to be smart enough to find it. I painstakingly embed a distress beacon deep within the Trojan's belly. I hardcode it to ping the FBI's cybercrime division the exact second the ghost account ledger is accessed remotely by Viktor's system. It's a silent scream for help woven into malicious architecture. This is it. The lifeline. My only shot at freedom. One wrong move, one misplaced comma, and it triggers an internal alarm that Viktor will see instantly, and then it's over. For all of us. A cold sweat beads on my forehead, tracing a path down to my temple. I taste dry, metallic terror in my mouth. My hand trembles as I type a critical line of code. A chilling memory flashes behind my eyes, the dead raven nailed to my apartment door. That silent, unhinged warning. I see my sister's face, my mother's smile. He threatened them. He will pay for that. I will make him fucking pay. Not just for me, but for them. For everyone he's hurt. I use the raw terror for my family to sharpen my focus into a blade. I create a recursive loop, a digital decoy designed to endlessly distract the system's security scanners, buying the siren the precious seconds it needs to stealthily upload the ledger to the feds. Beneath the glass desk, the server's internal fans begin to spin up, a mechanical groan indicating the mounting processing load. Just a bit more. Buy time. Trick the beast. Every cycle is a second closer to freedom. I lean closer to the monitor, listening to the subtle language of the straining server, a bead of sweat trickling down my face. My head snaps up. I swear to God I hear the faint click of Viktor's shoes. My thumb and middle finger smash Alt-Tab in a lightning-fast twitch, slapping the legitimate firewall script back over my work. My heart tries to kick its way out of my ribs. The spike of high-tension adrenaline nearly makes me puke. Did he hear? Is he coming? Calm down, Natalia. Don't give him anything. My fingers hover frantically over the keys, my entire body coiled like a spring. I stare at the empty hallway, my vision narrowing. Nothing. The silence stretches out taut and vile. I exhale a shaky breath that fogs my glasses. I rip them off, furiously wiping the lenses on my sleeve before shoving them back on my face, struggling to control the tremor in my hands. Keep it together, Natalia. One mistake. I flip back to the hidden partition and instantly hit a brick wall. Fuck me. I find a sophisticated sniffer program buried deep in Viktor's network architecture, monitoring packet sizes down to the byte. A sniffer? Clever bastard. Too clever. He's thought of everything. Almost. To bypass this absolute bullshit, I realize I have to break my siren Trojan into thousands of microscopic, undetectable fragments. My mouth drops open slightly in surprise before my jaw sets hard. It triples the time I need, dragging out my exposure window and turning the pressure into a physical weight on my chest. As I start slicing the code, scrolling through the raw data of his network, a chilling realization hits me like a freight train. These ghost accounts aren't just for laundering cash. They are hard linked to a massive global digital network controlled by someone called the Ghost. It's the rival hacker Viktor is obsessed with. This isn't just about money, it's a vendetta. A massive bleeding war. Two predators, and I'm just the collateral damage caught in the crossfire. I need a bypass route for the signal that avoids the sniffer entirely. I comb the local network and find it. A vulnerability in the penthouse's smart home integration. I hijack the lighting system hub, exploiting the API to route the distress signal out through his own fucking smart bulbs. A ghost in the machine. Your machine, Viktor. Let your own light lead them to you. The recessed lights above me flicker once. A barely perceptible dim and surge. A digital middle finger, right in his sanctuary. I finish the final, critical line of the siren. The command line blinks at me, primed and hungry. All I have to do is hit enter. My finger hovers just above the plastic key. A single bead of sweat rolls off my cheek and splatters on the glass. One click. Everything changes. For him. For me. This is it. There's no turning back. The memory of last night hits me again. Being bent over, the humiliating, agonizing strikes of the belt, the icy disdain in his emerald eyes looking at me like I was a broken appliance. Fuck that. You wanted me broken? Watch me shatter your world. This is for my father, for my family, for me. This is for all of it. My teeth grit together so hard they ache, and I slam my finger down onto the enter key with punishing force. The violent click echoes loudly in the silent room. The screen flashes, script primed. Background execution initiated. I don't stop to breathe. My hands fly across the board, furiously deleting my command history, scrubbing the temporary files, purging every single trace of the siren. Delete. Erase. Leave no trace. Be clean, Natalia, be clean. Don't miss anything. Don't give him a hint. I Alt-Tab back to the firewall patch and force my posture into rigid obedience. I start typing out the rote, legitimate code Viktor asked for. Play the part, Natalia. Play the part perfectly. Every line of code I'm typing now is a lie. Every keystroke is a performance. My shoulders are screaming from the tension, a dull ache settling deep into the muscle. The digital clock on the monitor ticks over. 5 minutes crawl by. Then 10. The penthouse is so quiet it feels like a vacuum. Outside the massive windows, the sprawling city skyline looks completely indifferent to the fact that I just dropped a nuke on the underworld. Is it working? Or did I fail? Is this the calm before the storm? The city just watches. It doesn't care. The silence is worse than a screaming match. It lets my brain invent 100 different ways Viktor is going to murder me. After 15 minutes of absolute nothing, a strange floating comfort washes over me. A detachment. It actually worked. He didn't see it. The network didn't flag it. Almost free. He won't even know what hit him. A small, genuine smile pulls at the corner of my mouth. I loosen my death grip on the mouse. I did it. I actually did it. I outsmarted the devil in his own house. The faint, definitive click of Viktor's office door opening shatters the illusion like a sledgehammer to a mirror. My spine snaps straight. A jolt of raw adrenaline electrocutes my nervous system. Show him nothing. Don't flinch. Don't breathe wrong. The game begins again. One last act. I slap my hands flat on the glass desk, exactly where he demands them to be, forcing the mask of a broken captive back onto my face. Viktor strolls into the doorway, framed by the sleek, oppressive lines of the penthouse. His emerald green eyes sweep the room with unnatural, predatory precision. He looks at the server. He looks at the lights. Then his gaze locks onto me. And he smiles. It is a cold, razor-thin, utterly terrifying expression that instantly turns the blood in my veins to ice. "You look productive, Natalia," Viktor says, his voice a smooth, lethal drawl. "Very productive." I stare back at him, keeping my hands glued to the glass desk, doing the math on exactly how badly I just fucked up. Chapter 10. Natalia POV. The final line of the Trojan Code felt like a loaded gun in my hands. My fingers were literally trembling, hovering over the enter key like I was defusing a bomb instead of dropping one. My backside was still a raging, stinging mess of heat from where Viktor had taken his belt to me earlier. A constant throbbing reminder of what happens when I step out of line. But the pain just made me angrier. He thought he could beat me into submission like some 1950s housewife. He had no fucking idea who he was dealing with. I took a shaky sip of my coffee, the lukewarm liquid doing nothing for my dry throat, the ceramic mug rattling against my teeth. I glanced nervously at the ceiling cameras. Is he watching? Can he see every keystroke? Let him watch. Let him think he's omnipotent right up until I burn his ghost accounts to the ground and signal the feds. This is for my freedom. My only chance. With a sharp exhale, I slammed my finger down on the key. The screen flickered. A vibrant green progress bar snapped into existence, silently tunneling through the layers of the Veksler firewall. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard, I thought it was going to crack my sternum. Come on, load faster. Just a few more seconds of invisibility. I held my breath, my glasses sliding down the bridge of my nose, eyes glued to the pixels. Freedom. I could literally taste it. It tasted like adrenaline and cheap coffee. He won't know until it's too late. This is actually happening. I am a literal genius. And then the router across the living room pulsed. A solid blinding red warning light. My stomach didn't just drop, it fucking plummeted into the Earth's core. The system shouldn't have flagged this phase. It was a zero-day exploit, it was flawless. My hand spasmed. The ceramic mug slipped from my slick fingers and hit the plush carpet with a dull, hollow thud, splashing brown liquid across the expensive rug. On my screen, the green bar vanished, replaced by a wall of scrolling red text. Access denied. No. My blood ran completely cold. How? It was impenetrable. He knew. He was watching the whole fucking time. He let me do it just to watch me fail. The faint metallic hiss of the master control room door gliding open sliced through the penthouse. My muscles locked solid. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I clutched the edge of the glass desk, my knuckles turning bone white, refusing to turn around. He's here. It's over. All of it. Don't turn around. Don't show him you're terrified. I could feel the shift in the air pressure, the chilling drop in the room's temperature, as his unnervingly silent footsteps crossed the marble. He was waiting for me to acknowledge him. I absolutely refused. Then his hands descended on my shoulders. He didn't grab me. He just rested them there, the weight feeling like lead plates pinning me to the chair. My body went rigid instantly, a violent shiver ripping down my spine despite the suffocating heat in the room. I could feel the expensive bespoke fabric of his suit jacket brushing against my hair. The faint clinical scent of cedarwood and ozone wrapped around my throat. This wasn't anger. If he was screaming, I could handle it. This deliberate, calculated calm was so much fucking worse. I was completely trapped. Viktor leaned down, his face so close his lips brushed the shell of my ear. I told you the belt was for correction, Natalia, he murmured. His voice was a low, chilling whisper, entirely devoid of rage. It seems you require an education instead. A single pathetic tear escaped my closed eye, the salty track burning down my temple. He saw everything. He was dissecting my absolute failure and enjoying every second of it. Did I really think I could outwit this psycho? Clown behavior on my part. I was dead. Before I could even process the threat, his hand shot out past my face with explosive, terrifying speed. He slammed the laptop lid down with so much force the internal LCD screen shattered. The sharp, deafening crack echoed like a gunshot in the massive room. I flinched violently, a choked gasp tearing from my throat, my hands flying up to cover my ears instinctually. The smell of ozone and fried tech hit my nose. My only lifeline. Gone. Just fucking destroyed. He grabbed the back of my chair and spun me around. The wheels hissed on the marble. I was staring straight into his chest. His pristine suit jacket was unbuttoned, and he was looking down at me with eyes like toxic green ice. With unnerving gentleness, he reached out and plucked my glasses off my face, placing them carefully on the ruined surface of the laptop. The room blurred slightly, the sharp edges softening, making his sheer size even more imposing. I instinctively reached for them, my hand hovering midair before I aborted the movement. You won't be needing these where we're going, he said, his voice smooth. You see too much, Natalia. It's time to see only what I show you. He was stripping away my clarity, making me a blind target. Panic, pure and feral, finally overrode my frozen brain. I shoved off the desk, trying to twist away and run. I didn't even know where, just away. He caught my upper arm before I took a single step. His fingers clamped down like an industrial vice, the grip bruisingly tight, instantly killing my momentum. He hauled me hard against his chest, my head bumping the solid wall of his sternum. I struggled, pushing against him, but it was absolutely pointless. I was fighting a brick wall. He stared down at me, a predatory smirk curving his lips. He started walking, dragging me with him down the long, opulent hallway toward the master bedroom. Let me go. I clawed at his hand, my nails digging into the back of his knuckles, leaving faint red scratches he didn't even fucking blink at. Please? My heels dragged on the polished marble, scraping with a desperate rhythm. Useless, he stated coldly, not breaking his stride. Save your strength. You will need it. This is not a negotiation. I couldn't breathe. His grip was inhuman. He was thriving on how pathetic I looked. We hit the bedroom. He kicked the heavy soundproof door shut behind us with a definitive thud that sounded like a coffin ceiling. The room was dim, lit only by the city skyline bleeding through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows. He shoved me. I stumbled forward and hit the center of the massive king-size bed. The plush mattress swallowed me, my skirt riding dangerously high at my thighs from the impact. I landed with a muffled thump, scrambling backward immediately. I pushed myself all the way back until my head hit the ornate headboard. My hands flew up, a useless shield over my face. Viktor stood at the edge of the bed and slowly reached for his waist. The ominous creak of leather filled the room as he unbuckled his belt. Oh God. The shame from earlier rushed back, hot and suffocating. No. Please, Viktor, don't. My voice cracked, raw and humiliating. I understand. I won't do it again, I swear to God. Just please don't hurt me like that again. He didn't even look at me. He casually tossed the expensive leather belt to the side. It hit the carpet with a soft thud. I froze. If he wasn't using the belt, what the fuck was he doing? He reached into the nightstand drawer and pulled out a handful of long, thick black silk ties. The absolute confusion morphed into a much deeper, darker panic. Ties. He was going to tie me up. The begging died in my throat, replaced by choked sobs. This felt permanent. This felt like I was never leaving this bed. The mattress dipped drastically under his weight as he climbed on. He crawled over me like a panther, his knees coming down hard on either side of my hips, pinning me flat to the mattress. I kicked out wildly, thrashing my legs, but his hand shot down and caught both of my ankles effortlessly. He pressed them down with unyielding force. My lower body was completely immobilized. I pushed uselessly against his chest, tasting bile in the back of my throat. He was so fucking heavy. I was completely trapped. He caught my flailing wrists, hauling both my arms above my head in one brutal motion. Let me go. You can't do this. I screamed at him, thrashing my head side to side. Silence, he commanded, the word a lethal weapon. With expert, terrifying efficiency, he wrapped the silk ties around my wrists, securing them tightly to the heavy mahogany bedposts. The silk was bizarrely soft against the skin he was currently chafing with his iron grip. I pulled hard, my shoulder joints screaming in protest, but the knots didn't give a millimeter. You are bound now, little rebel, he mocked softly. Every inch of you controlled. He looked down at me, panting and exposed, and a dark, predatory shimmer ignited in his green eyes. With a single violent tug, he ripped my blouse open. The mother-of-pearl buttons popped off, scattering across the sheets like tiny projectiles. The cool air conditioning hit my bared chest, making my nipples harden instantly in a humiliating display of physical reaction. He dragged a hand lightly down my side, his fingers tracing over the edge of my skirt, right over the tender bruised skin of my ass. He was evaluating his property. He leaned his weight down, his face inches from mine, his voice dropping to a gravelly purr that vibrated right through my ribs. You thought you could trick me? You're mine to break, Natalia. And I'm going to make sure you never forget that again. I squeezed my eyes shut, my jaw clenched so tight my teeth ached. He wasn't just going to punish me. He was going to dismantle my entire identity and rebuild it around his fucking dick. The absolute conviction in his tone severed the last thread of hope I had. He grabbed the waistband of my skirt and my lace underwear and ripped them down in one swift, brutal motion, tossing them off the bed. I gasped at the sudden rush of cold air on my bare sex. I was completely, utterly exposed. Instinct made me try to cross my legs, but my hips were pinned beneath him. I was spread open for him, a literal offering. A traitorous sick heat started to bloom in my core, just from the sheer vulnerability of his gaze, raking over me. I was losing my mind. Viktor stood up just long enough to shed his own clothes. He didn't waste time on a slow striptease. It was efficient, clinical, and when he was bare, he looked like a fucking marble statue built for violence. He settled back between my thighs and drove two cold fingers directly inside me. No prep. Just blunt force. I gasped, trying to tense up to reject him, but my body betrayed my brain. I was slick. Disgustingly wet, for a man I was actively terrified of. He noticed, his fingers curling deeper, hitting a spot that pulled a pathetic whimper from my throat. I hated myself in that moment. He grabbed my chin, his fingers digging into my jawline, forcing my head up. Look at me, Natalia, he demanded. See who owns you. My eyes, wide and blurry with tears, locked onto his unblinking emerald gaze. I was shaking. The raw power radiating off him burned away whatever was left of my resistance. This is your master. Embrace it. Without breaking eye contact, His free hand came down hard on my exposed bruised ass. Crack. The sound echoed loudly. The pain flared instantly, a white-hot shockwave that made me arch violently against the silk ties. Ah! Viktor! I screamed, the sound tearing out of me. He hit me again. Crack. That's for your insubordination. Crack. The throbbing heat was unbearable. A reminder of your place. Before I could even process the sting, he lined himself up and shoved inside me with one aggressive, unrelenting thrust. He was huge. He stretched me so tight, I felt like I was splitting at the seams. My entire body convulsed. An involuntary choked moan ripped from my lips as all the air left my lungs. I pushed my head back against the wood, my bound wrists straining against the silk, desperate for an anchor in the chaos. He didn't move. He just stayed buried to the hilt, his hands dropping to grip my hips. His fingers dug into my flesh, leaving bruises I'd definitely feel tomorrow. The overwhelming fullness of him was paralyzing. Feel that, Natalia? He growled. That's what absolute ownership feels like. My internal muscles clenched around him. A desperate instinctual attempt to adjust to the invasion. He felt like a solid block of iron inside me. He started to move. Slow, agonizingly deep strokes. Every time he pulled back, he nearly slipped out, and every time he drove forward, he bottomed out hard against my cervix. The deep rhythmic thud of his hips hitting mine sent a sickeningly good friction right to my core. My hips arched up to meet his next thrust completely on their own. I bit down on my lower lip hard enough to taste copper blood, trying to swallow the moans, trying to keep some shred of dignity. Don't hide that sound, he ordered, his pace steady and punishing. I want to hear every gasp. He leaned over me, his weight crushing the breath out of me. He scraped his teeth hard along my collarbone, a sharp bite that sent a jolt of electricity straight down to my clit. I'm going to take every thought, every secret you hold, he muttered against my skin, the dirty words poisoning my brain. I'll break that brilliant mind and rebuild it around my will. There will be nothing left of your old self. The horrifying part wasn't the threat. It was the fact that as he drove deeper into me, my body was practically begging him to do it. The pace snapped. He stopped the slow torture and switched to a relentless, rapid-fire pounding. The wet sound of our bodies colliding filled the room, drowning out the blood rushing in my ears. The heavy bed frame groaned under the assault. I was thrashing my head side to side, my hair tangling in a wild mess, the silk ties cutting into my wrists as the pleasure dialed up to a blinding intensity. I couldn't think. I couldn't form a coherent thought. There was only the friction, the heat, and him. He slipped his thumb down, pressing exactly onto my swollen clit. The shock of pleasure was so intense my vision whited out. At the same time, his other hand moved up, wrapping around my throat. He didn't choke me, but he squeezed just enough to restrict my airflow, keeping me hovering in this suffocating state of sensory overload. My legs twitched uncontrollably. Every nerve ending was screaming for release. He kept me right on the edge. Almost there, little one, he taunted, his thumb circling relentlessly. But not yet. You will come when I allow it. Who are you, Natalia? Who owns this body? Tell me. His voice cracked like a whip. I squeezed my eyes shut, shaking my head. I wouldn't say it. I'd rather die. His hand left my throat and delivered a stinging open palm slap right to my inner thigh. The sharp burst of pain broke the final dam in my head. My eyes flew open, a raw, defeated sob tearing out of me. You? I belong to you, Viktor. The second the words left my mouth, he pressed his thumb down hard and my orgasm ripped through me. It was violent. A brutal, full-body convulsion that made me buck wildly off the mattress. I screamed his name, my fingers clawing uselessly at the silk bindings, my shoulders aching as wave after wave of humiliating, mind-numbing pleasure completely wrecked me. I was sobbing as I came, entirely broken. Yes. That's for me, he praised darkly above me. I thought he'd let me breathe. He didn't. My body was still spasming, hypersensitive and exhausted, but he kept fucking me. A hard, fast rhythm that ignored my ragged gasps for air. He was driving me right back up the incline, forcing me toward a second peak before I had even recovered from the first. "No rest, little one," he grunted, the sweat from his chest dripping onto my skin. I was a rag doll beneath him. Without pulling out, he grabbed my hips and flipped me over. The motion was so abrupt I cried out. Because my hands were still tied to the posts, the flip forced me onto my stomach with my back severely arched, my arms stretched painfully backward. My face smashed into the cool silk pillowcase, muffling my sob. The new angle was insane. He shoved back inside me, hitting deeper than he had the entire time. He grabbed a fistful of my tangled hair, yanking my head back sharply to expose my throat as he pounded into me from behind. The strain on my spine and my scalp was a sharp pain that somehow only fed the twisted pleasure radiating from my core. I opened my eyes and looked straight ahead. The glass wall of the bedroom reflected the entire scene. I looked absolutely feral, a naked bound woman being ruthlessly used by a monster. I bit down on my tongue, fresh blood filling my mouth to keep from screaming. Viktor hit his breaking point. A low guttural roar tore out of him, a sound more animal than human. His grip on my hair tightened to the point of bruising, as his hips locked into a chaotic, savage rhythm. He was completely feral, driven by nothing but the instinct to breed and claim. I took every single brutal thrust, my body jerking forward against the ties with the sheer force of his climax. Fuck yes. Mine? He spilled deep inside me, a warm, heavy flood that made my internal muscles clench around his cock. His massive weight collapsed over my arched back, crushing me completely into the mattress. His chest was heaving, his ragged breaths hot against my ear. Then he opened his mouth and bit down hard on the juncture of my neck and shoulder. I yelped at the sharp pain. He was literally branding me, leaving a permanent ring of bruises. I was completely spent. A hollowed-out shell filled with him. He finally shifted his weight off me and reached up, untying the knots around the bedposts. The silk ties fell away. My arms dropped to the mattress, dead weight. My wrists were raw and red, aching violently from how hard I'd fought. I didn't even try to pull my arms in to cover my exposed breasts, or pull my knees together. I just lay there face down, my cheek resting on the wet spot where my own tears had soaked the pillow. Viktor got off the bed and walked over to his clothes. I listened to the rustle of fabric as he dressed, his movements completely normal, totally unbothered. "Reflect on your failure, Natalia," his voice drifted over to me, cold and indifferent. "And what it cost you." He didn't look back. I rolled over slowly, staring up at the dark wood of the ceiling. My wrists burned. My laptop was garbage. And the ceiling fan, directly above me, was wobbling slightly on its axis.
Chapter 11. Viktor POV. I finished knotting the dark silk of my tie, the heavy fabric sliding perfectly into place against my crisp collar. I'm not looking at the mirror. My eyes are fixed on the reflection of the king-size bed behind me. Natalia's shifting around, the sheets rustling like a dead giveaway. She looks completely wrecked. Good. The blackout curtains are doing their job, keeping the penthouse buried in this murky, suffocating pre-dawn gray, but I can still see the red chafing on her wrists where the silk dug in last night. She tried to fight it. She lost. I watch her wince as she moves, rubbing at the raw, sensitive skin like it's going to make a goddamn difference. It won't. Those marks are exactly where they belong. A physical receipt for her fucking audacity. "Morning, little bird," I say, my voice cutting straight through the stale air. "I trust you slept soundly after your lesson." She freezes. She doesn't say a word, just instinctively pulls the white sheet a little higher. "Your eyes are open. Good. We have work to do." I turn to face her, letting her see the pristine charcoal suit, the absolute absence of weakness. Don't bother trying to hide the marks. They are precisely where they belong. She glares at me. Her body aches, I know it does, but she's still got that stubborn tilt to her chin. "Get up. Now," I tell her. She doesn't move. She just stares, calculating how much more punishment her body can take if she pushes me again. It's fucking pointless. That look of defiance. It won't serve you today. I walk over to the chaise lounge, picking up the heavy dove gray silk robe I left out for her. The fabric slides like liquid through my fingers. I toss it dead center onto her chest. It hits her bare skin with a soft thud. Don't test my patience, Natalia. Those 5 minutes started the moment the robe touched you. Your silence is understood, not accepted. Move. Now. I have something I want to show you. I don't wait for a response. I turn my back on her and walk out, letting the heavy door click shut behind me. Let her stew in it. I'm already at the built-in coffee bar when she finally shuffles into the vast living area. The espresso machine is grinding beans, high-pitched and grating, hissing steam into the sleek chrome. I don't look up. I can hear her bare feet dragging on the cold marble. She's wrapped tight in that silk robe, clutching it like it's going to save her life. I catch her reflection in the glass. Her eyes are darting everywhere, checking the floor-to-ceiling windows, glancing at the biometric pads glowing red by the private elevator. Still looking for an out. The absolute delusion of this woman. Make yourself comfortable, Natalia. You'll be here a while, I say, pulling the shot of espresso. The rich, bitter smell fills the room. She stops moving, shivering against the chill of the air conditioning. No, don't look for an exit. There isn't one. I pick up the small ceramic cup. The coffee is for me. You won't be needing any stimulation. Every door here answers only to my touch. This view. It will be yours for as long as I allow it. She finally opens her mouth. Her voice is raspy, shredded from screaming into the pillows last night. Did the FBI get the signal? Did they receive it? She's actually clinging to it. That little fucking distress beacon she tried to sneak into my firewall. She thinks her Trojan did the job. I just raise an eyebrow at her. I walk over to the glass coffee table and pick up the minimalist remote. I take my time. I want her to feel the sickening stretch of silence. I want the anxiety to spike. Are you going to answer me? She snaps, panic bleeding into her voice as she steps forward. Please, Viktor, tell me. Did they respond? You think you're clever, don't you? I thumb the power button. Patience, little bird. All will be revealed. The massive wall-mounted screen flares to life. Blinding light spills into the dim room, and Natalia flinches back, throwing a hand over her eyes. A local news channel is already on. Breaking news flashes repeatedly across the bottom in screaming red banners. What is this? She asks, her voice shaking. Turn it off. This is what you wanted me to see? I don't blink. Watch closely, Natalia. This is your masterpiece. Your signal had quite an impact. I crank the volume up. The broadcast cuts to dizzying aerial helicopter footage. A massive industrial warehouse in the South District. Or what's left of it. The place is a fucking inferno. Oily black smoke is vomiting into the sky, choking out the dawn. Orange flames are chewing through steel beams like wet paper. Total, unapologetic carnage. Natalia squints at the screen. She's tapping her bare foot on the marble. Nervous energy. She's trying to map the city in her head, trying to figure out what the hell she's looking at. What is that place? She whispers. Where is that? Why are you showing me this? It looks familiar somehow. I take another sip of my espresso, letting the bitter heat slide down my throat. Don't try to place it. Let the chaos settle in first. The news anchor's urgent voice cuts through the visual. Sources confirm federal agents were responding to a high-priority digital ping, an anonymous tip, when the building was catastrophically ripped apart by multiple coordinated explosions just hours ago. I watch the exact second it clicks in her brain. Her eyes go wide. Dead empty. She looks from the burning rubble on the screen to my face, then back to the TV. Her chest starts heaving. Shallow, hyperventilating gasps echo in the quiet room. She clutches the silk robe harder, digging her fingers into her own chest like she's trying to hold her ribs together. No, that can't be right, she stammers out, shaking her head. A digital ping. It was my signal. What have I done? She's spiraling fast. The panic is absolute. Those explosions, that wasn't supposed to happen. She's practically screaming now. My signal was for help, not this. Oh God, the agents, they were trying to rescue me. I step closer. My shadow swallows her up, cutting off the light from the screen. I saw your little Trojan, Natalia. The moment you typed the first line of code, my system flagged it. Did you truly believe your amateur attempts could bypass Veksler's security? She shrinks back, her intellectual pride taking a bullet right between the eyes. You knew. All this time. Her voice cracks violently. It was a trap? From the beginning. My code was flawless. How did you know? You underestimated me, I tell her, my tone dead flat. I never underestimate anything. Especially not my new acquisitions. Every keystroke, every intention registered in my network. I lean down, bringing my face so close I can smell the sour, sharp tang of fear sweating out of her pores. Your distress signal, as you called it, was remarkably useful. I simply rerouted it. Directed it straight to a dummy server, conveniently located in that very warehouse. I pause. I want her to swallow the next part whole. A building I had already pre-packed with C4 weeks ago. A contingency for just such an opportunistic response from law enforcement. She looks at me like I'm a fucking demon. The moral horror washes over her face, draining the blood right out of her cheeks. Her brilliant plan was just the trigger on my gun. You planned this, she breathes, sickened to her core. You used my signal to kill them? Those agents, they died because of me. This is monstrous. You're a monster. A contingency, little bird. Always have a contingency. Your brilliance simply accelerated the inevitable. On the TV, the broadcast shifts. A graphic rolls onto the screen. A slow scrolling list of names under the banner missing. Feds. Agents she probably recognized from her firm's lobby. Suits who thought they were making a career-making bust. She stares at the names. It breaks her in half. Her legs literally give out. She hits the marble floor hard, the heavy thud echoing in the massive room. No, not him. Agent Miller, she sobs, staring up at the screen. Her hands claw uselessly at the cold stone. These are real people. Their families. I didn't mean for this to happen. I killed them. I killed them all. I stared down at her crumpled form. Such a dramatic reaction, little bird. Yet, entirely predictable. Their deaths are now inextricably linked to yours. She's a mess on my floor. I crouch down, grab her by the jaw with my free hand, and violently yank her face up. My fingers dig into her bone, locking her in place. I force her to look at the screen. To watch the names scroll. Don't you dare say that, she screams, thrashing against my grip. I hate you. You monster. This is your fault, not mine. Look at it, Natalia, I spit, keeping her head perfectly still. Look at what you enabled. Every scream, every burst of flame. All thanks to your signal. Take pride in your work, my little architect of ruin. She jerks her head sideways, trying to tear out of my hand. Her voice is raw, tearing at the seams. Let me go. You're a monster. A psychotic monster. I smile. It's not a nice smile. It's cold, and entirely satisfied. Precisely, I murmur. And I am the monster you now belong to, Natalia. Understand that? She goes rigid. A shudder rips through her body. You admit it? She gasps. I will never belong to you. You are evil. Call me what you wish. The facts remain. Your judgment means nothing now, little bird. You are stained. And the monster you belong to protects his property with extreme prejudice. I don't give her a second to recover. I grab her by the bicep, my fingers sinking into her muscle, and haul her to her feet. She's dead weight, stumbling, trying to dig her bare heels into the slick marble, but I just drag her across the massive living room. Where are you taking me? She cries out, scrambling for traction. Stop. Please, I can't. Let me go, you bastard. Come, architect. Time for a new perspective. I yank her inexorably toward the floor-to-ceiling glass wrapping the penthouse. Fight all you want. It changes nothing. Look at the empire you will help me build. We hit the glass. I slam her backward into it with a brutal shove. The heavy pane shudders under the impact. The icy glass bites right through the thin silk of her robe. Below us, the city is waking up, thousands of feet down. The sheer drop hits her instantly. She clenches her eyes shut, dizzy and terrified of the empty air behind her. Ah, she yelps. Careful, Viktor. I might break. This isn't helping, she screams, pressing her hands against the glass. Feel the height, little bird. Feel your insignificance. This glass can withstand anything. Can you? I move in, pressing my body flush against hers. I take my right hand and wrap it completely around the delicate column of her throat. I don't squeeze. I just hold it there. A heavy, leather-gloved vice wrapped around her windpipe, pinning her entirely. She swallows hard, her Adam's apple bobbing nervously against my palm. She's terrified to move. Terrified to breathe too deep. What are you doing? She whispers, eyes blown wide. Don't you dare hurt me again. Your touch is suffocating. Just so you know precisely where you stand, I tell her. My hand, your life. A simple equation. Feel my control, Natalia. With my left hand, I point out the glass, past the gleaming skyline, straight toward the distant horizon. Against the steel-gray dawn, a thin, oily plume of black smoke is unmistakably visible. It's scarring the sky, a permanent marker of the devastation. Is that the warehouse? She stammers, her eyes glued to the smoke. It's real. This is really happening. It's horrific. Your handiwork, little bird. A testament to your resolve. I press my thumb against her racing pulse. Don't look away. Own it. See how it blemishes the perfect view. I lean in until my lips are brushing the shell of her ear. I can feel the fine hairs on her neck standing up. The FBI will be hunting for the source of that high-priority digital ping, Natalia. And I've ensured that all digital breadcrumbs lead directly to you. To your old firm. To your personal accounts. Every single one. She starts shaking. A deep, bone-rattling tremor. You framed me? She breathes out, horror choking her. They'll think I did this on purpose. I'll go to jail. Or worse. There is no escape. Only me. You are now a wanted woman. By everyone but me. Who else could you possibly turn to, little bird? She completely breaks. The tears spill over, hot and desperate, streaming down her face and ruining the perfect lines of her makeup. She's sobbing, staring out at the smoke, totally shattered. I lift my free hand and catch a tear rolling down her cheek with my thumb. I wipe it away. Slow. Deliberate. She flinches like I burned her. Don't touch me. You enjoy this, don't you? Why are you doing this? Such beautiful tears. A potent reaction, I say softly, smearing the wetness across her cheekbone. This is a necessary baptism, my dear. Let it all out. Then we rebuild. I drop the act. My voice goes hard as stone. The accountant, Natalia. The one clinging to her illusions of justice and rescue. She died last night. Now, only my architect remains. I squeeze her throat, just enough to cut off her next sob. Her eyes snap back to mine. Look at it. Look at the smoke. And accept it. Accept who you are now. I am not an architect of murder, she chokes out, fighting my hand. I won't accept this. You can't change who I am. You already did. Now acknowledge it. Your old life is ashes. Embrace the new. Look at your legacy, Natalia. I lean my weight into her, pushing her head back flat against the glass. I tighten my grip on her throat. The pressure cuts her oxygen. Not completely, just enough to trigger the panic. Her pupils blow wide, eclipsing the blue, leaving nothing but black terror. Her hands come up, fluttering uselessly against my wrist, seeking a futile anchor. Viktor. Please. I can't breathe, she gasps. Let go. You're hurting me. Don't play this game with me. Feel it, Natalia. The fragility of control. This is what true power feels like. Mine. Her knees give out completely. She just folds. If my hand wasn't wrapped around her throat, she'd be a puddle on the floor. I hold her up, her dead weight suspended against the glass, the tips of her toes just brushing the marble. She's caught between the massive drop outside and the hard wall of my chest. I can't stand, she wheezes, tears streaming into my fingers. Let me fall. This is what you want? To break me? I want you to understand your new reality, little bird. I decide when you stand and when you fall. Look at your insignificance against this empire. I lean down and press my lips against her forehead. Her skin is freezing cold. The kiss is a brand. A permanent marker on a soul I just claimed. You and I, Natalia. We are now bound. By the same blood. The blood of your heroes. She shudders violently, pure revulsion rolling off her in waves. Don't kiss me. That's not blood. It's a curse. You think this makes us equal? It makes you mine. Irrevocably. Welcome to your true family, little architect. We share a secret, a crime. The deepest intimacy. And there it is. The final snap. The fight completely drains out of her. Her body goes limp, totally slack. Her head lolls forward, resting heavily against my chest. The defiance is gone. Burnt out. Nothing left but the hollow shell. She's surrendered. I can't anymore, she whispers into my suit jacket. It's too much. You win. Precisely. Now, we begin the real work. Rest, little bird. The battle is over. Good girl. I reach over her shoulder and hit the power button on the remote. The massive TV dies instantly, killing the noise and the bright glare of the inferno. The penthouse plunges back into heavy, gray silence. I open my hand, releasing her throat. She slides down the glass like water. She hits the floor and just crumples, laying there in a pathetic pile of silk and bruised skin. Her cheek rests against the freezing marble. I look down at her. The show is over. Time to clean up the mess you made. Don't worry. I'll pick up the pieces. I adjust my cuffs. I'm done playing. You have precisely 1 hour, I tell her, my tone completely stripped of anything but the command. To compose yourself. Then, we begin the meticulous work of resecuring the network you so carelessly tried to compromise. This time, there will be no errors. From either of us. A faint shiver runs through her, but she doesn't speak. She just lies there. 1 hour. Not a minute more. This time, your loyalty will be absolute. And your creativity will be solely for me. The architect's work begins now. I turn my back and walk toward the private elevator. The lesson is over. I punch the biometric pad and wait for the doors to slide open. It's time to get to work.
Chapter 12. Natalia POV. I was sitting on the very edge of the king-sized mattress, clutching the lapels of my silk robe so hard my knuckles were white, staring blankly at the floor-to-ceiling windows. The city lights were a blur outside, a completely different universe that I was no longer allowed to exist in. My brain was completely buffering, glitching out on the sheer, unadulterated reality of the footage Viktor had forced down my throat just an hour ago. The exploding warehouse. The clinical, sociopathic calm on his face while federal agents burned to ash. He wasn't just a corrupt businessman manipulating offshore ghost accounts. The man was a mass murderer. An apex predator wearing bespoke tailoring and a Rolex, and I was trapped in his glass cage. Every single survival instinct I possessed was screaming at me to run, to smash a window, to throw myself off the balcony, but the paralyzing threat to my family hung over me like a guillotine. He enjoyed my terror. He fed on it. Viktor stood in the doorway, his silhouette pristine and sharp, a figure of lethal authority ruining the aesthetic of the modern bedroom. He hadn't bothered to change his suit. He still looked immaculate, untouchable. He didn't move, just let his rigid, unforgiving posture do the talking before his toneless voice cut through the heavy silence. "Get up, Natalia. We have work to do." He gestured with a subtle, dismissive flick of his wrist toward the main living area. "The desk awaits. Don't test my patience. Are you quite finished contemplating the horrors of the world? Move." I wrapped my arms tighter around myself, trying to cage the violent trembling in my chest, and force my bare feet onto the cold polished floor. The faint, metallic scent of my own fear coated the back of my throat. It clashed violently with the crisp, clean ozone and cedar scent of his expensive cologne. I walked past him, my skin crawling with the hyper-awareness that he could snap my neck before I even registered the movement. He wasn't just a criminal, he was a monster. And I was completely at his mercy. He walked me to the gleaming glass desk in the center of the massive living room. It felt like a sacrificial altar. With precise, unhurried movements, he pulled out the ergonomic leather chair. The soft scrape against the floor sounded like a death sentence. I smoothed down the expensive fabric of my skirt, a stupid, nervous habit from my corporate life that felt utterly pathetic now, and forced myself to sit, my back ramrod straight. My eyes immediately locked onto the brand-new, high-spec laptop sitting innocently on the glass. The audacity of this man to violently shatter my computer last night, and just casually replace it with a $4,000 piece of hardware like it was nothing. It was a fresh, glaring reminder of my crushed rebellion. My body wanted to recoil away from the desk, but my mind was stuck in a desperate self-preservation loop. "Take your seat," Viktor said, though I was already hovering over it. "This is your new tool. Treat it with respect. No more games, Natalia. Your talents are required. Immediately. Fix what you broke." I settled into the cool leather, staring at the blank screen, smelling the faint metallic tang of new electronics. He expected me to just type. To just sit here and rebuild his dark empire, after showing me the graveyard he'd made of his enemies. I had to play along. I had no other fucking choice. Then I felt it. The subtle shift in air pressure. Viktor stepped directly behind my chair, invading my personal space until the suffocating cloud of his cologne completely wrapped around me. I felt the sudden, chilling pressure of his breath grazing the back of my neck. With deliberate slowness, he reached into the inner pocket of his suit jacket. I caught the movement in my peripheral vision, a long strip of luxurious opaque black silk unfurling silently between his long fingers. My chest seized. A new primal claustrophobia ripped through me. I recognized the silk immediately. A blindfold. The absolute unhinged terror of losing my sight, my primary way of analyzing threats, my only defense mechanism in this nightmare, made my muscles lock up. I gripped the edge of the glass desk, my knuckles turning bone white, trying to ground myself to the physical world before he took it away. A pathetic whimper hitched in my throat, but I bit it down hard, swallowing the blood. "This will sharpen your focus," Viktor murmured, his voice a low rumble vibrating right against my spine. "No distractions. You think too much with your eyes, Natalia. I need your mind, pure and unburdened by sight. Don't flinch." "It's impossible," I choked out, my voice cracking. "I can't code a firewall blind, Viktor, that's insane." "Impossible is a word for the weak, Natalia," he replied smoothly, bringing the silk over my eyes. He pulled it tight, his strong fingers working quickly to knot it at the base of my skull. It was agonizingly secure. Not a single microscopic photon of light bled through the fabric. I was plunged into a suffocating, absolute black void. "Your mind is capable of more than you know. Prove it. One mistake, and we start over. Don't worry, I'll be your eyes. Let your instincts guide your fingers. Any protest will be unproductive." I flinched violently, instinctively raising a shaking hand to rip the silk off my face. His heavy hand immediately clamped down on my shoulder, pressing with enough bruising force to freeze me in place. The oppressive weight of the silk pressed into my eyelashes. My world shrank to the terrifying smell of his laundry detergent on the fabric and the subtle vibrations of his body radiating behind me. He was stripping away my agency piece by piece, turning my brilliant independent mind into an engine he could just plug into and rev. His cool, firm hand slid over my wrists, covering my shaking hands and guiding them down to the laptop. He settled my fingers onto the home row of the keyboard. The plastic keys felt alien and freezing under my skin, without the visual confirmation to anchor me. I swallowed hard, my throat sandpaper dry. Viktor leaned down, his mouth hovering centimeters from my ear, his breath hot against my shell-shocked skin. Listen carefully. Do not deviate, he commanded. Veksler secure firewall _v7.2 root. Every character must be precise. Think it, then type it. I know you know this, Natalia. Show me. Don't disappoint me. My fingers twitched, hovering over the keys. My brain was screaming in pure feral panic, frantically trying to construct a mental map of his encrypted directory in the pitch black. The cognitive load was staggering. If I fucked this up, the punishment would be catastrophic. With a shaky, uneven breath, I pressed the first key. The rhythmic, mechanical click-clack of the keyboard became the only sound in the penthouse. I focused entirely on muscle memory, forcing my mind's eye to project lines of neon syntax against the back of my eyelids. I was 10 lines in when I missed it. A critical semicolon. Smack. A cold, thin object, a fucking ruler or a letter opener, I couldn't tell, cracked sharply against the back of my left hand. I gasped, flinching violently, yanking my hand back as the stinging pain flared across my skin. Correction, Natalia, Viktor said, his voice completely devoid of emotion. Precision. Every character. Do you understand the consequence of error? Focus. You're better than this sloppiness. The adrenaline spiked so hard I tasted metal. It wasn't just a physical sting. It was a brutal reminder of his godlike vigilance over me. He saw everything. Even without my eyes, he controlled the reality. My shoulder tightened defensively, but I forced my trembling hand back down to the keyboard, terrified of what he would do if I stopped. I backspaced. I added the semicolon. I kept typing. And then, the most unhinged thing happened. Despite the terror, despite the blindfold, my brain adapted. I fell into a deep, consuming flow state. The logic structures and algorithms began rendering themselves vividly in my mind, a massive, rotating 3D puzzle in the dark. Viktor's voice shifted. He stopped threatening and started praising me in this low, clinical, hypnotic baritone. He synchronized perfectly with my thoughts, guiding me through the complex decryption blocks like a dark lullaby. Excellent, Natalia. That's the efficiency I expect. Your mind is a beautiful thing, fully unleashed. You see the elegance of this control now, don't you? Keep going. You're almost there. It was a sick, floating sensation. A profound betrayal of my own identity. I was actually finding a perverse comfort, a twisted exhilaration in completely surrendering my intellectual autonomy to this monster. The praise was toxic, but my starved, terrified brain drank it up like water. I unconsciously leaned back slightly, relaxing into his commanding presence, letting his directives bypass my defenses and hotwire my hands. Hours bled out into the void. I was drenched in a fine sheen of cold sweat. My red hair was damp, clinging uncomfortably to my forehead beneath the tight silk, and a massive tension headache throbbed behind my temples. Viktor reached around me to check something on the desk, his expensive suit jacket brushing heavily against my shoulder. The constant physical reminder of him was suffocating. I bit my lower lip hard enough to draw blood, trying to ground myself against the mental exhaustion. Fatigue is a luxury you cannot afford, he stated, noticing my slight slump. Push through it, Natalia. Your mind is stronger than your body's complaints. Every character. Every bracket. Don't break now. My fingers were stiff, the joints aching from the sustained, rapid-fire typing. I visualized the final string, my fingers flying over the keys, and punched the last character of the first major module. I opened my mouth to let out a ragged sigh of relief, but before I could, Viktor's hand slid past my cheek, and his long finger hit the enter key for me. The laptop let out a crisp, clear success chime. Instantly, Viktor's fingers dove into my damp hair, gripping the roots and slowly, possessively raking through the strands. First module complete, he murmured, his thumb stroking my scalp. Satisfying, isn't it? That is what happens when you follow my instruction. You are learning quickly, little bird. Such a clever mind. A full-body shiver wrecked me. It was a terrifying mix of revulsion at his predatory intimacy and a dark, humiliating spike of dependency. I actually leaned into his hand for a fraction of a second before my brain caught up and I froze. Rest is not an option, he said, his voice dropping into a low, vibrating current. We have a network to secure. There are 4 more modules. Don't worry, I'm right here with you. Ready for the next challenge? Good girl. Let's begin. He grabbed the back of my chair and violently jerked it backward an inch, stepping into the space. He adjusted his stance so his hard thighs and torso were pressed flush against my back, effectively caging me between his solid, immovable body and the cold edge of the glass desk. The subtle shift in air pressure, the deep thrum of his breathing against my spine, it was absolute ownership. I clenched my jaw, my core trembling involuntarily. I started typing the second module. The syntax was more brutal, requiring insane focus. I was 50 lines deep, my fingers blurring over the keys, when Viktor's cool, deliberate hand slid directly under the hem of my skirt. My breath hitched in my throat. His fingers, slow and methodical, began a tortuous, agonizingly slow crawl up my bare inner thigh. The shocking warmth of his palm against my skin was a direct short circuit to my brain. My typing rhythm faltered, my hands freezing over the keys. Don't lose focus, little bird, he warned, his voice a dark rasp by my ear. Keep typing. My touch is not a distraction, it is a motivator. Are you still with me, Natalia? Let's see how well you can multitask. I forced my hands back down, my breathing turning rapid and shallow. The rush of blood to my core was instantaneous, heating me up from the inside out. He traced the sensitive skin of my thigh, his touch light but relentlessly intent. He found the delicate lace edge of my panties and casually hooked his finger under the fabric, pulling it aside. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. I was trying to recall a 24-character alphanumeric encryption string, and his index finger just slowly, teasingly dragged directly across my clitoris. I bit down on my lips so hard I tasted copper, my body jerking in the chair. A silent scream caught in my throat. The immediate, shocking wetness between my legs was humiliating. Just a little welcome, Viktor whispered. Don't falter, Natalia. Are you feeling stimulated? Prove your focus. Ignore me. If you can. My meticulously placed fingers slipped clumsily across the mechanical keys, mashing a series of incorrect letters, corrupting the entire line of code. Viktor's body went rigid behind me. A low, guttural, animalistic growl ripped from his chest, vibrating straight through the leather chair and into my bones. You slipped, he snarled, his voice stripped of the polite veneer. Mistake. Fix it now. Control yourself, Natalia. Your mind must master your body. Don't you dare fail me. This is a test of your discipline. He didn't pull his hand away. While I squeezed my thighs together, desperately trying to trap his wrist, his grip remained unyielding. Without breaking his intense gaze on the screen I couldn't see, he slid 2 long fingers deep inside my wet cunt. A strangled, humiliating gasp ripped out of me. The profound, stretching fullness was overwhelming. He immediately established a ruthless, rhythmic pace, thrusting in and out, mimicking the raw, heavy strokes of intercourse. My hips involuntarily tilted back, pressing greedily against his hand, seeking the friction even as my brain screamed at me to stop. Focus on the task, not the pleasure, he ordered, his fingers sliding slickly inside me. Feel how deep I can go. Every keystroke, every thrust. Don't pretend you don't like this, Natalia. This is your reward for precision. I was losing my fucking mind. I was sitting blindfolded, coding a literal syndicate firewall, while this gorgeous psychotic monster fucked me with his hand. My fingers frantically tried to match the precise, staccato clicking of the code to the wet, slapping sound of his fingers driving into me. Speak the code, Natalia, he demanded suddenly, sensing my wavering grip on reality. Let me hear you. Don't stutter. Louder. Every character. Is that a moan, or a syntax error? Control your breath. /oh God /Veksler secure. My voice was a ruined, breathy rasp, completely unrecognizable. I gripped the edges of the laptop so tightly my knuckles ached. Every letter I spoke was punctuated by a pathetic, involuntary moan as he relentlessly worked my insides. His fingers quickened their tempo, becoming viciously insistent. His thumb clamped down on my clitoris, applying an expert, relentless pressure that sent a shockwave of pure fire straight to my brain. He was meticulously driving me toward the edge, pulling me right to the precipice of an orgasm, and then brutally pulling his thumb back just before I could snap over the edge. Not yet, little bird, he taunted, the cruelty rolling off him in waves. You have to earn this. Control is everything, isn't it? Show me your discipline. Beg for it. But not yet. I was thrashing in the chair, my hips involuntarily bucking back against his hand, desperately chasing the release he kept denying me. The burning, aching tension in my core was agonizing. I couldn't hold onto the code. My fingers hovered uselessly over the keys, trembling violently. The exact second my typing stopped, Viktor ripped his hand out of me. The sudden, freezing absence of his touch was a physical blow. I gasped, my body slumping forward in shock. The cold air hit my dripping wet skin, and a profound, desperate sense of loss gutted me. Are you losing focus? He asked coldly, stepping back just an inch to sever the contact completely. Pleasure must not interfere with performance. You need me, don't you? Earn it back. Don't disappoint me again. No, wait. A raw, pathetic whimper tore out of my throat. My spine arched violently, my head lolling back against the chair, blindly seeking him in the dark. I was in full-blown withdrawal. I scrabbled frantically at the keyboard, typing the variables faster, harder, my body shaking apart as I practically begged him. Please? Viktor, please. Is that a plea, Natalia? He mocked softly. What do you want, little bird? Earn it. Tell me you need me to touch you. Show me your desire to finish. I need it. I need you to touch me. Just let me finish, I sobbed out, the humiliation completely eclipsed by the animalistic craving. He stepped back in, crushing his chest against my back, and drove his fingers back inside me with a brutal, unapologetic force that made me scream. He plunged deeper, his technique rougher, possessing me completely. He leaned down, his teeth scraping the cartilage of my ear. There, little bird. Back where you belong, he growled, spitting explicit, filthy promises into my ear. Your mind is my empire's greatest asset. Your body, my personal fucking pleasure ground. Every brilliant thought you have, every pulse in your cunt is mine. You are mine. All of you. He kept me suspended on that agonizing, dripping edge for over an hour. It was pure, distilled psychological warfare. My brain was a burning grid of alphanumeric sequences, and my body was a thrashing, overloaded wire of unfulfilled need. The two sensations violently twisted together, until I couldn't tell the difference between the code and the orgasm. I was crying quietly beneath the blindfold, typing like a possessed machine, while he systematically dismantled my nervous system. You're almost there, Natalia. Almost, he murmured, his thumb circling my clit with agonizing slowness while his fingers stretched me wide. Don't lose focus, not for a second. Hold on for me. Feel how much you need this? How much you need me? This is true discipline. The final screen approached in my mind's eye. Type the final compilation command, Natalia. Now. My hands were shaking so violently, they were practically useless. I had to rip my left hand off the keys and clamp it brutally around my right wrist, physically forcing my trembling fingers down onto the plastic to type the final execution command. Last command. Don't fail, he whispered, his grip on my hips turning into a vice. Show me your control. This is for our empire. Your success is my pleasure. Do it. I slammed the enter key. The laptop emitted the final, triumphant confirmation chime. The firewall was locked. The exact second the sound hit the air, Viktor abandoned all restraint. With a feral, predatory snarl, he hooked his fingers violently upward, slamming directly into my G-spot with punishing pinpoint accuracy. The shockwave blew my fucking mind out of my skull. I slammed backward against the leather chair, my back arching impossibly high. A raw, blood-curdling scream ripped from my throat, vibrating against the black silk blinding me. My hand slipped off the keyboard and slammed down onto the glass desk, leaving sweaty, frantic palm prints as the orgasm hit me like a freight train. It was a deep, shattering, violent climax that completely consumed me, my body convulsing and thrashing against him uncontrollably. Scream for me, Natalia, he yelled over my noise, thrusting hard against my contractions. Let it all out. You're mine, utterly broken. This is what submission feels like. Such a beautiful fucking mess. He kept his fingers buried deep inside my clenching muscles, forcing me to ride out every agonizingly perfect aftershock. His free hand came around the front of my throat. He didn't choke me, just clamped his large hand firmly over my windpipe, restricting my air just enough to make my head spin. He physically wrenched my head forward, forcing my blindfolded face to stare directly at the screen I couldn't see. Look at what you've created, he demanded, his breath heaving against my neck. This is your work. This is my control. Don't you ever forget who owns your talent. Mine? Still shaking for me? I whimpered, my entire body limp and utterly spent, gasping shallowly against his heavy grip. The musky smell of my own climax and his cologne choked the air. I was completely empty. Rebuilt in his image. Viktor loosened his grip on my throat. He leaned down, his lips brushing the damp hair stuck to my temple. Good girl, he murmured, his voice dripping with dark satisfaction. You've earned your rest. You were magnificent. Sleep now, my clever little bird. I always get what I want. Welcome to your true purpose. He slowly, deliberately pulled his fingers out of me. The sudden emptiness left me hollowed out. He stepped back, the leather of his shoes retreating across the polished floor. I just sat there, slumped in the ergonomic chair, blindfolded and shivering. The laptop fan whirred quietly on the glass desk, blowing a steady stream of warm air against my sticky knuckles. Chapter 13. Natalia POV. I am lying flat in the dead center of the vast, oversized bed, the expensive silk sheets tangled around my bare legs. My gaze is locked on the pristine white ceiling, tracing imaginary geometric patterns just to keep my brain occupied. My fingers idly pick at the faint, angry red friction burns that still mar my wrists. A ghost of the silk ties from last night's unhinged coding session, and the brutal punishment that followed. I delicately press my thumb directly into the center of one of the red marks. A sharp flare of pain shoots up my arm, but it's a private, almost cherished reminder of his touch. Internally, my body is still aching and recovering, a dull, pervasive throb serving as a permanent testament to Viktor's concept of discipline. But my mind isn't recoiling. That's the most fucked up part. I'm grappling with this chilling, feral sense of peace. An eerie, absolute acceptance of the total destruction of my former moral compass. The defiance is gone, scrubbed out of me, replaced by something dark and intensely complicit. My skin still sings where he bound me. I trace the welt again, marveling at the sheer lack of panic in my bloodstream. Is this what submission feels like? This quiet hum? It's pathetic and perfect all at once. No more fighting. It was useless anyway. I push myself up from the mattress, the slick silk robe pooling around my bare feet. I move with a slow, trance-like fluidity across the plush carpet toward the floor-to-ceiling glass window. The sprawling cityscape stretches out endlessly, but my eyes drift over the glittering skyline, and settle dead on the industrial district in the distance. The exact location where Viktor had executed his trap. I absently rub a small smudge of condensation from the cool glass with my index finger, staring at the distant faint gray smoke plume that might still be visible if I squint hard enough against the glass. The realization hits me flat and hard. I am no longer a captive. I am a silent, complicit witness. A vital, functioning cog in his monstrous operations. My hands, once strictly tied to corporate ethics and justice, are now permanently stained with the blood of federal agents who walked right into the fiery hell I helped code. And yet, the horror is practically non-existent. It's muted. Deadass, I feel nothing for them. That smoke? I helped create it. I gave them the rigged coordinates. My Trojan was a death warrant. I replay the code in my head, optimizing it, stripping away the human cost. How could I let this happen? Easy. Because he told me to. I turn away from the cold glass, walking back toward the opulent, sterile center of the massive room. I try to conjure the faces of my old co-workers at the firm. The names of my so-called friends. The boring, mundane details of the life I led before I stumbled into the Veksler ghost accounts. But the memories are completely faded, hazy, profoundly irrelevant. They feel like they belong to a stranger. A dead girl. I pick up a small, heavy crystal paperweight from the minimalist side table, turning it over and over in my hands. The facets catch the low light, and my reflection stares back at me, distorted, warped, completely unrecognizable. Who was Natalia Merrick before this? Just a stressed-out analyst, drinking shitty coffee and chasing a promotion. Their faces, they're fading. I try to picture my old boss, and all I see is a blank slate. I don't recognize her anymore. The woman in the crystal is a ghost. A shadow. I am Viktor's now. Whatever the fuck that entails. I set the crystal down and slowly clasp my hands together right at my stomach, squeezing hard to still the sudden, subtle tremor running through my fingers. My knuckles turn Mikhail white, and I realize with a jolt that I'm subconsciously mimicking the exact way Viktor holds his own hands when he's deep in thought. A profound, terrifying revelation settles directly in the center of my chest. The visceral fear I used to feel whenever he entered a room has completely mutated. It's no longer terror. It's a heavy, suffocating dependency. A total Stockholm-adjacent psychological collapse. I am terrified of the crushing emptiness of this room when he's not in it. I'm not afraid of him anymore. I'm afraid of without him. The absolute quiet of this penthouse is driving me insane. This silence, it's unbearable. My captor has become my anchor. It's sick, but he's terrifying, and he's also safe. He's always watching the cameras. Always listening to my breathing. And I find myself acting out for the lenses when he isn't right next to me. I drop my hands and idly run my fingers over the collar of the expensive minimalist silk robe Viktor threw at me days ago. I gently stroke the lapel, appreciating the ridiculous softness of the material. It clings to my skin like a second layer, a constant luxurious reminder of my gilded cage. I admit it to myself with zero self-reproach. I drastically prefer the aesthetic safety of this opulent prison over the terrifying, chaotic danger of the outside world, a world that sold me out the second I became a liability. This isn't a cage. It's a sanctuary. Outside there's only chaos. Here there's order. A violent, bloody order, but order nonetheless. I don't want to leave. It's a beautiful prison, and I am its entirely willing occupant. A soft, almost musical chime echoes through the penthouse. The biometric lock on the heavy bedroom door releasing. I freeze mid-step, my bare foot scraping softly on the plush carpet as I shift my weight. I instinctively tense, bracing for the familiar jolt of adrenaline or panic, but it never comes. Instead, a hot, eager anticipation surges straight through my veins. He's coming. I stare at the heavy wood of the door, holding my breath. Why am I not running? Why aren't I looking for a weapon? Because I don't want to fight anymore. A different kind of fear now, the fear of disappointing him. He always knows where I am. There's no escaping him, and the absolute truth is, I don't want to. The door swings open and Viktor steps into the room. He is a silent, immaculate figure. He's wearing a precisely tailored charcoal suit, and despite the absolute bloodbath he just orchestrated downtown, not a single fucking thread is out of place. Not a hair disturbed. His green eyes are sharp, predatory, and they lock onto me instantly where I'm standing by the window. He doesn't say a single word. He just stops in the center of the room and begins the slow, deliberate motion of unbuttoning his waistcoat. His fingers glide precisely over the buttons, each movement perfectly economical, betraying nothing but pure, unadulterated intent. The power dynamic crashes back into the room, re-established through his controlled silence. He doesn't need words. I feel it. The unspoken command hangs in the air between us. Come. I watch his hands. The violence, it never touches him. He just absorbs it, channels it into this terrifying composure. He slips the waistcoat off and places his intricate minimalist wristwatch on the polished glass surface of the nightstand. It hits the table with a soft, clinical click, the faint tick-tick-tick of its mechanism briefly filling the silence, marking the time of my surrender. I take a hesitant step toward him. Then, another. The cool carpet slides beneath my bare feet. I notice, with startling clarity, that my body isn't resisting. I am no longer trying to calculate the distance between us, to find an escape route. I am compelled. Pulled toward his unyielding, magnetic presence by an invisible fucking thread. I'm moving. Why am I moving towards him? Because I literally can't stop. He watches my approach, his face an unreadable mask. Natalia, he says. It's a simple observation, not a question. Just stating a fact. An eyebrow quirks upward in a subtle challenge. His gravity, it's undeniable. Viktor remains perfectly still, his stance unyielding, a statue of predatory expectation. I reach him, stopping inches away. My gaze drops, fixing on the expensive polished leather of his shoes. Without any spoken command, without a single shred of hesitation, I slowly lower myself down. The thick carpet gives way beneath my knees as I settle at his feet. My head bows forward automatically, my red hair spilling out like a heavy curtain, totally obscuring my face. A small, involuntary sigh escapes my lips, a sound of sheer exhaustion and profound, pathetic relief. My master, I whisper to the floor. The words taste heavy and permanent on my tongue. He doesn't reply out loud, but I can feel the shift in the air. This is where I belong. No more struggling. Just this absolute, quiet surrender. He looks down at my bowed head. I can feel the weight of his stare. It's cold, analytical, and undeniably satisfied. He observes me for a long time, running a silent assessment on the broken software of my brain. Slowly, desperately, I look up at him through my lashes. My eyes are wide, practically begging for his acknowledgement. I reach out, my trembling fingers gingerly brushing a tiny imaginary speck of lint from the rich wool of his charcoal trousers. It's an intimate, desperate gesture. Viktor, please, I whisper, my voice cracking. I need him to validate this. A soft, satisfied hum rumbles in his chest. What do you want, little architect? I need you to see me. I need you to use me. My trembling fingers drift higher, guided by an instinct I didn't know I had. I reach for the polished metal buckle of his expensive leather belt. I feel the smooth, earthy texture of the leather against my fingertips before I flick the clasp. It clicks softly, a profound, sharp sound echoing in the massive room. My breath hitches. A mix of leftover adrenaline and an intense burning arousal flares low in my stomach. This is real. This is my choice. I pull the leather free. Good girl, Viktor growls softly above me. The sound, it's deafening. Every movement I make feels monumental, dragging me deeper into this abyss. With a delicate, determined motion, I grip the zipper of his trousers. I pull it down, the soft, low rasp of metal against fabric sending a violent jolt of anticipation straight up my spine. My breath catches in my throat as I expose him, my eyes widening slightly at the sheer heat radiating off his skin. Viktor remains perfectly still, his hands resting loosely at his sides. He is forcing me to initiate, forcing me to own every single step of this degradation. My fingers brush against the warm fabric as I push the trousers down slightly. He gives an almost imperceptible nod. Continue. He's waiting for me. Only me. I stare at the thick length of him, overwhelmed by the reality of what I'm about to do. So much power contained. He wants to see how far I'll fall for him. I lean forward, my red hair dragging over his thick thighs, a fiery curtain shielding my face. With a desperate, feral eagerness, I part my lips and take him into my mouth. A single strand of my hair brushes against his skin as I bow my head. My hands, surprisingly steady now, grab the fabric at his knees, anchoring my body as I push myself down, deepening the act. My entire existence narrows down to the heavy musk of his skin and the firm press of him against my tongue. This is what he wants. This is what I want. A low hum of approval vibrates through him. Perfect. Every inch. Take every inch. There is no thought. No past. Only this overwhelming need to serve him. Viktor finally breaks his rigid, statue-like stillness. His large hand moves, sliding aggressively through the tangled strands of my hair. He grips a fistful near my scalp and gently, possessively, tilts my head back. I'm forced to look up at him, my lips still wrapped around him. His thumb heavily brushes over my jawline, an electric branding touch. His green eyes are burning with a dark, triumphant satisfaction. You learn quickly, little architect, he murmurs, his voice a gravelly, filthy whisper. His praise, it's a bomb. It's the only drug I need. Show me what you're truly capable of, he commands. I lean further into the degradation, entirely willing to destroy whatever is left of my dignity. My glasses, precariously perched on the bridge of my nose, slide down and clink gently against the metal of his zipper. My vision blurs slightly, but I don't give a shit. I don't stop to fix them. I take him deeper, swallowing around his thickness, desperately trying to prove my worth to the monster who owns the title deed to my life. I am yours. Completely. That's it, little fox. Prove it, he demands, his grip tightening in my hair. Every drop. I'll take every drop. The metallic taste of anticipation floods my tongue. I want to be used up. The heat of his body is suffocating. I work my throat around him, the slick, wet sounds of the room mixing with my own ragged, desperate breathing. His hand is a vice on my scalp, subtly dictating the rhythm, pushing my head down right when I try to pull up for air. The stretch in my jaw is an acute, burning ache, and I lean into it. Don't miss a single inch, Natalia, he warns, his voice dropping an octave. He controls my breath, my movements, my pleasure. I am completely at his mercy. This submission, it's intoxicating. I am his vessel. Empty until he decides to fill me. Viktor increases the pace. The rhythm turns aggressive, testing the absolute limits of my endurance and my gag reflex. He pulls my hair harder, forcing my face up. A muscle twitches violently in my jaw, from the sheer effort. Look at me, Natalia, he orders harshly. See what you're doing? I force my eyes wide open, staring straight up into his terrifying green irises. My vision blurs from the tears pricking the corners of my eyes, but I won't look away. I won't fail him. Yes, master. I take the punishment, fully present in my own degradation, acknowledging every brutal thrust. A profound, suffocating wave of submissive bliss crashes over me. It's a deep, resonant pleasure that completely flatlines the frantic, calculating side of my intellect. A soft shiver runs violently down my spine, my body trembling slightly against his legs. I stop analyzing. I stop thinking. This silence, this peace. It's him. Viktor lets out a rough, approving grunt. No more thoughts. Just sensation. I am utterly broken, completely hollowed out, and I have never felt more certain of exactly where I am supposed to be. You were made for this, little one, Viktor praises, his tone dropping into something so deeply possessive it sends a delicious, unwanted shiver of orgasmic tension straight to my clit. I let out a soft, wet whimper, the sound muffled against him, quickly stifling it to keep my rhythm steady. His voice, it's my undoing. My silent, perfect little whore, he murmurs, his thumb pressing hard against my cheekbone. Every filthy word is a brand. I swallow them down, craving more. His breathing turns jagged. The muscles in his thighs lock tight against my hands. He grips my hair with brutal force, pulling my head down and holding me flush against him, asserting total physical control over my airway. My hands clench desperately on his knees, my knuckles turning white as I brace for the impact of his climax. Take it. All of it, he strains, his hips snapping forward. My world narrows to this single point of sensation. The intense pressure at the back of my throat is blinding. Don't pull away. Never pull away. This is the culmination of my entire fucked-up existence right now. I take his completion fully, a willing, desperate receptacle. I hold completely steady, my body violently trembling with the aftermath, swallowing repeatedly. A single bead of sweat trickles down my temple, catching in my red hair. I wait, keeping my mouth perfectly still, my breath held tight in my lungs. Mine. This is all mine. Viktor lets out a long, ragged sigh. Good. Permission to move, master? I wait for the physical cue. I am nothing but an extension of his nervous system. His grip in my hair suddenly shifts. He yanks upward with a decisive, painful tug, hauling me directly up from the floor. My bare feet scrape against the carpet as I stumble, forced to stand at attention before him. His eyes are clear again, cold and assessing, scanning my flushed face with predatory intensity. He's searching for a fracture. A sign of regret. A trace of the old Natalia fighting back. Regrets, Natalia? He asks, his tone dangerously testing. Regret is a luxury I can no longer afford. I look him dead in the eye, my face a blank slate of absolute devotion. None, master, I whisper, shaking my head slightly. He crushes his mouth to mine. It's a raw, violent collision of teeth and lips, leaving absolutely zero room for hesitation. He kisses me aggressively, shoving his tongue into my mouth. The taste of our shared encounter, the heavy metallic musk of his release, is swapped between us in a visceral, filthy seal of approval. My hands fly up, grasping desperately at the lapels of his suit jacket, clinging to the expensive wool to keep myself upright. Mine. You are truly mine, he says harshly against my lips. His kiss is a brand, a promise of eternal captivity. Forever. My soul, my brain, my blood, irrevocably his. Viktor steps back abruptly, breaking the contact, and gives my shoulder a hard, decisive shove. I stumble backward, the silk robe rustling loudly as I catch my balance near the edge of the unmade bed. The dismissal is instant. His immediate physical need is sated, and the switch flips right back to the cold operator. Rest. You've earned it, he orders, turning to adjust his trousers and zip them up with clinical efficiency. The network still needs your attention. We have a breach to trace. A brief reprieve. Then back to my work. The harsh reality of my existence snaps back into place. I am a tool. I move to the massive bed, my muscles stiff and trembling, entirely compliant. I crawl onto the mattress, sliding under the still warm sheets, pulling the heavy silk all the way up to my chin. I reach up and carefully pull my glasses off my face, folding the arms with a small click, and place them meticulously on the bedside table. My name is gone. My past erased. I lie perfectly still, staring at the ceiling again, feeling the immense crushing weight of the penthouse around me. I am an empty canvas, waiting for his next command. This is my new life. This is my ending.
Chapter 14. Viktor POV. I adjust the knot of my bespoke silk tie with a slow, deliberate motion. My green eyes are locked on the back of Natalia's neck. She's slumped over the glass desk, her red hair shielding her face, her shoulders bowed. Every trembling breath she takes is a direct result of my hands, my demands, my absolute authority over her physical limits. Looking at her makes my blood run hot. Mine. Every line, every thought, every trembling breath. I reach out, letting my thumb slowly trace the delicate line where her spine meets her skull. She lets out a soft, almost inaudible sigh, her fingers idly tracing the cool glass of the desktop. She is art. A living, breathing masterpiece of obedience and intellect, completely ruined right down to the studs, just so I could rebuild her into this. My gaze drifts from her slumped form to the multiple seamless monitors integrated into the wall. The glowing code on the main screen is her latest creation. The firewall. It's a beautiful, intricate masterpiece of logic and encryption. I tap my fingers in a silent rhythmic pattern on the smooth glass of the desk. Beside me, Natalia pushes her glasses back up her nose with a precise mechanical gesture, her eyes burning with focused intellect despite how utterly drained I left her. Flawless. Every byte, every command, a testament to her genius. My genius now. I take full credit for it. Who else could carve such elegance from chaos? Then it happens. I freeze. My hand, hovering right over Natalia's head, retracts sharply, clenching into a tight fist at my side. The seamless green diagnostic feed on my primary monitor abruptly glitches. A single line of text flashes crimson. It scrolls across every fucking screen in the room. Hello, Viktor. The cursor blinks. Fast. Rhythmic. Taunting. The faint, metallic tang of her arousal still lingering in the air is suddenly overpowered by the prickling smell of ozone. Natalia's chair gives a small, startled squeak as she straightens up, her own eyes darting to the monitors. That's not my code, she whispers, her analytical mind cutting through the exhaustion. That's a kernel-level bypass. Impossible. No one is that good. No one. I slam my hands onto the glass desk, leaning in so close the monitor light paints my face in sick red. I hammer a frantic counter-sequence into the keyboard, my fingers an absolute blur. Dead. The system is completely unresponsive. It ignores my inputs. Locked out of my own fucking network. The hollow clicks of the keys mock me. He's using a custom rootkit, Natalia says, gripping the edge of the desk so hard her knuckles turn Mikhail white. It's too late to block him. This bastard, this ghost, he thinks he can play with me. In my own house. No, no, no. I growl, a muscle visibly twitching in my jaw. The floor-to-ceiling lights flicker twice and die. The low, comforting hum of the penthouse's climate control and the massive servers cuts out completely. Plunged into absolute black. The heavy silence drops on us like a concrete slab. A decorative crystal vase on a nearby side table shudders from the abrupt stop of the building's internal vibrations, rattling against the glass. Natalia lets out a sharp, choked gasp, her chair scraping loudly against the polished floor as she instinctively tries to push back and stand. Viktor. What was that? She whispers, terrified. Bastard. He's shutting down everything. Isolating us. I move through the pitch black with animalistic precision. My hand finds her in the dark, heavy and bruising, as I clamp down on her shoulder, stopping her movement instantly. Quiet, little bird. Or I swear to God. I hiss, the threat vibrating low in my chest. Natalia freezes. Her muscles lock under my iron grip. I can't see anything, she chokes out. The scrape of her chair echoes for another agonizing second before stopping. Her panicked heart is beating so loud, I can hear it in the dead air. Her fear. A liability. Must be controlled. A heavy thrum vibrates through the floorboards. The secondary emergency systems kick online. The vast living area is suddenly flooded with a dim, oscillating red light from the floor strips and wall panels. The shadows twist into long, bleeding shapes across the polished surfaces. It's like a horror movie, Natalia whispers, pressing herself closer to my side to escape the pulsing crimson glow. The generator gives off a slow thump-thump like a mechanical heartbeat. Red. The ghost likes to make a statement. I drop my free hand beneath the glass desk. My fingers brush the familiar contours of my suppressed Sig Sauer. I pull it from the magnetic holster, check the mag with a quick thumb swipe, and rack the slide. The metallic click-clack echoes like a goddamn cannon in the red-lit room. I glance at the elevator bank. Solid crimson lights. Locked down. Amateurs. They think they can corner me. We're locked in, Natalia whimpers, a single tear tracing down her cheek reflecting the red emergency lights. She flinches away from the acrid scent of gunpowder on the weapon. Observant little bird, I say, my voice clipped and cold. Now be quiet. I grab her arm and haul her with me, dragging her toward the central thick marble pillar that bisects the living area. I shove her down hard. Her knees hit the cold marble floor with a soft thud. She instantly digs her fingers into the fabric of my suit jacket, a small whimper escaping her lips before she stifles it. Stay low, I rasp right against her ear, the cold metal of the gun resting near her face. Don't move. If you run, I'll shoot you myself, understand? She gasps. You understand, Natalia? Nod. Now. Why yes, Viktor, she stammers, shivering violently. Her fear is an anchor. But her survival is paramount. She is mine. I press my back against the marble pillar and tilt my head back. I hear it. Faint at first, then distinct through the reinforced glass 40 feet above us. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy tactical boots landing in perfect, rhythmic unison on the penthouse roof. Above. Always from where they least expect. A classic move. Clever bastard, I whisper to myself, a grim smirk touching my lips. What is that sound? Natalia asks, her eyes wide with uncomprehending terror. I shove her flatter against the cold stone, just as the vast glass skylight explodes inward. The deafening crash is followed by a torrential rain of multi-layered glass shards. They shatter against the marble floor, tearing right through the expensive designer furniture. A violent 80-story gust of wind rushes in, scattering papers and dropping the temperature to freezing. A large, jagged shard of glass glances off my shoulder, slicing a clean slit into my bespoke suit jacket. I don't flinch. Natalia curls into a tight ball, burying her face against the rough texture of the pillar with a sharp, terrified gasp. Ah. The price of an open sky. Idiotic. Stay. Down, I snarl. High-speed tactical ropes drop through the open maw. The first wave of mercenaries rappels down. I step out from the pillar, raise the SIG, and fire twice. Crack, crack. The first man takes a round straight through the chest before his boots ever touch the slick glass on the floor. His body drops with a heavy, wet thud right near Natalia's workstation. A dark red stain blossoms instantly across his tactical vest. Useless. All of you. Come closer. All of you. Let me cleanse this space. Natalia clamps her hands over her ears, her eyes squeezed shut against the coppery smell of fresh blood flooding the air. 3 more boots hit the floor. Suppressed submachine guns immediately open fire. Thump, thump, thump. They aren't shooting wild. They're aiming right at me. Bullets tear through the drywall and shred the art. They want me. They won't get her. Target acquired. Eliminate Veksler, a muffled voice shouts through a tactical mask. Viktor. Natalia pleads in a desperate whisper. I duck low behind a massive cream-colored designer sofa. A volley of bullets rips through it a second later, shredding the expensive fabric and sending downy feathers exploding into the red air. He matched my resources. Dangerous. I snap up, aim, and squeeze the trigger. The bullet catches a mercenary right in the throat. He collapses into a silent, gurgling heap, dropping his weapon. A stray bullet impacts the ornate marble pillar right beside Natalia's head, chipping the stone and sending fragments flying into her hair. Viktor, she screams. I surge from behind the ruined sofa. I lunge across the open gap, grab her around the waist with a painful bruising grip, and yank her out from behind the pillar. Move, Natalia. Now. No hesitation. I yell, dragging her toward the thick white quartz kitchen island. I'm trying, she pants, her expensive flats skidding on the blood-spattered marble. She will obey. She must. I shove her down behind the quartz island. She collapses against me, sobbing quietly, burying her face straight into my chest. Her hands grip the ruined lapels of my suit. I can feel her heart hammering a frantic, animalistic rhythm against my ribs. It grounds me. It's the most real thing in this entire blasted room. Her hot tears soak right through my shirt. Her fear makes her real. Makes me real. I press my forehead against hers for a split second. You hear me? You are mine, I whisper fiercely over the sound of gunfire. I told you that you were mine, Natalia. I'm not letting them take what belongs to me. Viktor, please, she chokes out on a sob. Short, clipped bursts of Russian echo from the hallway. Flank rouge. Flank. Levo. To the left. Petrovich. So the old war comes for the new generation. Cowards, I murmur in disgust. I grab a heavy antique copper pot off the lower rack and hurl it across the room. It clatters against the far wall with a massive ringing clang. The footsteps shift, diverting for just a fraction of a second. A mercenary rounds the kitchen corner, a combat knife gleaming in his hand. I don't bother aiming. I step in fast, slam the heavy steel of my pistol straight into his jaw. The bone shatters with a sickening crack. As he stumbles, disoriented, I press the barrel to his face and pull the trigger. Weak. Pathetic. Blood sprays in a thick hot arc across the pristine white quartz countertop. A warm drop lands squarely on my cheek. I don't blink. Natalia gags, pressing a trembling hand over her mouth, her eyes wide with absolute horror. God, she muffles into her hand. I scan the main hallway and freeze. A heavy silhouette is standing in the corridor, hoisting an RPG-7 rocket launcher onto his shoulder, aiming right at the floor-to-ceiling windows backing our position. An RPG. They want to bring the whole fucking tower down. Over me. Bastards. I hiss. I grab Natalia by the waist and tackle her to the floor just as the rocket impacts the glass. The initial blast sucks the air right out of my lungs. Then the concussive wave hits, shattering the entire north wall of the penthouse. The deafening boom shakes the foundation. A violent storm of shattered glass, twisted steel, and pulverized concrete rains down on us. The 80-story wind howls into the room, whipping dust into my eyes. Not like this. Not my sanctuary. Not my Natalia. I struggle to my hands and knees. A high-pitched whine shrieks in my ears, distorting everything. The air is so thick with acrid smoke and stone dust I can barely breathe. Natalia is beside me, coughing violently, clutching her throat. Fuck. Empty. I'm empty. I glance at the SIG. The slide is locked back. I can't see. Natalia rasps out blindly. Through the ruined, smoke-filled air, the compromised intercom system crackles to life. The ghost's distorted, electronically modulated voice echoes off the broken walls. Hello, Viktor. Did you enjoy the fireworks? My jaw clenches until my teeth ache. You can't code your way out of this one, Veksler. Give me the girl, and I might leave your brother alive. Your precious asset or your blood. Choose, Veksler. Never. You will never have her. You think I trade my property? You think I abandon my blood? Never. I snarl into the smoke, gripping Natalia's hand tight enough to grind her bones. Come and take her, you coward. I drag her up and pull her toward the master bedroom. The heavy reinforced door. The manual deadbolt. The only thing in this place not hooked to a server. It won't hold Viktor. He's too good. Natalia cries, her fingers digging crescent moons into the back of my hand. One last line. One last stand for what is mine. I shove her through the doorway and turn to slam it shut. A small, metallic cylinder rolls across the floor. It bounces off the doorframe and spins to a dead stop right between my shoes. Natalia. I choke out. I shove her backward with everything I have, twisting my body to shield her. The room erupts into a blinding, absolute white. A skull-rattling roar obliterates every sense I have. I thrash blindly in the painful void, my ears screaming, my eyes burning. I reach out my hand into the smoke, swiping desperately for her arm, her shirt, anything. My fingers close around completely empty air.
Chapter 15. Natalia POV. I'm frozen on the edge of the unmade bed, knuckles white as I clutch the silk robe around my throat. The total darkness is suffocating. Every electronic system in the penthouse just died at once, and the silence left behind is worse than the noise of a break-in. He swore this place was impenetrable. Deadass promised me nothing could touch us here. A tiny thread snaps under my fingernails. My breath hitches, a panicked little sound swallowed instantly by the oppressive quiet. Across the room, illuminated only by the faint ambient glow of the city skyline bleeding through the floor-to-ceiling glass, Viktor is a shadow. I hear the chilling, metallic click of him checking his suppressed pistol. Bastard, Viktor mutters. It's barely audible, a flat, analytical assessment. Amateur hour. My heart is beating so fast I'm dizzy. My brain is spinning, running the math on how a secure grid gets sliced open this easily. He's going to kill me if I make a sound, I think frantically, but before the thought even finishes, Viktor moves. He crosses the bedroom with lethal, predatory grace, eating up the space between us in 2 silent strides. He leans down and his icy hand clamps over my mouth with bruising force. I flinch violently, my body tensing like a coiled spring. A suppressed whimper gets trapped in my throat. My eyes dart wildly in the dark, trying to find his face, my fingernails scrabbling uselessly at the rough silk of my robe. Stay low, he whispers directly into my ear. His voice is urgent, dangerously calm. If you move without my command, you die. Understand? I nod against his palm. His hand is so fucking cold, but it's strangely grounding. He's not doing this to hurt me. It's necessity. His necessity. My survival. No screams? No noise. Breathe, he grits out, his eyes already scanning the pitch-black hallway. He pulls me off the bed, forcing me to my hands and knees. The expensive hardwood scrapes painfully against my bare skin. I crawl behind him, making myself as small as possible, trying desperately to keep pace with his swift, silent movements as he leads me toward the heavy marble partition in the living area. Crash. The deafening sound of shattering glass detonates from the main atrium. Mercenaries rappel through the destroyed skylight, their heavy tactical boots hitting the floorboards with sharp, jarring thuds. I wince, a silent gasp escaping my lips as a rogue splinter of glass embeds itself in my kneecap. I push the pain down, focusing entirely on Viktor's broad back. I can feel the subtle vibrations of the floorboards through my palms as the intruders fan out. Clear, a muffled, distorted voice shouts. Perimeter secured. Move, another growls, high on adrenaline. They're here. They actually found us. Marble, Viktor whispers, barely audible over the crunching glass. Stay behind it. Don't look up. I huddle behind the cool, smooth stone wall, pressing my cheek against it. My eyes are wide with fear, tracking the red laser sights that start dancing across the dark, ruined furniture like malevolent fireflies. They're moving in a fluid, tactical V formation, bulky silhouettes blocking out the faint city glow. The cold realization drops on my chest like an anvil. They aren't here for Viktor. They're here for the ledger. For the ghost accounts. This is what happens when you dig too deep into a syndicate's dirty laundry. My life traded for numbers. Target acquisition, negative, a radio hisses with static. Sweep grid delta. I chew hard on my bottom lip, tasting the coppery tang of my own blood. My life is forfeit if they get their hands on me. Stay still, Viktor issues a low growl. Don't breathe. He leans around the marble partition, a blur of fluid speed. Thwip thwip thwip. 3 rapid suppressed shots. 2 mercenaries crumple silently, their bodies hitting the expensive Persian rug with soft, heavy thumps. Viktor doesn't even blink. He operates with clinical efficiency, his face a mask of detached violence. Contact. 2 down, silent. Where's Veksler? A panicked whisper echoes from the darkness. Useless, Viktor mutters to himself. He just erased them. Literally deleted them like bad data on a spreadsheet. I watch his hands, morbidly mesmerized by his raw lethality as he drops the empty magazine and reloads with practice speed. The crisp click of the metal seating into place rings in my ears. His green eyes are fixed on the shifting shadows. He never even looks down at his weapon. I'm pressing myself into the floor, and I realize something sickening. I want him to win. I want him to slaughter every single man in this room for daring to try and take me from him. He's keeping me safe in this brutal, absolute cage he built, and my heart beats for him, not for my own freedom. God, what the fuck have I become? Viktor shoots a brief, sharp glance down at me. Stay focused. A third mercenary rounds the corner, catching the movement, and opens fire with an unsuppressed submachine gun. The noise is catastrophic. Crack, crack, crack. Bullets rip into the marble partition, showering us in sharp stone dust. Viktor lunges. He throws his body across mine, shielding me with his heavy tactical vest as the stone explodes above us. He grunts hard, a raw sound of pain as a piece of debris catches his shoulder. Flash them. Where's Viktor? Someone screams over the gunfire. Fuck. Viktor grunts. I gasp, marble dust filling my lungs. I grab his vest, my fingernails scrabbling for purchase. He protected me. He didn't even hesitate to take a bullet for me. Cover. Viktor barks, barely audible. He pushes me back down, his grip iron tight and bruising on my shoulder. His green eyes are blazing with lethal focus. Stay put, he whispers harshly. Don't move. Don't make a sound. Understand? I nod frantically, choking on the dust. I have to be good. For him. He needs me to be a ghost right now. I'll be back. Keep your head down. He releases me and disappears into the deeper kitchen shadows. The second his physical weight is gone, I feel completely exposed. The cold seeps from the marble into my bones. Heavy footsteps are closing in on my position. Target is isolated. Move on her position. Search the perimeter. Veksler is still loose. I curl into a tight ball. I hate this feeling. I hate being weak. This is exactly what I was before him. A liability, a victim waiting to be tallied up. A guy in heavy gear rounds the island. He spots my red hair peeking from behind the partition. He reaches for his tactical belt and rips a small metallic cylinder free. He tosses it. It clatters across the polished hardwood, stopping with an ominous rolling sound inches from my outstretched hand. Flash out, he shouts. What is that? Oh God, no. It's a flashbang. No. Natalia. Viktor's desperate shout tears through the room from the shadows. I stare at the metallic canister. My brain recognizes the threat, but my body feels like it's set in concrete. Natalia. Close your eyes. Down. Viktor roars. Too slow. I'm always too slow. I barely get my hands up before the world ends. A searing, blinding white light engulfs the room, accompanied by a bone-jarring crack that feels like it literally splits my skull in half. My body seizes violently. Muscles spasm uncontrollably. I collapse flat on the floor, the shockwave knocking the air out of my lungs in a raw guttural gasp. A high-pitched, agonizing ringing completely consumes my hearing, erasing Viktor's voice, the gunfire, the entire fucking world. Make it stop, I scream in my own head, but I can't even hear my internal voice. Where is Viktor? Am I dead? I'm stumbling blindly, my hands clawing at empty air. My body is still convulsing. I can't find the floor. I can't find up or down. Large rough gloves grab me roughly by the waist. Powerful hands hoist me up, my feet leaving the floor. I try to scream for Viktor, but the noise in my ears is a physical wall. Got her, a muffled voice barks through the ringing. Viktor. Where are you? He has me. They're dragging me. 2 of them, 1 on each arm. My bare feet scrape against the cool hallway floor. I struggle fiercely, kicking my legs, twisting my torso. My vision is a chaotic blur of purple after images and residual white light. I dig my nails into their sleeves. The silk robe tears with a harsh rip, exposing my shoulder to the cold air. Move? Now. He's still active, one of them barks. Almost clear. Just hold her. They throw me into the corner of the small, claustrophobic metal service elevator. I hit the wall with a painful thud, the impact rattling my teeth. Before I can scramble up, a hand clamps over my nose and mouth. A rough cloth presses against my face, smelling sickeningly of sweet, cloying chemicals. Chloroform. Or something worse. Sleep, little bird, a gruff voice grunts. No. Not again. I won't lose control. I buck and twist, fighting the hands holding me down. I try to hold my breath, clinging to the survival instincts Viktor drilled into my head. But my lungs burn. They scream for oxygen until my body forcefully betrays me. I gasp, inhaling the potent sedative deeply. Viktor. The edges of the world dissolve into heavy black static. I feel the disorienting sensation of being carried. My head lolls back and forth. The smell of exhaust fumes and old damp carpet invades my nose. I'm unceremoniously shoved into a confined, pitch-black space. The trunk of a car. Finally. Let's get out of here, someone sighs. The trunk slams shut with a loud, final metallic clack. Total darkness consumes me. I drift in and out. Every swerve and lurch of the car sends a sickening wave of nausea through my gut. The constant vibration of the road beneath me hums against my skull. The muffled roar of the engine is relentless. I try to move my hands, but they are tightly zip-tied behind my back. The cheap plastic rubs my wrists raw with every bump. I can feel the torn edge of the silk robe Viktor gave me. It's a flimsy, fragile link to my master in this terrifying new reality. Another cage. Just a colder one. Is Viktor alive? Did they shoot him? The thought makes my chest ache worse than the zip ties. The car stops abruptly. I'm jolted forward, my shoulders slamming into the metal wall of the trunk. The engine cuts out. The trunk flies open with a loud screech. A blast of frigid, damp, salt-heavy air hits my face. The smell of diesel and decaying fish. The docks. Out? Move it. Rough hands grab my arms and haul me out. My vision is grainy, struggling to adjust to the Mikhail darkness. Looming around me are rows of rusted shipping containers, stacked like monstrous, decaying steel giants under a dead, moonless sky. Secure the asset. Keep her quiet. I stumble as they drag me through the maze of metal. We stop in front of an open container. It smells strongly of old blood, rusted iron, and stale air inside. They shove me in, forcing me down into a cold metal chair bolted to the corrugated floor. Rough nylon straps get yanked tightly over my ankles and across my chest, pinning me in place. Tighten that. She's feisty, one of the mercenaries grunts, pulling the chest strap until it restricts my breathing. Ready the equipment. He'll be here soon. They step out, leaving me in the Mikhail glare of a single flickering bare light bulb overhead. I wait in the unnerving silence. My breathing is shallow, panicked, but I refuse to let myself hyperventilate. I force my spine straight against the cold metal chair. I lift my chin. Don't show fear. Viktor wouldn't. Be a Veksler. I need to analyze this. Whoever this ghost is, he wants the accounts. He wants the keys. Heavy, measured footsteps echo on the metal ramp outside, growing louder with each second. A man steps into the harsh circle of light. He's younger than Viktor. Dressed in sleek dark tactical gear. His eyes are dead and calculating. In his right hand he holds a taser. He taps it against his palm, the device crackling with ominous bright blue electricity. My heart stops. I recognize that face from the files Viktor made me memorize. The hacker. The ghost. He smiles. There is zero warmth in it. Viktor told me you were brilliant, Natalia. Let's see how smart you are when your heart stops beating. The ghost. It's really him. Surprised? You shouldn't be. You walked right into my trap, he mocks smoothly, stepping further into the container. Such a pretty face. A shame to ruin it, isn't it? He leans in uncomfortably close. His breath smells of stale cigarettes and bitter energy drinks. I don't flinch. I stare right back into his dead eyes, even as the taser arc hums a terrifying warning inches from my left ear. The sound makes my teeth ache. I close my eyes for a fraction of a second, conjuring Viktor's demanding voice. I'm not afraid of the voltage. I'm terrified of failing Viktor. Not so tough now, are we? I can make you scream for mercy, the ghost sneers, his spit hitting my cheek. Viktor trained me for this. I will not betray him. That loyalty will be your undoing, you know, he continues softly. Or your strength. We'll see. Don't disappoint me, little genius. He leans back, his face darkening with impatient menace. He levels the taser at my chest. The master passcodes. Now. Or I start with your fingers. I look him dead in the eye. A feral, psychotic little spark ignites in my chest. I am not a fucking accountant anymore. I am a Veksler weapon. I pull the saliva pooling in my mouth and spit directly onto his tactical vest. A wet, disrespectful thwack in the quiet container. He freezes, looking down at the spit on his gear. His face contorts into unbridled, ugly rage. You think that's funny, bitch? You'll regret that. You chose wrong. Over his shoulder, sitting on a rusted crate in the shadows, I see it. A laptop screen glowing with a faint blue light. It's displaying the Veksler ghost accounts. He has the files. He just doesn't have the decryption keys. He needs me alive to unlock them. Such a shame, the ghost mutters bitterly, his hand trembling with rage as he raises the taser. So much wasted potential. So much pain to inflict. He drives the prongs directly into my ribs. I gasp as the trigger clicks. My body violently arches against the nylon restraints. The voltage hits like a freight train, locking every muscle in my torso in absolute searing agony. A raw guttural scream rips out of my throat, bouncing off the metal walls until my ears bleed. We have all night, little genius, he snarls over my scream, his face alight with sick pleasure. Don't worry, I'm just getting started. The acrid smell of ozone and burning skin fills my nose. White-hot fire lances through my nerves. My vision blurs, but through the overwhelming noise of my own pain, Viktor's voice echoes in my head, a cold, unyielding command. Submit only to me. The ghost pulls the taser back. My chest heaves against the straps, my muscles twitching involuntarily. He checks the battery gauge on the side of the plastic grip, completely unbothered by the fact that I'm sobbing for air. He isn't looking at me like a human being. He's looking at me like a stubborn hard drive he needs to format. I swallow hard, tasting copper and blood, and stare at the blue light on the taser. It's going to be a very long night. To be continued. Next book in Perfect Chaos. Natalia. I thought I could escape him. I was wrong. Now I'm trapped in a war where survival means becoming exactly what he wants, cold, controlled, ruthless. Every line I swore I'd never cross. I cross for him. And I don't regret it. Because the girl I used to be, she wouldn't survive this. But the version he's creating? She will.
Viktor. They took what's mine. Now they die. Natalia was never meant to leave my control, and I will tear apart anyone who touched her. This isn't strategy, it's destruction. She was an asset. Now she's essential. And when I get her back, there will be nothing left of her that isn't mine. This is the second book in the series. Reading order: in quiet chaos, in perfect chaos, in endless chaos.